Chapter 146. Chapter 13. The Popular Life, 9:54 p.m., the 12th of October H. Dianol Rich Appreciation. 13,256 Silverheads, Subhaven Description. We are a community dedicated to discussing and appreciating the work of Diana Ulrich, Westbrook's newest star heroine. As the daughter of Brian Ulrich, she took the hard and difficult route of entering the Westbrook Police Department at age 19, where she graduated top of her training group and was enrolled in the 1st Precinct as a second-rank officer. Within a year, she quickly graduated into a first-rank officer and was promoted into an investigator the following year and into a first-rank investigator just 4 months later. During her infiltration of the gang-owned brothel, she stopped an illegal trade of a gold mal and ended up receiving its SIM, making her a gold adapter. Despite this, she chose to keep her power a secret, her humble nature an inspiration to us all. As an investigator, she single-handedly dismantled another mal-smuggling conspiracy at the hands of Simon Jugoslaw. Together, we're here to make sure her work is known and appreciated. For any 18-plus discussion of Diana Ulrich, please go to H's Silviri 34 Diana. My punches came as blurs of flesh and thunder, and in seconds, Bell was telling me to stop as the reinforced pads on his hands burst into foam. God damn, you punch as hard as Rick does. It's a perk of being a living generator and a motor, I snarked, wiping some sweat off my forehead. Lately, staying in one place too long felt like a shackle. Everything in my body was burning to move and be in action, like fire. There were quite a few eyes on us here at the training center, more than a few on me in my gym clothes. I wasn't comfortable with it, but I learned to tolerate them, as I always had to. But fucking hell, they should know better, especially with my name. I flinched back as I gulped down some water. That thought was something I never wanted to think. To be known as an Ulrich. The me from a year ago would have hated who I am right now. But she hadn't been forced into this damn web of lies. Conspiracy, imprisonment. I stared at the punching bag, my body itching for some damn resistance to my force. Pulling back my hand, I let strength electrocute my arm. What should have felt like stone was only dust to me. The genetically reinforced leather crumpling around my hand as it stopped inside the stuffing. Diana, you probably shouldn't be going around breaking 4th Precinct equipment. Bell shook his head at me. Yeah, he was right. I just didn't care. I hadn't cared about the police ever since my talk with my father, letting soul killer work without consequence. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if sooner or not, the city decided that people like Mr. Skeleton and Dog Whistler were worth keeping around simply because they had power that could be leveraged during the swarm. Except those exact people were planning to use the swarm against the city. The only way to get these people to actually care about ending the Uncaged Three's influence was if they were pressured to by a corporation, Neocorp. That had to be who would care most, Archangel had said. They'd already taken care of some other uncaged splinter group in Europe. Why not do the same here? The answer, of course, had to do with manpower and resources. How many could they send here when the entire world would be at risk in less than 3 years? Still, they would have to care. Especially if New California was set to become the centerpiece in which the corporate nations targeted either the Infinite or the Typhoon. Neocorp would care. Syntech would care. Ujo would care. Those 3 corporations had a stake in this city, and I would have to get them to make the damn police do their job. My father was my best chance at garnering support from either of them as the corporate advisor for New California, but his neutrality was grating. I didn't know everything. Some way or the other, the lies only went deeper, and he was connected to it. And this Mr. R figure lies at the center of it. My frustrations beaten against the equipment here. I was ready to leave as I left Ponsky a note saying to contact my father to reimburse them for their broken equipment here, or to upgrade the facilities. Bell was busy making friendly conversation to distract them from my blowing steam, and he naturally found himself following me back to the car. The second we got back in, he flashed me one of his annoying grins. Good news. That shard adapter she talked about, Tristan Lockheed. He's very much one of her pawns. How is that good news? I began tying my hair back up. Something about this place was making me feel uncomfortable. It means that anything he tells us to do, we just have to do the opposite. Without letting him know, of course. Bell revved the car, and I couldn't fault his analysis. He gave me one last assuring grin. Don't worry, we'll find those missing children. Our first stop wasn't to any of the orphanages. The last thing we needed to do was immediately start investigating right after Riley Ponsky told us not to. In fact, it was quite easy for both of us to tell that the strange car riding behind us was likely an undercover cop tailing us on her behalf. If only they put this much effort into their own cases. They didn't want us to find something here, whether it was some minor conspiracy of bribery and turning a blind eye, or some deeper scheme involving direct cooperation with criminals, wasn't yet clear. We'd need to work quickly and decisively. Our first stop was a motel, some rundown place that smelled faintly of drugs and sex that Bell claimed was the safest place to stay the night, assuming management was the same as when he was younger. Approaching the clerk, I made sure my face mask was tight-fitting and my sunglasses were dark enough that my eyes were hidden. 2 of us, separate rooms. The clerk, his eyes glazed under some virtual screen, took his hands out of his pockets and shook his head at me. I couldn't help but notice they were moist. Right? That'll be, he blinked, and I could already feel his eyes boring into my features. Wearing a mask and sunglasses tends to have people look deeper into your appearance sometimes. It had already been bad months before, but ever since my identity as a gold adapter and Brian Ulrich's daughter had been plastered onto every damn article on the front page of the net, I'd been turned into the unwilling poster girl of the first precinct. They'd already used generative intelligence to make an artificial modeling program to drive up recruitment into the police force. Apparently, my father had the rights to my own image, and he'd been making sure there was a billboard of me with a gun and a tight-fitting bodysuit on every block of the pleasure lanes. I'd been getting paid very handsomely for it, but it was demeaning and violated my own rights to myself. If I wasn't busy with Soul Killer, my ass would be sitting in a damn courtroom every day. He coughed. That'll be 10,000 shards for both rooms. You're kidding. Bell slammed his hand down on the counter. What VIP rooms do you have in this shabby cockspace of yours? The clerk raised his hands up defensively. Hey, she's got the shards for it. If it's too much, she can pay in a different. I'll pay for the rooms. I let a flash of lightning burn down my hand as I reached in for a tablet connected to my subdermal frame. In fact, I'll make sure to post all about this shanty house on. Wait, did I even have access to my own Hotgram account? Leave it, Diana. Bell put his hands on my shoulder. We got plenty of other, more hospitable places to stay the night. That's what he thought. But clearly, I'd underestimated just how widely my image had spread through Westcrook. There wasn't a damn cashier in this town who had the right mind to give me a fair deal. At the very least, they should have tried asking me for an autograph before pulling a Rorsch. I'm really sorry about this, Diana. Bell apologized as he got into the driver's seat. I really had a better image of my hometown than it actually is. It's not an issue, I sighed. You don't have to apologize on behalf of these people. You said your aunt lives here, so why don't we just stay there? I'm fine with a couch. He gripped the wheel tighter, and he scrunched his face up where it was easy to feel his discomfort. My aunt? Sure, but she's a little bit of a personality. I think that's the best way to say it. You'd be surprised as to how many personalities I've seen in my life. I sank down in my seat, massaging my temples. I'll sleep on a couch. Don't try and pull a chivalrous deed and get me on a bed. I'm done with any of that, he nodded. And the rest of the ride was pretty quiet as we drove over to his aunt's place. She lived in one of those collapsible homes that were commonplace during the earthquake, the sort of mass-manufactured build, it-yourself houses that permeated every street of low-income neighborhoods. Rapping on the door, Belle was greeted by the aged face of a woman with a snarl on her face. Well, hey, Aunt Vicky. He waved with a hint of shyness. I'm here on police business and was hoping I could stay the night. Me and my partner, police partner. Tetch, I know you, Belly, and I know who she is. Heard it from Charmaine that a damn hot blood was walking round the streets. No way in fuck you ever bagged a girl like her, and get your asses in here before a tiger sniffs you down. That bad. Worse, she huffed some smoke from a large pipe, opening the door wide as she let us into her admittedly not too shabby building. It had the clear signs of largely being self-repaired. Nicks and scratches across everything that was metal, but furnishing-wise, everything you needed was there. Belle's staying on the couch. This lady of yours can stay in the guest room. That's hospitality and my say as the homeowner, so no debatin'. Yeah, hear me? That's a copy, Belle smirked, to which Vicky only growled. Last thing I want to hear in my walls is that lingo you use? Vicky turned from him, her eyes honing in on me. And you, darlin', would you like some tea? Belle wouldn't stop sending me his homegrown variants. Figured you might like one o' them. They don't get me high enough. Oh, sure. I hastily nodded. She was quite the personality indeed. With her walking away, I decided to get the answer to a term I hadn't heard before. What's a hot blood? Oh, that. Belle blew a rasp of air out. Just a term the folk use around here for anyone with clear gene editing. Silver hair and eyes ain't exactly natural. It's tossed around a few times interchangeably with sim adapters too. But if they ain't pretty, they're called gene freaks. That was the term I was familiar with in the first precinct. Nope, we call them ghouls round here. Belle stood up, reaching for a mini fridge, and pulled out a bottle of whiskey. By the way, wouldn't risk drinking the water here. Alcohol's more safe to drink with how polluted everything is. I've seen Tiresias get stomach aches. He poured me a glass, but then I had a cup of tea settle down seconds later as Vicky returned. She glanced at both sets of opposing beverages, chuckling in amusement. Now this is a conflictin'. I know what I would choose. I knew, too, taking a sip of the whiskey and then washing down the burn with some tea. It was a surprisingly nice aftertaste of honey and dates. Ooh, now you're different, aren't you? Vicky settled down, leaning her back onto a comfortable rocking chair and grabbing a half-filled bottle from the table next to her. This case, what's it about? Missing children, I said in between a sip of whiskey. The orphanages? Belle nodded, and Vicky sighed. One of them disappeared out of my classes, a kid named Roy Barry. Smart kid, worried he was too smart. Could he have been picked up as a recruit by Steel Tigers? Nah, too smart to do that. She pointed to Belle with her thumb. Reminded me of this numbskull. Wanted to head to Central Cali. Had dreams of Bana Shardop. Has a little sister too, would never endanger her. She took a deep gulp of the auburn liquid. Steel Tiger is ruthless. Been tearing these streets through their dickholes. A few years back, a girl I was teaching offed herself after her boyfriend initiated himself into their claws at a party. She was the price. Poor girl didn't even know what happened that night until a video spread throughout the school. That's terrible. I held myself back from gripping the glass too tightly, or it would have cracked. It's the price we pay for being unfortunate. Hazy smoke flowed from Vicky's lips as she tapped ash off her cigar. If I could say it out loud, I'd have all these kids try to get out as soon as possible. But Steel Tiger has their claws in every business here. There's always someone you know implicated with them. And the police don't do anything about it. I said that as a fact. We're spec ops, we can do something. Yup, something that's gonna fuck us up. Vicky looked tired when she said that. Honestly, I'd like to say you two could help. I'd love it if you just offed Raiden in one go. But killin' the head's not gonna stop nothin'. I'll wager they'd just split up, war with each other, and kill a whole more folk in the process. You stop them from talkin' in kids now. Another week, and they'll be back up once you're done arresting everyone else. I frowned. You know how they're making their money. How else? She scoffed. Drugs, implant trading, pimping, shard operating, robbery and whatnot. Everyone has a quota to fill. Long as Raiden gets his blood money, he leaves us well. If he doesn't, normally does something terrible to his litter. Some act of public humiliation or often a family member or two. Lately, he's been abducting their bodies. Bodies! Corpses! Vicky eyed me seriously. Not the most uncommon practice. Not if they have good shardware or mutations. But these were normal folk. Nothing warped about them. It's only been getting more common lately. You've given us more information than any of the cops. I nodded appreciatively. Well, those pigs are useless half the time. She sighed. before rotating her gaze back to me. Not includin' you? Why'd you even come to this piss fuck anyhow? Thought Spec Ops. Don't care about anything worth less a silver. Well, some of us have silver inserted into us from birth. I gulped down the whiskey. I'd finished it far before any of the tea. I take the cases that are worth it to me. Children. I know what it's like to have your future taken. To be away from family without a roof on your head. You were on the streets? By choice. I glanced away. Then you joined up with the cops? Shit. From one side of the gun to the other. No. First I'd been taken off the streets by Yive. Cracking porcelain alerted me to the wetness dripping out of the teacup. I'd made a mess of my clothes and... Fuck! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... Please. That was the ugliest set I owned. Belle sent it my way. Vicky got up, heading off to the kitchen. I'll try to find a clean rag somewhere around here. You sit tight. Her steps trailed off, and my heart beat too loud once I'd returned to Belle's gaze. He'd been hearing everything. That was more info about you in one conversation with my aunt than an entire month in the Spec Ops. Maybe we should have come here sooner. Shut it, I said quickly. It's all in the past. I get it. There's a reason I haven't visited in years sometimes. You gotta be dragged through all the muck to realize it's just actually. I dunno. Philosophy was never my strong suit. Shit just sucks sometimes, and we have to tough it out. Belle gulped more liquor down and his face seethed from the taste, and I held my cup out for more. Your aunt likes it here more than the first? Oh, founders know. Hates it. But she's just trying to be what she can for these kids. She was there for me, but looks like I wasn't enough to take her away from the path of martyrdom. Martyrdom? Was that really the simple fate of those who tried to make life better for others? I sloshed the liquid down in my cup, knowing no answer would come from it. But maybe a peace, a loving, warm peace found at the bottom of a bottle. That was Dryder's motto, if I were to guess. Too bad. I'd need pure ethanol to get drunk in a few months with how my rate of metabolism was changing. Vicky came by quickly, giving me an old drape that matched the design of the teacup. Had Belle sent all of this to his aunt? They were about to pour me another glass when I raised my hand up. I think I'll take an early rest. Vicky nodded. First door to your left was Belle's old room before he left. And before you protest, you're a guest. He's a dimwit. Dimwits sleep on couches in my house. I paid for it, he pointed out. My name is on it, she retorted. Taking my leave, I spent a few lonesome hours scrolling through files appearing on my vision. All of it was information about new Houston Yards and the 4th Precinct. All of it was terrible. Little Requiem was a shithole, but there was a structure and hierarchy to the business running there thanks to Skeleton and the 4 premier gangs of Westcrook. Here, everyone was out to gut another for a simple shetty. Once I'd felt 2 neuroframes laying horizontally in what I assumed was a couch and bed, I stood up. Sleep came less often now. I ran on electricity. Enough of it, and I could run for a week. Well, not actual running. Consuming a few pills made me feel both drowsy, nauseous, and bursting with heat. Gene stimulants, bronze grade, and the feeling disappeared in a brief moment. Gene mutation, electrosomatic organism, metabolism cognition is now at 9% development. Gene mutation, limited morphology manipulation, alteration is now at 12% development. Gene mutation, inorganic metabolism, alteration integrity is now at 8% development. No metamutations. I'd only gone up a single percent in 3 mutations, and that was 70,000 Shardine down the drain. Any other Tier the Second adapter would have been knocked cold with a fever for a week with the amount of pills I'd ingested. I was different. A monster in terms of genetics. I was content knowing that. Monsters riddled this city, swam in its sewer-like streets, survival of the fittest, survival of the damned. I'd be whatever was needed to rid the filth out. Nothing would come in my way, not even titanium. Staring in the mirror, my face began to melt. It was almost a relief. For a few grand hours, I would no longer be Diana Jones. Not Diana Ulrich. Lillian Rose, that's who you are now. My reflection spoke to me. A woman who was said to be a failed Syntech agent, and now part-time mercenary and investigator for hire. Straight black hair instead of wavy silver, eyes that burned red, stone gray skin, and freckles with slightly bushier eyebrows was the most I could stretch my shapeshifting abilities. It was limited. I wasn't growing new organs, tails, wings, or whips with it, but could slightly manipulate my muscles and skin for now, increase their density. If Spec Ops knew I could shapeshift, I'd never be Diana Ulrich or Jones as they'd send me undercover. But maybe that would be a good thing. I couldn't give them the idea that I could be running around looking like anyone, doing anything they didn't approve of. Lillian Rose was already having a case built upon her for multiple breaking and entering attempts, but it was the image I felt safest in. Sometimes, even more than as Diana, considering all the eyes on me. Lillian Rose seems only fitting she'd use a touch of heat. Dryder had enough weaponry bought over the years to outfit a whole low-level gang like the Snake Fangs. A particular favorite of mine were these external shardware bracers that ejected a foot-long blade. A scorpion's handshake, he called them. A thin tube ran within the bracelet, my blood flowing through it from an artery right below my thumb. Lillian was supposed to be someone who you couldn't tell if she had a bug or a sim. Maybe both, but the point was to be wrapped in mystery. If things got ugly, she'd stab some poor scrap and boil their blood. In reality, I'd need to carefully convert the electrical current in my blood into thermal energy through thermokinetic catalyst that would boil their skin off. I was in over my head, as always, but inaction was never my way. Those days of being trapped were long behind me. Whether it was my father or Soul Killer, as long as I could do something, I would do it. If I could, I'd burn suffering away. I hopped out of the window, sending a small jolt into the metal handle to telekinetically close it from the inside. For now, Diana Jones, Diana Ulrich, they were gone. Lillian Rose was off to enjoy the night. Chapter 147. Chapter 14. Lillian Rose's night out the 13th of October, 12:08 a.m. Diana. Lillian Rose's The Moonlight's embrace was the sole comforting purity upon these neon-infested streets of drugs and crime. Even without the fancy high-rises, this place managed to capture the essence of Westbrook. The city where everything glows, but only the wealthy shine. There was a telltale sign of gang activity. When half-torn buildings had fancy high-rider cars and kitted-out motorbikes parked outside them, neon-lit streets, and all sorts of clubs and bars dug into the hollow earth, sending quaking vibrations of their gaudy music rumbling through the pavement. And, of course, the open carriers, guns and blades stowed within the jackets of every man and woman wandering. Even kids, teenagers. Everyone wanted to prove they were something in the land where you meant nothing. Living corpses, living products, living tools. That's what you had to be. Me? If I had to choose, it would be a living weapon. A weapon needed to be wielded with an affirmed mind and a trained body. There had to be purpose to it. Or else, slaughter was on the horizon. That was the exact reason a weapon needed to be sheathed as well. Scabbards were signs of threats and a message of peace. As Lillian rose, Diana was sheathed away. No electricity, no telekinesis, but I would always be on fire. My hands were hot and ready within the pockets of my jeans, but I cooled their heat instantly as thermal energy returned into the original electric form it had been born from. I couldn't help it. This club I was entering, it reminded me of the Toxin Club. All those bodies, all Thostorn bodies, the death and mayhem and terror running through those drunken patrons. It was the worst and best day of my life. No, not the worst. Soul Killer had stolen that title the day they turned Anthony into a breathing corpse. The day Yvette died by my hands, sighing. I turned my head over to the long queue to the Kitty Cat Club. All intel pointed to it being owned by Steel Tigers. Waiting in line, I couldn't help but pull out a small holopad. It was connected to my frame by way of a net link, but right now I was inexhaustibly checking out my face to ensure I wasn't melting back down into Diana. I'd had a few close calls, especially when my focus got sidetracked. After nearly half an hour of waiting, I was let in without an ID check. They never ID check pretty girls. Not that I was putting myself upon a pedestal. That fact was predatory in itself, and it very well could have been an avenue through which these adolescents had gone missing. Several of them were young women, and they could be sent to clubs like these. I needed to make sure. The Kitty Cat Club was everything you'd expect from the name. Shit music, blaring lights, men and women in revealing outfits. I would have gotten déjà vu if not for the fact that all the dancers had various feline features grafted onto them. Either mutated whiskers and ears, or cybernetic tails that wrapped around bottles and poured them down into cups. Sex cells, and weirder sex cells even more, I guess. Instantly, my ID scanner began working its magic. Having access to the SpecOps database was a leap above my previous facilities. Amidst the flashing neon, rows of names, professions, and, most importantly, ages flowed through my vision in a continuous tide of information projected into my pupils. More than half were flagged for potential links to criminal activity. The other half were known affiliates. Even the Toxin Club hadn't been this bad. I quickly understood why. First, it was one, then the second, then a third, and before I knew it, I'd identified over 16 members of the 4th Precinct lounging about here, like they were VIP's men, women, and everything in between. It didn't matter. They were enablers. They had their hands clinging to the waists of pretty dancers, and it was clear they were enjoying themselves as drinks flowed down their throats. "Never seen you here before." A man with a silver tooth leaned near me. Oh, fucking great. I pulled out a cigarette, one of Dryder's favorite brands. It could put a tear eye into a stroke from a single inhale. With a flick of my fingers, a burst of heat lit up from the weapon strapped onto my wrist and ignited the cigarette's end. I cradled it between 2 fingers into my mouth. The smoke left my mouth with a sidelong glance that very much indicated I wasn't interested. Just here for a drink. Reviews were good. Nothing more. A drink? Well then, it's on the house by me. I'm Silvertooth Jimmy, by the way. Big man here, some would say that I'm the man. He leaned even closer. I sighed, walking away to lose him in the crowd of people. Some people just couldn't take hints. Finding myself seated by the bar, a server with feline mutant traits wandered towards me, her scantily clad outfit a bit too on. The nose even for a strip club. Well, they're precious. What would make your night perfect? Vodka, I responded calmly. 190 proof, anything made from warp-infused ingredients. She raised her eyebrow. A shot? A glass? She shrugged, pulling a bottle from down the counter and filling it up. I gulped half of it down, the settling warmth doing little to replace the eerie chill of this place. My ears tingled, and my entire body had grown much more sensitive upon Genengelectrosomatic organismas, a mutation. Even my hearing could be amplified if I spun some electrical threads into whatever spiral organ the cochlea was, which is exactly what I did. Hey, you think she's a narc? That would make it even better. Who does she think she is, turning down a gentleman like me? You kiddin'? She looks like she could beat your ass down in one swoop. Knock that silver tooth o' yours right out. Hey, just saying. It's suspicious how a fucking stranger pops up the same day Raiden warned us that SpecOps was in town. Yeah, 2 o' them. No sign of a third one besides, both were mutants. Saw her bracelet? That's shardware. Hitch. Well, it's still suspicious. Relax, Raiden said to play it calm for a few days. Ain't no way they're finding out about you battling some demons, precious. The sound erupted in my ears like a scream as the server leaned forward. Her voice had been quiet, but I'd been so focused on trying to tune out the music that her gentle question had felt like a screech. Rubbing my forehead, I leaned forward, dismayed as sound trailed off and voices melted into one another. Spitting air out of my mouth, my tongue spilled out as inebriated comfort swept over me in a rising tide of heat. Just had a shitty last few months. Let me guess. Lieutenant's death caused some major changes from where you're from? She cleaned some glasses, and I smirked at how accurate her guess was. My voice rolled out. The dam had been broken as alcohol fueled my tongue. You have no fucking clue what Jacob's unfortunate passing has done. I've been sent from one group to another, had my boss change so many times. I'm beginning to confuse them for one another. Hell, not to mention any time I figure out something wrong with my place, we just sweep it under the rug to forget about it until it molts and festers like a damn infected wound. Sheesh, heavy stuff. She set the glasses in order. You workin' for one of the big four? Nope, corporate. You could say that. Explains how you're affording this drink. Sure, that's all you want. PFFT last time I went to a club like this and went backstage. All sorts of stuff went wrong. Ooh, like what? There were tentacles involved. Freaky, and blood. Oh! I waved her disgust off, taking another gulp of my drink and tapping the counter for a refill. She was on the job immediately. She didn't even need a peep for me to prattle on further. You know what's the worst? What? Love. Tell me about it. Like, you want to know the ugly fucking truth about me? I know I'm the prettiest girl when I walk into a place. Good for you? I admire your confidence. What was that supposed to mean? It just sucks. Can't tell who likes me for me and who just wants to fuck. I took a deep sip. What's even uglier is that sometimes, deep down, I just fucking love fucking with people, making them think they have a chance, then walking away. Can't tell you how many times I've reciprocatedly to be revolted when they return the favor. It's the damn attention. It's the one thing I've always had, the one thing that stays. Even if I hate it, it's been there for a long time. It's a comfort in a sense. Last time I did it to someone who deserved better. Did you realize you love them? Number, I never felt that way for them. I was just grieving at the time. It felt nice, knowing he would always be there, knowing he would always have my back. I hurt him, and now I took another gulp. My heart and brain felt like they'd collapsed into one organ as they both stirred up nonsense. Is it too late to apologize? Yeah, that answer came quickly. And now, I'm so scared of myself. Scared. Scared that others will be hurt like him. From me and my ... demands . I can't even bring myself to be nice to the one damn girl who's been trying to help me ever since I switched to a new group. I'm probably hurting her too, hell. She deserves to hate me. A lot of people do. No one deserves to be hated. Well, I know a guy who experimented on children. Okay, maybe him. I know another guy who bought another man's daughter. Yeah, he sucks too. One guy threatened my friend if I didn't give him a blowjob. Her face softened. What kind of people are you hanging around with? I don't hang around them. I placed my weight on the counter. It's that damned attention. The kind you don't like? Maybe, but when people like them exist, it gives me the right to hurt those who deserve to hurt. What's your name? I want to be Lillian Rose. Lillian, get home safely. I think it's better that you go home and rest. My arm lazily waved her concerns away. I'm fine. You're not. Just follow me. She gripped my arm, gently leading me deeper into the club. Great. Now this is the part where I get kidnapped again, where I end up thrown to some big dog of the gang and they expect me to be no better than. The server's grip was tight and urgent, but also gentle, and she was afraid. I could feel the synapses of her heart beating away at a faster tempo than the nauseating music around us. I saw the sign of the door she was leading me to. It read, "Backdoor exit. They can't see you like this. Please call an auto taxi." Anything that'll... I slumped against the wall, my breath shallow and my stomach turning. What was happening? I felt her hands grip my shoulders as vision turned inside out and light melted with the darkness. Lillian. The server shook me, and I opened my eyes. She was frozen still, and only her mouth shook. Ah, Lillian, your eye. It's shining silver. Then the realization set inside of her. The server looked at me first with shock, then with that same awe I'd seen in so many people. By the time fear settled into her eyes, my hands were sparking. You're Silver Eye. They said you came to town, she muttered, a flash of disbelief in her feline eyes. I moved my hands, but within this drunken haze, memory and action bled together. I saw Yvette, her beautiful form lying in my hands, dead, like rock, left for the goons of Little Requiem, dead because of me, because of my electricity. My hands ended up clawing at my own face, blood trickling down, then stopping just as quickly from the wound mending. Fuck. You're Silver Eye, right? What's her name, Diana? A new emotion flooded the server's voice. One I hadn't been expecting. I could feel it resonate in her faint little iron soul. Hope. It almost tore my breath away, but if that air had left me, then I would have puked all over the floor. Instead, I gritted my teeth and just nodded. Slow breaths in, slow breaths out. Oh, fuck. The server paced around, taking anxious looks around her as her cat ears prickled up. Okay, good news. Cameras aren't angled to your face. They wouldn't see your eye change. And well, they don't always keep the audio on because people keep on having sex here. You're helping me? I gasped out. You can help us? Here, take my Siffy sigil. Tell me when you're back safe. She flashed a holographic plaque out, and my eyes absorbed that info, relaying it back to my neuroframe. Contact added. Catherine of the Cats. Catherine, I whispered. Thank you. Can you get home safely? She propped me up by her shoulder. Weakly, I grinned back at Catherine. Who do you think you're talking to? By the way, your eye? My eye? Right, or eye? I giggled to myself, slapping my eye a few times until I saw in the polished handle of the door that it was back to Lillian Rose's more fiery color. Stumbling out, I straightened myself, and slowly my liver empowered under electricity to clear out the alcohol in my system. It took a few yanks for Catherine to let go. But I assured her once I was able to walk straight through and into the open air, circling around. I was groaning from how distracted I became the second someone cared. I'd planned to walk home when all of a sudden another hand gripped my arm, and who was it other than Silver-Tooth Johnny? Or was it Jimmy? I still had some alcohol in my stomach that was digesting. Whoa there, I just held you because I thought you were going to slip. You sure can handle your drink. He stepped closer, enough that I actually did stumble. So funny running into you again. What's your name? I had 100 different thoughts running through my mind, but they all ended up forming into one sentence. How about we cut the charade and head to the back alley? His eyes practically burst into excitement with that, a cackle echoing as we trailed deeper. Oh, fuck yeah! I knew you were the one. I gave a dry laugh of my own, my eyes scanning for any cameras. But who needed eyes? An invisible electromagnetic field spread around me, my senses traveling with it, and I twisted my warp energy in the direction of a camera. Its electrical mechanisms folded into themselves. As soon as I heard Jimmy fumbling with his clothes behind me, my elbow spun into his face. I felt a bone crack. He ate muck off the wall, and I would give him exactly what he wanted right now. I was on top of him, my fingernails hardening into sharp claws at the edge of his throat. I heard him talk, or try to, but I didn't care. Everything was a mess in my head. It had been for a long time. I was just so angry, and my words slurred out as a maddened sludge of speech. A shame you don't use a sim, or else you would have really known what it was like to be sucked dry. The scorpion's handshake around my wrist ejected its blade right through the softness above his clavicle. Seconds later, a warm hiss burned steam through the wound, blood gurgling in his mouth. I yanked it out through the metallic fibers of his muscles and crunched through his ribs, watching as slowly life faded from his eyes. I puked, a whole lot of my stomach contents flowing down and mixing with the blood. What was I doing? What had I done? Shame, regret, rage, they all boiled in the drunken vortex of my mind. But there was a simple fact permeating it all, the product of the whistling madness in that cauldron of thought. I had killed a man in cold blood. My thoughts still incoherent, I acted in haste. He could have valuable information. I didn't know if he really was some big figure in steel tigers, but his frame might have had some valuable information. Any information to make this trip worth it. A zap of electricity struck his nape, and with a tug I yanked out the small slab of metal. The neuroframe was bloody. I puked again, and by now I forced my metabolism to render me sober. Fuck, this wasn't who I was. Digging the frame into my coat pocket, I hurried back to Belle's house. I'd need to contact. I had to contact Ripley. The police would question where I got this frame from. Even after a shower, I could still feel the blood on my hands, the shame from what I'd done, and the satisfaction I couldn't help but feel, no matter how much I hated it. Chapter 148. Chapter 15. Digging through the trash 12:34 a.m. the 13th of October. Catherine's conversation with Diana when she got home. Catherine. Hey, did you get home safe? Catherine. Hello? Catherine, please tell me you got back home safe. Diana, I'm home. Catherine. Oh, great. Diana, everything fine at the club? Catherine, the club? Yeah, everything's fine. A whole lot of people left suddenly. We're closing up. Diana, I see. Diana, is there anything I should know about the club? Do you have any information that could help me? Catherine, some. I don't know how much I can say. Diana, I can get you into witness protection. Catherine, that won't stop them. Diana, 1st Precinct witness protection. Catherine, my family. I have a bedridden father. They'll kill him. Can you really get us safe? Diana. Number, actually. I don't want to lie to you. With how I contacted you, there's little to no chance I can provide any real protection for you. To tell you the truth, it would be better if you stopped contacting me. You'd only put yourself in danger, Catherine. Your demons? Diana. My demons. Diana. Belle nudged my shoulder, my eyes blinking rapidly as I made sense of the man standing in front of us. Hangover sucked, but after yesterday, I had more than one ache running through my head. Right? The man? Gideon Ford, Belle's childhood friend, who now worked in an orphanage. I shook his hands and sat on my end of the table. As the conversation continued between them, my mind heard nothing but the rattle of the club from yesterday. Memories came and went. How I nearly killed Catherine. How I did kill Jimmy. His frame was encrypted. Normally, I'd have sent something like this to Trixie, but I couldn't risk his death at the hands of Lily and Rose being traced back to me. My ability to shapeshift was the one thing I needed to keep a secret. And now, Catherine knew. A random nobody, but information could spread like fire, true or false. She'd left a host of messages confirming my safety after yesterday, and I'd responded in kind. So far, there had been no report of the murder I committed yesterday, but that wasn't strange. Sighing, I poured my focus back over the contents of Jimmy's frame that I downloaded into my own. I had a crude data cleaver from Drider working on it, but since I wasn't a bug adapter, it was much less efficient. I tried to contact Drider to see if he could help me out, but my request went straight to voicemail. He was probably passed out. Either that or stalking Soul Killer. A similar message came when I called Ripley through his Dreadwire contact. I received a response from a deep fabricated voice stating that he was away on business. Whatever that meant. Diana, Belle nudged me again, his voice lowering. You haven't asked him a thing. Shaking my head. I got my disoriented thoughts back in alignment. It would have been easier had there not been one other figure in the room with us. Tristan Lockheed. He was an older staff member at the 1st investigator rank. A thick visor was fused to his bald head. Tens of dots flowing through the glass as he very much played his role of the silent, bad cop. Tristan's job was to monitor us, to make sure we didn't push too deep into whatever crimes were running through the 4th Precinct's supervision. I speed read the automatic transcript that had formed during my daydreaming, looking for an untapped avenue. Right. So correct me if I'm wrong. The most recent kid of yours to have gone missing is Roy Barry. You said he worked at an auto repair shop nearby. Was he involved in direct shard operating? As far as I'm aware, none whatsoever. Just handled the standard stuff there as an apprentice. Gideon shook his head. Kid was smart as a founder. Wouldn't want to touch shardware without an implant out of the risk of it poisoning him. And his sister? We received word that she's here. Do you think we can speak with her? I scrolled through. She was Yoon Ji, just turned 11. Tristan whistled behind us. What? So you can feed her hope that her brother didn't abandon her. I stayed silent at that, not wanting to so easily give in to that same aggression that had erupted out of me yesterday. Just standard procedure, Investigator Lockheed. I was about to respond when an incoming message came. Message from Contact Ripley. Sorry. I was at therapy. Yep, just decoded those files for you. Some pretty heavy stuff. A guy I'm working with really blew his hat off when he saw what was on there. Good luck. P.S. Got some suspicions about DW in person, talk kind of stuff. A sigh of relief flowed through me, and a sputter of confusion followed. Ripley was getting therapy? He deserved it, honestly. I envied his position to be able to have the time to get it. I stood up and gave the one excuse a girl could give at any time and shouldn't be refused. I need to go to the bathroom. Old habits die hard. As I walked, I noticed a young girl shuffling away around a corner of the orphanage's hallways. She peeked around the corner, lending me the sight of her tearful eye and the dried sob in her throat. He didn't abandon me. "Are you Susan?" I called out, but she had run away. I didn't chase after. Police weren't friendly faces. I'd only make things worse. I only made things. Slapping my face as soon as I was seated on a toilet's lid, my eyes opened up to the decrypted data thanks to Ripley. Recent messages. I wasn't sure I wanted to read more than the previews, so I focused on my eyes and highlighted his conversation with Raiden. The 2nd of October, ND Boss Raiden. New orders from Heavens. They're paying $20K for a suitable host for this next batch. STJ girls again? Boss Raiden? Nope. They want a male subject. Adolescent? Good with engineering. STJ. You lookin' for a smart kid in the streets? Boss Raiden, tough shit. It's your job. The 7th of October, T-Boss Raiden. New order. Prepubescent girl for $10K. Get one of your men with a sister or daughter to show some loyalty. Stage A, not even a thank you for last time. Boss Raiden, you're being paid for your work, not thanked. Be grateful. The 8th of October, TH Boss Raiden. By prepubescent, I didn't mean an infant. Stage A, shit man, you never specified. Kid was a bastard of a slut anyway. What do you want me to do with it? Boss Raiden, I don't care. The 9th of October, Teat Boss Raiden. Care to explain why all of the subjects were bawling their eyes out? We had to dose them extra to compensate. STJ, I just offered them a doll to play with. They didn't like the smell. Boss Raiden, next time, keep your sadistic tendencies at home. The 11th of October, THTJ. Hey, haven't been paid yet for the last kid. Boss Raiden, she was not as per the requirements. STJ, again. What was wrong this time? Boss Raiden, whatever you did to her, she slit her throat against our ops claw. The 12th of October, TH Boss Raiden. Cease your activity. We have notice of spec ops coming to town. Ponsky says they don't know about our involvement with Heavens. Tell your men to arrive at Steel Grounds tomorrow after the club closes. We're shipping them down the river. Stage A, got it. The 13th of October, Teeth Boss Raiden. Where the fuck are you? Reading all that, it made my stomach twist inside out. If not for the fact that all of its contents had been emptied out less than 12 hours ago, I'm sure I would have been giving the toilet under me another purpose. From what I understood, Heavens had to be referring to Metal Heavens. That was big news. If they were outsourcing their filthy work to Steel Tigers, then that more than warranted intervention from Special Intelligence. They were abducting children and using batches of something on them. Mutagen? Drugs? Shardware? The last one fit with the memo of Metal Heavens. None were as addicted to the perversion of human flesh with the infection of steel as they were. Some religious belief they had was that the body we were born with was a remnant of the past, and that passage into enlightenment involved cleaving it off and embracing a form that suited your true self. That was my understanding of it. Then there was the place called the Steel Grounds. It had to be connected to the river system here if it was located by a dock from which they were sending the children away. A quick search on the net showed several cargo bays, but they should all be government regulated. By the time Belle and I had left the orphanage, we had no more clues than when we entered. His friend, although meaning well, didn't have much to say. Or couldn't say much. Not with Investigator Lockheed still following behind us. Entering the car, I grimaced as my faint electrical perception pinpricked an odd bulb of energy by the rearview mirror. I reached for it, the glass cracking as a tiny listening device pulled through. I'd already gone through this before. Those are the listening devices they use here? Bell looked like he was going to laugh. He didn't even look shocked, but more appalled. Oh, I knew they were underfunded, but that stuff is primitive. I crushed it to dust within my fingers and had to hold myself back from unconsciously popping it into my mouth like a candy. Wordlessly, I didn't entertain Bell's remark as I rested my head against the window while he drove us around while Lockheed trailed behind our car. So, you feeling all right today? Belle started. Fine. Just that time of the month, I ended. Shouldn't be drinking so much alcohol. Then, only make the bleeding worse, he said half compassionately. Sighing, I shot him an annoyed look. It was barely a cup. I'm not talking about what you drank with us, Belle casually said. You were hungover today. You're not getting hungover on that diluted liquor. Not as a Tier the Second, and not with how many calories you digest every day. What does that mean? I glared at him with a bit more menace. Oh, shit. No, I wasn't calling you fat. His startle traveled through the car in a sputter. I just meant, well, I've seen those food bars you're munching on during break. Some of those are prescribed for Tier thirsts. Look, what I'm trying to say is, his casual voice took on a little more sternness. I know you went out drinking last night. Caught in the act. I didn't hide it. Maybe it was in my breath, or maybe he'd gotten all the way to special operations by being a living breathalyzer. So I did. That's ballsy. I wore a mask, and your hair, a wig. Shit. Were you trying to be the worst undercover cop ever? It wasn't for any cop business. He gave a smug look that told me how he didn't believe it. I'll choose to entertain that. Just, I get it. You get it? You entered Tier Second. You've spent all your younger officer and cadet years seeing your seniors talk about how great the drink they get to have is. That stuff. Which, if you just whiffed, would send you to an ambulance. It's exciting. He then took a deep breath. It's also dangerous. I don't know what happened to you with Simon Jugosla, but I know this career makes you want to forget what you see. Like all things, too much of a good thing can be bad for you. I would know. Really. He raised 3 fingers up. 3 years sober, Diana. The police district might have its faults, but it has a surprisingly good Alcoholics Anonymous. That's bullshit, I pointed out. You drank with us yesterday. I ingested some seeds before leaving the office yesterday, which grows a type of moss around my stomach lining that produces a warp-enhanced alcohol dehydrogenase. Means I can drink around and not suffer the consequences, as long as it's the normal type of brew. Whatever you had would have required my stomach to become a full-fledged rainforest. My lip twitched just slightly in curiosity, but I pulled it back into silence. He seemed keen on explaining himself anyway. I'd been drinking since I left this piss spot. You can't handle Westbrook sober. That was the motto around here. I agreed, still do? But our job's a lot more than just handling Westbrook. Our duty extends to its people, its laws, and morals. He quieted a bit. We have to take care of them. Like how I want to care for the woman who raised me out of this dump. I'm Spec Ops. Big man with a big paycheck. My aunt is just a feeble old iron, wants to stay that way. Plenty of people think they can get to me by getting to her. So naturally, I have a lot of safety mechanisms in place. You know, the usual. Locks on the doors, sensors for if someone enters or exits through a window, a hidden camera or two, but nothing that invades her privacy. His eyes met mine at a stoplight. One little mod I have is on the trash collection outside. Just something that logs in if someone other than her dumps something. You never know if they'll plant a bomb in there. I stilled, but he moved aside as he reached into the car door and pulled out the frame belonging to Jimmy that I'd fried as soon as I uploaded its data onto mine. There's blood on this, Diana. Do you happen to know anything about that? Raiden of the Steel Tigers built this empire from his blood, sweat, and steel, and he was finally at the cusp of greatness. His blue mask barely contained the vicious fangs hungering away at the payment he'd received for the shipment. Feline eyes slimmed, taking in the appearance of brains, breathing for air behind a thin membrane of circuitry, and the youthful faces drooping beneath them. He was well aware that this job wasn't under the orders of Metal Heavens, but rather that true king whispering in the shadows of the city, the man who lay hidden in every closet, knowing every lie, and finally witnessing the birth of the tiger of incoming call from user, Daylight. His breath hitched. It wasn't just skeleton anymore. Another who harnessed this city's shadows had come for him, swiping back his mane of hair, blonde with streaks of blue lightning. He presented himself to one of Mirage's 3 personas, as they crackled into the space as light and wove into being beyond his very eyes. What an incredible figure she was. Blinding light, brilliant and pure, formed the long flowing dress of white and blue before skin, clear as ivory, manifested. He put one knee on the ground, purring in satisfaction as Daylight smiled. My Lady of the Sun, how may I? Oh no, you're thinking of the wrong AI. Daylight laughed, mirth full on her face. Just wanted to let you know Thaddeus were in trouble, kitty cat. His slim, feline eyes sharpened. A growl held back as he gave one of the identities of the woman who could claim little Requiem the attention she deserved. It seems you're mistaken. We're on the same side. Are we? Daylight smiled with mischief brewing in her sapphire gaze. Why wouldn't Eniver want to work with you? Like, no offense, you do so much better working at a circus. Like, we all know the reason you wear a mask is because you're hiding your whiskers. Ooh, could I play with them? He unsheathed his blade at that, pointing it at the holographic form of Daylight, who just laughed harder. Oh, you're fucking hilarious. Woo! Slash right through my holographic body. I promise you, I'll play along. Tell me why you came, he growled, just issuing a friendly warning. She wiped tears from her eyes. They sparkled into stars. My friend's coming here. He wanted to receive a warm welcome, preferably not full of lead. He wants to talk. His ears perked up at that. Dread wire? Or excitement pricked his voice. Is it the R0N1N? Oh, not quite. She swiped an image in front of him. Raiden paled. Chapter 149. Chapter 16. Deal with the Devil the 13th of October, 3:27 p.m. Diana. I was caught exactly where Bell needed me to be, with the evidence of a burnt-out frame in his hands and knowledge that I'd been out the prior night. He could leverage that against me in whichever way. My fists clenched, and my breath turned shallow, but my eyes only hardened against his calm and calculated gaze. With a simple flick on my ocular display, I sent an upload over to his frame. What's this? I saw him squint. Then his eyes trailed along invisible lines of text to slowly widen as he took a seat back. A horn blared from behind us, prompting Bell to start driving as the light turned green. But I still saw his gaze following along the messages I'd sent over. Don't scroll and drive! I dryly commented. You got a real mouth on you today. He bit down on his words, the car getting a bit more reckless as he swerved over to an empty street. Metal Heavens is involved, and Lieutenant Ponsky's been keeping tabs on us for Steel Tigers, I added. Steel Grounds is where they met up. You know the place? Don't change the subject. He got a little bit more firm. Steel Tooth Jimmy. Don't know him. You run a check on him or something, and then went looking for him? Or did you just get lucky? Was nothing like... I rubbed my forehead, thinking how best to phrase myself. I killed him in cold blood. I killed him before knowing any of his crimes. That was the ugly truth. The shameful truth. I would never lie to myself about that, but I had a career to protect and a greater duty to serve. I did do a background check, but that was after the fact. Fine, yeah. I ID checked him, found him listed as a predator, murderer, and high-ranking member of the Tigers. He tried to start something with me in a back alley, so I couldn't say it. You killed him. Bell didn't look displeased at me. It was closer to disappointment. Diana, everyone already looks at us as no better than the criminals we hunt. Judge, jury, executioner. That's what we're known as. What they fear us as. You were the last person I was expecting to. You think you know me so well, huh? I spat out. You, and every other cock-skulled, brain-rotten Polis friend of mine. None of you know a damned thing about what I've been through, the sacrifices I've made and what I've lost. You all just see me as some high-performer beauty who should be put up to a better standard. But this city has no standards. Jimmy, or whatever his name was, deserved to die. He gritted. I'm on board with that. I'm pretty sure a single lens on these messages would make any jury agree. But that wasn't your sole decision to make. The end result would be the same. I put my foot down. Actually, this way we got evidence much quicker then. What was I doing? Why was I debating Bell about the morality of my actions? I was wrong. Founders knew I was wrong. I just couldn't let myself be proven wrong. Are you going to put me into prison? I asked with a sharpness slipping from my tongue. Like hell your father would let that happen. Belle sighed. Look, at least tell me it was in self-defense. It was. I lied. Belle locked eyes with me for a second, then turned his head back to the road. I'm choosing to believe you. The steel grounds, Belle bit his lip. It's a term we used to throw around here. Back when I was younger, a bunch of us called the old railway station by the lake by that name, got torn apart by the earthquake and the city built another one. But it's half what the old place used to be capable of, according to the adults at the time. Place was a horror story. Ghosts. Massachusetts. That's what they used to scare us off with. In reality, it was just a place for junkies and now storing children. A horror story come true. I let out, electricity threatening to burst out of me. Lockheed, Belle sighed. How do we handle him? Following us on behalf of Ponsky, right? I thought of something. Keep driving. Fast. Belle, for what he was worth, followed as told. He slammed his foot on the pedal, gripping that same broken listening device that Lockheed had planted in the car. I charged a thin voltage of power within it before extending my electromagnetic domain beyond myself. Its range was limited, but this car Drider had sold me was modified to be a little more resistant to electricity. It also had one hell of a generator hidden in its trunk. A tap on the console pumped it into activation, sending a rich and dense flow of electrons within the car's circuitry, following that circuit's own electromagnetic field. And expanding my own into it just about expanded my range to its limit of several meters, reaching the car behind us. Lockheed's car. I had two plans in mind. The first was a more complicated procedure, but one I was determined to master: the art of short-circuiting electronics without sending a violent snap of sparks down my fingers. Theoretically, it was possible. I was even brushing up on the basics of electrical engineering. But there was a difference between knowing that you could manipulate electrons and knowing the exact method to get them to act the way you needed them to. Reaching with my domain, I saw my car's console sputter into glitches and could feel the vehicle was beginning to sputter strangely, so I switched to plan 2. Reeling my window down just slightly, I put the small listening device through and focused it onto the metallic rims of Lockheed's car. I could just about generate a magnetic polarity between the two. The small scrap falling down looked like nothing but a fly, but it moved at nearly 90 kilometers an hour. I wasn't confident in being able to speed it up quickly enough, which is why I had Bell compensate for it. It punctured a small hole through Lockheed's tire, scattering flakes of rubber as his vehicle began to rattle behind us. In a few seconds, he veered off to the side while we sped on ahead. I can see why you're in CO. Bell blew between his lips as we quickly turned corners to lose sight of him. But I'm one too. Going forward in this car is a no-show. We'll circle around, and do we really have the time for that? I interrupted. Depends. Do we really want a bunch of Ponsky's pawns following us there? It would only make things messier. They wouldn't say no to a gold implant. Plus, fewer cop bodies, less paperwork. He made a good point. And so we detoured, aiming to lose track of them. 4:56 p.m. Bell ended up getting his aunt to pull a favor and drive her car over to a derelict parking lot. There, we had switched cars, and now drove over to the steel grounds, in a car the 4th Precinct weren't expecting us to be in. I was worried about Victoria getting into trouble with the police, but she assured us that she would be fine. She was more worried about us ruining her car. 5:45 p.m., the evidence of changing seasons was in the sky, as the sun was just an hour away from setting. We'd gotten out of the car several blocks beyond the steel grounds, taking stock of our weaponry. If the 4th Precinct actually was on our side, we would have been able to organize a strike raid and perform preliminary reconnaissance of the den. If we had time, we could have gotten 1st Precinct support, but we had to act quickly. They were sending the children away today. If we let that happen, it would be significantly harder to gather evidence and, more importantly, save them. Bell used a basic drone, so we had to scout around. But since none of us were shard adapters, our information was limited. All we could see was a simple ferry being docked and several tens of guards shouting and moving stuff around. Raiden acted too quickly. Information was everything in this city. Attached to the dock was a small warehouse connected to a faulty railway line. Once upon a time, it would have been used to transfer goods between here and the rest of Westbrook. It seemed like Steel Tigers intended to keep that facet running. It must have been after around 20 minutes of scouting that a new car pulled up, some beaten pickup truck, and who stepped out appeared to be a man covered in metal. His appearance sent everyone there into high alert. I couldn't tell if they respected this newcomer or feared him. He wore nothing but a thick trench coat and what looked like a cowboy hat. Yet, every step of his left an imprint in the dirt. Forget being covered in metal, he was made of it, from head to toe. He appeared more machine-like than human. Glowing red eyes and a cigar in his mouth were the only things that registered him as something of a living person. Only one gang loved steel that much. Metal heavens, Belle answered for both of us, a worried nod coming from him. Let's move. I couldn't let this get any further. If we could capture and interrogate a Metal Heavens member, then we'd be able to track this to the source. Belle sighed, picking up his gear, which consisted of several vials of growing plants or seeds. He placed several of the seeds into specific compartments of his suit and clicked a button by his frame. With a grunt, I felt a wave of warp energy wash over him. His bulwark, he called it. A series of vines that drank his blood and connected to the meshwork of plant fibers his suit was made of to create a second layer of musculature that was both his shield and strength. Beyond that, he had a special assault rifle that could shoot either energy pellets or bullets coated in a weak neurotoxin capable of paralyzing almost any adapter below the second tier. As for me, I had my brace shocker and Legion pistols. The first was capable of rapid-firing dense electric bursts, while the second could unleash powerful charged shots that could completely fry iron shardware. In my back pocket was a third pistol, a Magnagrisalt, courtesy of Dryder. It was a powerful ballistics weapon with ammunition capable of piercing iron-grade materials and with the unique burst point ammunition. Each precise bullet could explode into a thick, kinetic explosion that was the equivalent of a close-range shotgun blast. The ammunition was known to be exceedingly legal and was meant only for the swarm. Even Belle didn't know what ammo I had loaded in it. Hopefully, it would stay that way. Finally, my Spec Ops suit also had the perk of being both an auxiliary generator and storage for my electrical usage. I also use a sniper rifle, a Syntec Winterhawk capable of both electrical and ballistic shooting, but for the purposes of this specific operation, I wouldn't need it. We needed to get in as quickly as possible. We approached, creeping in closer. As much as we wanted this to be sneaky, without any tech support disabling their communications and security systems, we had to be a bit more rash in our approach. I sensed the security cameras around us, crunching their internal circuitry, which would no doubt cause them to be alarmed. Belle stuck close by me. Other than plants, he also had a keen sense of vibrations through the ground. 3 of them passed this corner, frame shots. He plugged in a silencer onto his rifle, and my brace shocker hummed as its bronze-based circuitry whirred. With a simple flick of his fingers, we moved in synchronicity. My blue pellet sparked across a single frame, while his burst of blue rendered the other 2 to fall down unconscious. Taking cover by the growing shade of the sunset, we were all too conscious of the growing clamor among the Steel Tigers. Assuming they'd communicated with Ponsky, then they'd know we were off the radar. The Metal Heavens man had been led much deeper into the main building, and he'd dragged much of their security forces along with him, so the outer perimeter was largely unguarded. I detected a sudden pulse of warp energy, the faint resonance of bronze surging up. Searching deeper, I knew they were a mutant. Biting my lip, I contemplated telling Belle, but my deeper secrets of soul harmony couldn't be shared so easily. Frames moving closer in our direction. Up that container? He pointed. With surprising ease, Belle leaped up into the air and landed softly inside of a metal container, half suspended by an unpowered crane. I leaped after him, a light veil of sparks powering me into the air and landing me into the crane, which rocked slightly with my landing. Belle was planting something into the inner wall of the container, a tube the size of his forearm latched onto the wall. An explosive, I commented, to which he shook his head. A distraction. Can you disable the magnets holding this container? He asked. to which I confidently nodded. Belle unlocked the other door of the cargo container, opening it slightly to reveal an open gap between here and the roof of the railroad's building. We both hopped to the open roof, cameras snapping at my approach. Then I raised my hands over to the crane. It held the cargo container up with a magnet, and I sent a small surge of electricity into the thick metal. With a stress of mental effort, I bent the flow of the electromagnetic field through a method that was more imagined than calculated. Either way, it destabilized. The large container dropped to the floor. A loud slam that sent nearby birds flying into the air and elicited more than a few foul-mouthed screams from the surrounding gang members. They clamored towards the crash, almost everyone on guard duty, and that was when Bell smirked as he clicked a button on his forearm. From within the container, a thick purple mist spewed out and blanketed the ground in seconds. Fits of coughing erupted from the grunts, which then turned into belly, aching laughter that rolled them onto the ground as they hardly contained their euphoria on their two good legs. Bell looked very pleased in himself. Those spores should get some of the guards from the inside to come out. We'll slip in through the chaos. I jerked him away at the last moment. A something struck the gap where he'd been standing. It was like a hairy tentacle, except at its very end were a pair of bulbous eyes and snarling fangs, like a puma's head with the jaws of a crocodile. A second tentacle crimped into the steel railing beside us, pulling and reeling in the mutant I'd sensed before. A woman wearing the blue and orange of steel tigers. She was still coughing, as were those beast-headed tentacles of hers. But something in her metabolism rendered Belle's toxin ineffective. I knew I sniffed something rotten. I'll roast you like the pigs you are. My ID scan quickly got a name for her. Medassi, 3 more bestial heads twisted out of her wild black hair. I wasn't sure what combination of mutagen gave someone a power like this. A sentiment that only grew more confused when one of them spewed fire onto me. It tickled, the heat instantly converting into electrical energy as I gripped one of the beast heads by the mouth and burnt sparks which dissolved it. I dealt with worse beasts just a month ago. Bell had taken it worse. 3 of those snarling jaws had clamped onto his arms and wrist to prevent him from firing his rifle. She was taking me as the lesser threat. But then realization drew upon her eyes as she took stock of who I was. You're fucking Silver Eye. A swarm of hairy beast jaws unraveled from her hair. Thunder boomed through me, my weapons firing towards her twisting body as I darted away from the tangling mess of hair and flame. Shit! The fire I could handle it, but what about Belle? I tore my eyes away for just a second when an invading beep pressed through my skull. Incoming call, Ripley not now. I dashed through the message towards Belle, who was perfectly fine. He was coated in a thin veil of purple mist that spewed out from tiny holes in his suit. Around him were countless heads that were all coughing so hard they began to untangle into frayed strands. His arms finally free. He gripped his rifle and began firing a stream of thin iron towards Gorgon. She dodged through most. Others were caught in the wild shield of her mane, but a few struck and broke through flesh, but not bone. Don't worry about me, Bell shouted, his fire now turning to disintegrate the jaws sneaking in from beside us. Heeding his advice, I thundered towards her, voltage lathering my body as I gripped into the bullets lodged into her flesh. Focusing on them, I called for my electricity to do the same as serpentine vectors of blue erupted from my hand. Be as fast or as shrewd as you want. There was no beating the speed of lightning. The toxins in his bullets had already slowed her down, and a flash of light digging into her legs seized her movement into my hands. She screamed, her tendril heads doing the same as I shot out a final charged blow with my laser pistol. It singed through the flesh of her clavicle, her eyes rolling back as I reached and grabbed her by the head. A single punch broke through her jawbone, and I'd readied a second when it was held stiffly by Belle. She's done. Get a move on, Silvire. Gazing at the blood on my knuckles and hearing her pained groans, I bit my teeth down and turned back. The distraction was successful. Many people began to filter out of the building to figure out what was happening. Now was the time for infiltration. Diamante, deep inside the building, a certain steel-built man with a cowboy hat stood in front of quite the audience. All of these punks were committing some serious crimes for a bunch of wannabes. He raised his voice. I'm assuming you know who I am, Raiden responded, his body covered in blue-plated steel that concealed his very much organic body underneath. Only his blue eyes and hair were visible above the face mask he wore. Who did this bastard think he was? The R0N1N. Metal Heavens warned us about you. Raiden's voice slithered through. You look different than I assumed. Good. If you had come under your Iron Devil suit then you would all be dead. Diamante finalized, his steel voice dense with threat. Now you can either take my money or you can dowd, Bang erupted from outside. Raiden clicked his tongue as his voice sharpened. Go figure out what that was. Diamante sighed. Like I was saying, you can either take my money and send all these kids my way and tell me which bastard in Metal Heavens orchestrated this suicide mission of yours, or I can scrap it off your frame. You claim we are pawns? You are fucking pawns, pussycat. I know how they operate. We have a good deal that assured us. They sent spec ops. Raiden gripped his chair tightly, the groan of wood ending with a snap. Who do you think we are? Children, Diamante growled. No different than the ones you're experimenting on. A small boy playing a grown-up's game. That type of weaselly kid who gets told by his big cousin that slinging cheap joints makes you a criminal. Except turns out they were black-laced, and now the big boy cops are here for you because someone's had a bad trip. You're in over your head. Metal Heavens. The kids. I want them both. Now. Raiden took a deep breath, his eyes wandering to the grunts who were all looking like they would piss their pants if Diamante twitched a finger. Finally, a voice arose in his head. Madasi spoke through a Neuralink. Hoven boss, fightin' some spec ops. One o' them's the girl with the golden. It cut out abruptly, but Raiden's eyes widened. Metal Heavens had a sworn enemy in the Iron Devil and had a bad run-in with Diana Silvereye, Ulrich just a few months prior. With this one move, he'd prove himself irreplaceable. He'd prove himself as the Tiger of Houston Yards. Here's the deal. You take care of the 2 spec ops upstairs, and I'll give you what you want for free. Diamante scowled, but there was a certain amusement here. Still, he was annoyed. Had Diana not received Ripley's message? He specifically told Ripley to do it as soon as he was done with his therapy session. Oh, he was going to gut Ripley some new insides when he got back. Craning his neck towards the exit, the Iron Devil snickered to himself. He'd always wondered how Dreadwire and Silvereye compared. Chapter 150. Chapter 17. Hit me hard. 6:06 p.m. Diana placing my hands over the steel latch. I tensed a thick current through it as my mind began tugging at it. Belle stood a generous amount away, proven wise when I pushed just enough warp energy to rip apart the steel and send the latch flying high into the sky like a frisbee. I'm going to hope that doesn't land on anyone's head, Belle said, much to my chagrin as he dropped down. I'd already confirmed a lack of neuroframes detected down below, and in fact, a large group had moved outside and were no doubt searching the perimeters. Inside, much of the security infrastructure was defunct, and I sensed almost all of the electricity was being redirected downstairs into whatever hell-demented lab was at work here. My mind flashed back to the same lab where I'd gone to save Yvette. I moved past it. I wouldn't let history repeat itself. As we stayed hidden and searched for a way downstairs, I finally caught sight of the central railway station, where numerous monorail tracks were laid about, and a few abandoned train carts lay motionless, all unpowered, all except one. It was the same time I'd made that realization that the train's door opened from the side, and out walked that same metal man wearing the trench coat and hat. His eyes, crimson panels of light in a metallic face, turned slowly across the field, searching and scouring as I hid under the window. His voice radiated anyway, and in my direction. I can see both of your masses. One silver-haired woman, and the other's a pale blonde-haired man. Diana Ulrich, come down here, and your partner doesn't get involved in this. I stilled, and Belle reached for my arm as he shook his head and mouthed, No, it's the lady's choice. The metal man shouted out, and I could feel his orientation. He was looking through the walls, looking at us. "I'll be fine," I whispered back. Bell looked conflicted, but gave in and let go of me. "Establish a Neuralink." He tapped his frame, and I responded by accepting his transmission. The shriek of information pierced my skull, and with a faint blue glint in his eyes, Bell nodded. "Aye, I'll provide suppressive fire if anything goes wrong. Not sure if my toxins will work on H-him, though." Standing straight up, I leaned over the railing and dropped down, my 2 guns ready and my third waiting patiently for its fangs to bite steel. The large steel-built man, upon closer inspection, was terrifyingly dense as my domain cast over him. He had an entire special ops squad worth of electronics built into him. It was so dense I wasn't even sure if he was human. Rather, it made more sense that this was a drone being controlled off-site. "Do you know who I am?" His mouth curled to a smile. My ID scanner flowed over his form, and error, "You do not have access to this information." That was far from a good sign. It meant he was someone even the CO shouldn't be involved with. He let his finger rest on the trigger of his stowed pistol. I wasn't familiar with it, but it was thick, complicated, and just a little less denser than he was. Just trying to separate the various magnetic fields dancing around his body was giving me a headache. I'd never felt anything like him. A Metal Heavens bastard dressed up like he's in a Los Diablos music video. I coldly responded, as we slowly took stock of each other on opposite sides of the railway. "What did you say?" His teeth screeched against one another. "I just wanted to see how the 2 of you compared. But maybe it's time, kids, like you learn to respect their seniors. But also, be honest with me. How much punishment can you take? Think you can survive a bullet to the head?" That was a strange question to ask. I wasn't one to back down, however. "Feel welcome to try. Hit me hard. Hit me fast. You'll be the one to break. Real smart of you, made of metal and fighting someone who uses electricity." He chuckled. And both our weapons drew against the other in the blink of an eye in this standoff. My Lijo shot a fraction first, erupting out a thunderous blast of a blue pellet, and his revolver shot not 1 moment later. His bullet struck through the electrical shell of my shot. The streak of metal grazed my face, and blood drew down my cheek. My assailant grinned, metal teeth eagerly grinding in anticipation as he blew smoke off his revolver's barrel. He shot out thrice more by fanning the hammer, and my neurons, as amplified and multiplied as they were, struggled to predict their paths. The bullets moved unnaturally, curving, straightening, and piercing. I let one pass through my leg and another strike and break against my forearm's bone while the third grazed against my ribs. If I hadn't been snacking on metal that deposited through my bones, my ribs would have been pierced. In that time, he increased the distance between us as his arm morphed. Steel plates pulled back, wiring buzzed, and a barrel formed where his hand was. A rifle of some kind. The thought be avoided. Electricity burned through me. Stray sparks latching onto the steel tracks around me as a storm brewed through my legs. The world blurred as a deafening rang blew out. I was in the air now, and half of my calf had been blown off, but the pain was cut off by the power thrumming through me. Lightning traveled through the path of least resistance. Blood and flesh was difficult to get a proper cling onto, which was why I'd focused on the bullets buried in Madassi's leg. On the other hand, this metal demon was a walking conductor of my wrath. I unleashed my storm's fury upon him, gold raging into an inferno as a thick snap of angular blue cracks battered into his body. Molten lines drew upon the steel plating of his body as they deformed, but only slightly. He grimaced before those scarlet eyes widened with what I could only see as glee. "Now that's worthy of a gold." The rifle lurched up, but I hadn't let my attack come out from only one angle. Twin blasts from my pistols struck his arm, and I engulfed the demon with my domain. His rifle aimed and fired regardless, but the slightest telekinetic tug sent its aim an inch past my body. I landed beside him, and his left hand twirled his pistol sight back onto me. But if there was one thing I could rely on, I was faster than a hunk of metal. Wind whipped as the narrow stream of fiery iron chased me while I slipped behind him. A drone like this must be controlled through a network. Once I fried enough systems in this droid that the transceiver burnt out, their controlling adapter would be left with nothing. It was a precarious dance. I was just a little bit faster than this drone's ability to turn around, and so I kept on striking pellets of energy deeper into its dorsal plating. Huh, I kinda expected more than a game of hide and seek. The drone clicked its tongue. Then his back split apart. For a moment, deja vu hit me of the few images I'd had of Dreadwire with his 4 large arachnid limbs, long and dense with a practicality to tear his enemies apart. This drone's dorsal limbs were different, as 2 lanky skeletal arms extended out and were barely larger than a human's leg. They both ended with gun barrels. Cursing under my breath, I protected my head as they unleashed a spray of disorganized gunfire in my direction. It wasn't to the same caliber as his pistol or rifle, having not entirely pierced through my arms or legs once I hardened them. But strangely, none of them went for my torso or chest. Why? They suddenly stopped firing, and the drone scoffed as he stared up his shoulder with contempt. Fucking L, how did he get them so precise? So Metal Heavens was trying to copy Ripley then. I shouldn't be surprised. His shardware had taken the entire city by storm to Deanna. Bell shouted through the Neuralink. That's not a dronee. I can hear blood flowing inside of him. Ah, an incredibly small amount. Blood? Metal pellets squeezed out of my body as flesh plugged their holes. For a moment, the drone. No, the adapter stared at me expectantly. He could have gone for kill shots, but he wasn't. The Uncaged, they had orders not to kill me nor Ripley. And a body like that, it was too similar to how Mr. Skeleton operated. Somewhere in there was human flesh, and attached to it would be a bug. An implant whose memory Ripley could read. Ammo clips detached from my belt and floated into the air. I swiped my pistols to load them, and the demon responded by rotating the barrel on his rifle arm, which sucked in a new stream of magazines. Our weapons fired once more. All 3 were aimed at myself. My weapons electrocuting my own flesh. My body ached as my muscles felt like molten steel ran within instead of blood. Thunder rumbled in my bones, and my skin took an almost ceramic-like texture. The iron rod shot from his rifle struck underneath my clavicle, exploding through my lungs and carrying on behind me. Those wounds knitted back together with agony, and I burned that pain into action. I felt it, a small spark of thought circulating in his body. A central organ from which he coordinated his attack. A brain located where his heart should be. I'd struck plenty of electricity to charge his body. As he grinned and took aim of his next shot, I stretched my gold into a thick blanket across his steel. His grin dropped, and his metallic plating shivered. I wasn't powerful enough yet to lift what felt like more than several hundred kilograms of metal all at once, but I could shift it around. His shot missed me as I bolted for cover behind the discarded train coaches, and he exchanged his slower rifle for his left pistol. He fired more shots at me that struck through the cover and into my non-vital flesh. I gagged in pain. It was okay. I let them strike through me. If he wasn't going to take this seriously, then that was his problem. My thoughts shrieked through the Neuralink. Thursday. Think your spores will be effective on him? Huh? That depends on how much he filters the air his blood receives. He was smoking W when he came in. Means he allows some particulate matter to pass into his bloodstream. Even if we administer it to him, its effectiveness depends on his tier. Oh, one tover plants of yours? Said Dev. Got some ideas. I'll W wait for an opening. I'd read Bell's files. He was crafty and capable. Being unique was the thing that separated a Scio investigator from a normal one, and I certainly had my own share of outlying capabilities. Hidden behind the train coaches, I struck zaps into the electromagnetic tracks underneath them. Once upon a time, they'd been strong enough to catapult these several-ton trains to hundreds of kilometers an hour in just a few seconds. Now, most of those functionalities had been stripped away to insert into scrap-sarded weapons, but the gross material remained. It was highly conductive and a perfect tool, and the train coaches were largely made out of the same material. As more bullets struck through to chase me down, more scraps of metal littered the floor. And when I felt the demon reload his weapon, I called for them under my song of gold. Emerging up, I held a javelin wreathed in glowing and snapping potential, and I unleashed fiery strength as all of the absorbed kinetic energy from those bullets carried into my throw. I'd gotten quite used to doing this by now. It was a devastating force, a veritable lightning bolt of steel that the demon simply caught with his left hand to prevent it from impacting his chest. Yet, he failed to notice the single non-scrap component embedded in the spear, a hollow burst round from my magna grisalt. All of the concentrated force turned into an explosion of steel the moment the javelin's momentum ceased. As the dust cleared, his left hand was mangled and unfit for wielding that pistol, which left him with only the rifle arm to attack me with. A canister struck the demon's shoulder, one of Belle's. It burst apart with a red mist that fed the seeds within, which expanded into an overgrowing mass of vines that surged like hungry snakes around the demon's right half and ensnared his shoulder, roots growing to suck on the metal. It was some specialized Imperium plant they used to extract metals from the ground, one of their green mining initiatives that mass-produced yttrium steel. My grisalt was already aiming for a second round towards his chest when I first felt it. His silver warp energy, unburdened strength erupted through his arm, which tore through the vines with a simple raise. His energy was a wildfire compared to my candle flame. Duller but magnitudes larger. I fired anyway, but I knew my shot had failed when the rifle that had only used single shots so far let out a spitfire of iron. 6 shots let out in a single breath, each aimed at a different direction. The first struck my hollow burst round, the bullet exploding in the air. The second broke my wrist, the third shattered my knee, and the fourth grazed my hair. That last one had been a warning, but the other 2 bullets were what I was worried about. They were aimed up at where Belle was. Ball Bell R. Respond. 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 Hey, he missed. Bullets nicked my cheek. 1-1 for each side. My knee was fixing back into shape when a rifle tucked under my chin. The metal man's grin wide and menacing. I thought you were supposed to be something, Silver Eye. How are you ever going to beat Soul Killer? What? I don't know what gripped me more. Rage or pain. Both burned. Both ignited. Fire tendency is now bronze IV. I let my gold char my body into cinders, my sputtering energy dwindling as a violent flash of power ripped through my body. All of my wounds bubbled, and bones snapped into place as lightning tore into the air and metal. With a snarl from my thoughts, the barrel of his gun bent upwards, and my palm connected with his chest. I drove everything into this last attack. I felt his brain inches from my gaze, insulated from my lightning, so I tried to crunch his chest into itself. He punched me in the ribs. Bones screamed as the blow sent me slamming into a freight car so hard the metal folded around me and bones cracked. That was a hard hit. That was a fast hit. Oh shit, the demon muttered, slowly walking over to me with 2 broken arms that he raised up like he'd offended me. Shit, didn't mean to punch you like that, he was apologizing for, punching me. I weakly gripped my gun, but my wounds were refusing to regenerate now that my energy was drained. Shit, I probably had internal bleeding too, with blood in my mouth. I raised a trembling hand up to point the grisalt at him. He did look at the gun with a little bit of wariness. That's the only good fucking weapon you have. Why didn't you start with that? What the hell are you talking about? I coughed with a mouthful of blood. Relax, I'm with hands in the air, Bell shouted. He was standing behind the demon with his rifle pointed at the metallic man's feet, where a canister had rolled to. Or I'll see if you can handle neurotoxins capable of dissolving a data delver's mind. Won't do shit to me. I'm made of metal. The demon callously responded. That's a bluff. Bell fastened his aim. It'll melt your friend's brain too. The demon pointed at me with his bent barrel arm. I didn't wait a second. Do it, Bell, do it. He shot without hesitation. But the hunk of steel was quicker, a gun barrel appearing from his knee and striking the canister's metallic edge so precisely it flung into the air and away. Can't let you do that. I rose to my feet. The steady dribble of warp energy was returning some semblance of strength to me. Fuck you. I don't care if you're working with Skeleton, Soul Killer, or Dog Whistler. I'll kill you. A single step had me falling down, but if I couldn't stand, I'd crawl. And if I couldn't crawl, I'm with Dreadwire, the demon said. Bell scoffed. Like that changes anything. It does, the demon sighed. Tell him, Diana. I stilled, the grisalt still heavy and present. I don't know what you, Diana Jones, that's what you want to be known as. But the fucking media's touting you around with a name that was forced onto you. The demon looked upon me with sympathy. I know what that's like. I'm with Dreadwire and Missy. The demon approached me and lent me his broken left hand like it was an offering. Name's Diamante. Sorry for punching you. You fucking shot me. I wasn't sure what the hell was going on, but this bastard was going to pay for this. You looked like you could take it. Honestly, just wanted to see if you're as tough as he is, or his mother. I told him to contact you to stay put. But one of you didn't listen. When Diamante said that ... it made sense, Ripley had also tried to contact me, and I faintly remembered Archangel handing me a file that mentioned Diamante as one of Missy's allies. I scrolled to see the message. Yo, hold off on investigating that Steelgrounds place for a bit. The Iron Devil isn't the biggest fan of Metal Heavens, so he is going to knock on this Raiden guy's door. Don't worry, we'll be in contact with you as to not disrupt your police investigation. 3. Oh, why would Diana have anything to do with Dread? Bell froze, and I saw him put the pieces together in his gaze. I was gold. Dreadwire was gold, and speculated to have the twin of my implant. I was one of the last persons to have left the club that night. I had been there when the Mal died, so I was most liable to know where the bug went. Deanna, do you know Dreadwire's identity? Number, you're a terrible actress. I really don't. One of my mutations allows me to tell when someone's lying. Hypersensitivity to body language. Your eyebrow curls a little when you lie. He pointed to his own. You really think they let me into the CO just because I could just grow plants? Oh, shit. I'd lied a lot to Belle. I'd lied to almost everyone lately. Did he know? Did they all know? Diamante snickered. As amusing as it is to see Spec Ops this dysfunctional, you do remember you all snuck into a criminal organization's main base of operations, and they were all expecting me to kill you, right? Belle grunted. I know. There's about 15 coming up from under us and another 20 behind us. Light work, Diamante shrugged. But let's be efficient. I can work something out with them. Work something out. I steadied myself up by gripping Belle's arm. Number, I agree. A new voice called. Belle's aim was already on sight as an entourage of heavily armed gangsters walked out with the most lightly armored of them speaking. Bronze, a mutant Tyrantheer. He let his strength leak out so easily. A blue mask covered his face, and his eyes were slim like a feline's. Iron Devil, we had an agreement. Well, the silver-haired girlie has an agreement with a friend of mine. Would only make things more complicated. Diamante took a comfortable step forward. Metal Heavens and the kids, your lives, or my money, should be an easy decision. At least with the cash, you'll be able to run with your tail between your legs. Pussycat. Those eyes on the masked man's face turned feral. He unsheathed a katana from his side and raised it towards us. A small click on its hilt sheathed it with an electric veil. Alternatively, I'll prove that we are not to be taken lightly. I will claim the lives of both of you and be crowned as a legend in this city. You're Raiden? My hand gripped Belle's arm tightly, but not for support. I am. Deserve to know my name before I claim yours. You kidnapped those kids for Metal Heavens? I began to draw from Belle. Bronze warp energy flooded through my hands and churned under my golden will into the rumbling engine of my heart. I did what was necessary. His body began to grow. Claws ejecting from his hands, black and white fur spilling across his head and arms. I'd heard enough. My domain expanded and gripped onto his sword. Fire tendency has reached Bronze V. His transformation stopped midway. A blade lodged into his neck even while he'd still gripped it. My fist squeezed, and the blade spun out of his claws. Raiden's head flew into the air. Chapter 151. Chapter 18. Good at what you do, Raiden's manifesto. I was born the son of a corporate. That is what Mama told me. That one day, he'd come and give me the life I deserved. She died, and the bastard never came to her funeral. I was just a boy, alone, without any hope of changing the world. That is when they began speaking of him, the R0N1N, a one-man army who could cleave through Yujo's military as an unimpeded force of pure destruction. He sought freedom in its purest form through the salvation of death. Yes, that is what my mother's death gave me, freedom. No longer was I constrained to the teachings of one who was living in suffering, but instead elevating past these mortal, moral constraints to pursue that which was most sweet to my ears, a legacy. Should the R0N1N ever die in his efforts? Would it truly be to Yujo's benefit if he passed in the blaze of glory he was known for? No, he'd be immortalized, as he should be. His sword has unsheathed so many of us from the lies veiled beyond our eyes, untangled the web so our voices may thunder forevermore into the beyond. No one remembers my mother's death. I will make them remember mine. The 13th of October 6:18 p.m. Diana. Well, shit, Diamante, said a breath, before he shot out with the gun in his knee. Raiden's head hadn't yet fallen to the ground when his bullet slammed into Belle's container on the floor, striking it so precisely that it flew right into the middle of the panicked fray of Raiden's entourage. His second shot struck the center of the canister while it was still midair, and a purple mist swelled into the air. In seconds, all 15 of the men dropped to the ground, coughing blood before their bodies collapsed. "Diana!" Belle shouted, his breath growing heavy. I pulled away, faint droplets of blood on my hand, as I realized Belle was bleeding from where I'd gripped him. The armor was crumpled, and the vines beneath them were dried, shriveled, and bloody. What the hell was that? I shook my head, trying to calm down the mess of thoughts swirling through it. "Those other 20, what's the Ite, Belle? Now?" He said with urgency, trying to lift his rifle up, but his worser arm impaired him. My greasealt was already aiming. I'd fired before the first of the 20 ran in. The burst round struck him on the chin. In a blink, the rest of his head vanished, and his body flung backwards into the hold of a shaken grunt. I'd taken a step forward when Diamante stopped me, shaking his head. I stepped past his broken hand. My second greasealt shot took another man's head as their stream of bullets dug deeper than flesh, but shallower than bone. I sought the shrapnel on the ground. They lifted as an obedient swarm, daggers, knives, and shards of metal aimed at them, and I reached for the blade Raiden wielded. It used electricity. It would serve. It flew perfectly into my grip. Shit! Isn't that Raiden's sword? Fuck. Is he dead? Hey, we don't want no. My phalanx of knives took out 4 others. Wild crimson sprang from metal lodged into their throats and eyes. I wanted to fall to the ground right now. I was so tired. But my flame burned on until it would sputter into ash. Fire tendency is now bronze, vi, and ash was very much what I was running on. A mutant or an esper. I needed to consume the energy from one, and I felt 6. Using the last of my embers, I leaped forward with the katana in hand. A single swipe seared right through the rifle of one man, the blade leading further into his throat. My hands reached into the wound, and his blood frothed out alongside a thick stream of iron. Bullets came, and they struck the flesh of their dead friend. Some pellets got to me, but the natural integrity of my skin and musculature prevented them from truly piercing me. These were nowhere near Diamante's caliber. A rich stream of crimson followed each lightning-veiled strike of my blade, thundering steps carrying me from body to would-be body. This was how the R0N1N had done it, right? Appearing alongside death. One arm severed in a swipe of arcing blue. Another was impaled through the stomach, and the number of scores I'd drawn on chests quite literally bled together. It was all red, always red, but occasional iron or bronze spilled through. That kept me going. I was rusty. It had been years since I last practiced kendo. Last time I did this was against the training droids in the cradle, where skill was lacking now. Pure strength forgave. Bones shattered and metal dented. Rivers of blood spilled as gunfire dwindled, and then they stopped. Around me was a discorded pile of broken limbs and torn corpses. The sight was familiar. The club, the Metal Heavens base, Soul Killer's lab. It was so familiar and so comfort. My breath hitched. I had killed around 20 people before they could even blink, and I had been thinking about my old kendo classes. I was comfortable with killing. Even worse, I was good at it. My knees took my weight as the metal deposited in my bones became too much to carry. Warp burns. Diamante approached. He was the fault of these burns in the first place. A fire tendency, huh? That happens to us. Only makes matters worse is that you can get a refill from the looks of it. Is that what you did? Took my warp energy. Belle's arm still looked sore. If I hadn't snapped out of it then, I would have repeated so many past mistakes. My head throbbed, but I stood up and used the dented and chipped blade as a crutch to walk with. The burns had slowed down my healing. We'll talk about this later, Belle. You owe it to me. Think of it as a tax, he joked. But there was a look in his face that spoke more than words did. A wariness, a fear, maybe distrust. It then turned into a grimace, but not for something I had done. More of them. Cars, back up. I tried standing up, but Diamante lazily kicked the sword I was steadied on and I fell into the crimson pool beneath me. Don't even think about it. I can't tell who's the more suicidal between the two of you. I didn't have the words to respond back. I just wanted this day to be over with. Belle did help me up, but he made sure my hand rested firmly on the bone of his clavicle. I didn't want to tell him that I don't think that would have stopped my ability to drain energy from him. An almost instinctual part of me wanted to. I had to hold it back, the desire to burn. Diamante stood at the edge of the entrance to the warehouse. Nearly 20 Steel Tiger's grunts left their cars and huddled behind the doors to use as cover. Diamante shouted out, "Look, your boss is dead, and Spec Ops are ready to shut your operation down. Hide away, and maybe you'll live another day." One of them, a staunch man with a golden fang and a lot of shardware on his body, poked his head up the door. "Raiden's dead. Should I have brought his head with me to prove it?" Diamante laughed. His 9 lives ran out. You could say curiosity got to him. Was he satisfied? Belle chuckled, besides me, before shutting up as one member threw him an intense glare. A grunt called out to the gold-fanged man. "Hey, boss. New boss. They're kinda looking a bit." "Yeah, we weren't in good shape." Diamante didn't have either of his arms. Belle was suffering from low warp energy, and I was in no condition to fight. Goldfang talked, so assuming we don't get revenge on you for killing. Honestly, don't even want to rinse the phrase, Raiden was the worst. But we could just kill you and cash your bounty, take the girl's gold and enjoy a healthy feast with its payout, you know? In that case, I would fight you. Diamante didn't hold a hint of humor in his voice. With what? Your fucking legs? I could, and I'd beat your asses, but I got a new toy installed that I'm itching to use. That wasn't humor, that was excitement. What? My head? Diamante emphasized by clinking his wrist stump to his forehead. All right, enough jokes. Everyone fire! A hailstorm of bullet fire began. Belle had probably known beforehand as vines abruptly shot up out from his arm under his suit midway through Goldfang's speech, forming a human-sized shield. They were just resistant enough that he could rush us both behind a pillar. Diamante stood still, embers sparking off his body like he was at the center of a firework. His face began to peel apart. Both of his eyes moved to align over each other, and a thick electromagnetic force rippled at the center of his head. That sleeping silver awoke into an inferno concentrating into his skull as literal heat began to overtake his head, the steel turning red. Then, a fucking laser beam launched out of his head, a bright rod of scarlet heat that first pierced through the door, protecting Goldfang, before a simple careen of his neck to the left and right drew a molten line of orange across cars. Gangsters, shardware, and guns. All gunfire stopped from the two simple movements. Then they all slid in separate halves down to the floor as smoking metal and flesh. He called himself the Iron Devil, right? Belle asked with a pale look on his face. So did Raiden. I realized. Didn't you say you were going to kill him before? To Sabrina? You were going to kill me? Diamante turned to us, his head still very much in laser mode. Yeah, in a game of fuck, marry, kill. Belle snitched, and I felt myself growing red. The choices were you, R0N1N and Dreadwire. His head tilted, the mechanical plating reorganizing itself, and a grin appearing there. Oh, and what did she choose for Dreadwire? I covered Belle's mouth with my hands, shaking my head at him. Diamante's grin only grew wider. You chose to marry him, didn't you? Don't worry, I won't tell him, or, yeah, I certainly won't be telling those four. The kids. I cut the conversation short. There's more important things to focus on. Let's not keep them waiting. Diamante's smile dropped, and it took a resolved seriousness as he nodded, walking down. The first thing that hit me was the volume of electricity working beneath. Then I was hit by the smell of something salty in the air. Diamante stayed silent the entire time, only the grind of his heavy joints moving against one another sounding. When we came down, I wasn't prepared. The children were here. I counted 16 of them. The top of their skulls were exposed to the stagnant air, wires and machinery plugging into the flesh of their brains like maggots in meat. Diamante had an expression on him, neither rage nor sadness. Instead, it was that same look I'd seen on so many officers, an almost blank apathy. The lack of a reaction, the lack of disappointment, only an acceptance of the situation as it was, the terrors beaten against a wall of numbness long ago. Dream frames, Diamante said lowly. Direct neural jacking to allow a degree of mental modification beyond any daemon. Each costs nearly $500,000. How did Steel Tigers get them? Bell asked, his voice shrunken. Metal Heavens, but as for how Metal Heavens got them, I have my guesses. I threw one out there, the uncaged. Diamante's look back at me told me I'd hit the mark. For what reason, then? I asked. A dream frame. His step forward was a loud pound. Too many reasons to count. They could be recording hundreds of snuff films, inside their heads in all sorts of imaginary simulations. Force a proxy network connection to have a slave hive mind of computing brains morphed into living cleavers or shields. Create exact mental profiles or program them to be products for those with exacting tastes. Or, if I'm right, rewiring their memories, turning them into whatever you need them to be. A child inserted in the right place, modded to be exactly the type of sleeper agent you need them to be. And here I thought Metal Heavens was run by a bunch of steel junkies. That wasn't a joke from Bell. There was rage in there. How do we help them? Diamante sighed. They could have demons on them and know what kind of support the police would give them. He looked at us, not accusingly, but with a sternness. They'll unplug the kids, offer some basic-ass trauma regulators, and ship them back here. Nothing changes. They'll still be altered. Treatment for these kinds of intrusions is a long-term responsibility requiring specialized care. Bell shot him a dissatisfied look. You speak like you know. I know. Diamante's jaws snapped shut. Why the fuck do you think I came here? Bell looked away at that, but there was a pain stabbing in his eyes. You mentioned some group called the Uncaged. Me and Diamante shared a look before nodding at him. Why, here. Bell ran his hands over a console, plugging a data cube into it. No specific reason. Diamante plugged Bell's cube out, instead sticking his own one into the console. They probably saw crimes were borderline legal here and decided to amplify it. I'd wager a third of this district's dealings can be linked back to them. Black market shardware from Skeleton, cybercrime from the Dog Whistler, and everything with organics goes to Soul Killer. So then this is Dog Whistler? Never heard the name. Or Soul Killer. Bell let out a shudder. I gripped myself. Could be either of the three. Diamante didn't give a straight answer. There's nuance and overlap. Only thing that overlaps is that we're going to get rid of them, Bell said easily, even taking me by surprise. That's what the two of you are doing, and Dreadwire, right? Us two? Yeah, Dreadwire is debatable. He has his circumstances, Diamante shrugged. You're welcome to join the crusade. But I don't do work with the police unless it's for special situations. Like, I asked? Like you? Diamante plugged the cube out, tossing it into his back pocket. Daughter of Brian Ulrich reminds me of Juliet's case. My eyes widened. That was Anthony's mother, Juliet Grosh. That's the one. What happened to her? His voice took a few moments to come with an answer. Lost touch when Annabelle had a miscarriage. She went to work at a hospital. And, well, there was a bioterrorist attack there. I assumed Soul Killer was behind it. Missy was more in contact with her towards the end. Soul Killer was behind the attack, I responded, my heart stilling when I heard about my lieutenant having a miscarriage. Drider refuses to talk about it. Diamante stilled, his tone raising in recognition. Drider? You know him! I searched in Diamante's gaze for some possible support. We've been looking at Soul Killer, Togoth. You're working with Derek Ryder. Diamante said loudly, his voice crackling as he stood up quickly and looked at me with disbelief. How are you not dead yet? What? Drider is the worst possible person to work with. Diamante then mimed drinking a glass. He's drunk on the job constantly. Hasn't been a problem so far. I stopped when Belle gave me a deadpan stare. I checked my eyebrow. It was curling. Okay, he has a problem. But he's capable. He's a loose cannon. Even Missy won't adopt him. Diamante then tossed me a data cube. Besides, he copies my fucking style. Belle guessed broody trench coat, wearing gun addicts with a penchant for swearing and constantly insulting people, which was spot on. Now that I thought about it, the similarities were there. Okay, I waved my hands. Let's talk about this later. What's next? How do we help the kids? What's next is that you keep away from Drider if you value your life? Diamante scoffed. And for the kids, I know a lady. Good lady. She already has her hands full, but won't say no to this. I only knew one data delver in their group, Mirage. Exact opposite. Diamante shook his head. Not her? She goes by Maiden, and not a data delver. Shard Op, one of the best I know. She has experience with these types of situations, healing people. Besides, this is something I don't want Dredd to be a part of. Really? I found that odd, but I didn't question his judgment. I might not have known him long, but someone like the Iron Devil has been around long enough to know what works in the city. As I passed by the rows of sleeping children, I didn't let myself dwell on the negatives of their situation. I was willing to trust Diamante's shard operator, much more than I trusted any police operator. Besides Trixie, even if it meant working with illegal shard operators, we'd give these kids a life. Hey, I also happen to know a good genesis named Moy. I cut myself off, just out of habit. I'd rolled my finger on the Nexus SIM in my pockets and sent a trickle of gold into it. I felt a resonance in the room. A soul resonance. Looking around, it didn't come from any of the children. I followed the trail. The tiny pulse of titanium was here somewhere. My breath caught as I found it inside a cabinet, a large row of implants of both Sims and bugs organized within. There. I reached for one of the iron ones, and I could feel its distaste towards me. Then I scowled. I'd been expecting a Sim. This was a bug, like the one used to raise Stormspinner and Rorsch from the dead. What do you know about Soul Killer raising the dead? Soul Killer. Can do what? Diamante spun towards me. I tossed the implant over to him. Do you feel anything off about that implant? Nothing. It has their mutagen. They put this into dead people? Diamante inspected the implant closer. Skeleton was selling a mal just a few days ago, and I'd seen them do it in person while I was captured by them. Skeleton was selling a mal. Diamante rubbed his forehead. Shit. Do you know what that means? That Mikhail's getting ready? Ready for what? Diamante took a deep breath. A strangely human thing to do for someone made of metal? War? Chapter 152. Chapter 19. Aftermath report from Diana Ulrich and Belle Rockfell regarding the missing children in New Houston Yards to their corporal, Alex Lopez, on the 14th of October. During our investigation of New Houston Yards, we happened to receive reports of gunfire yesterday, originating from an abandoned railway station. There, we found countless corpses of Steel Tigers members in what appears to be a gunfight between them and the Iron Devil. In the files attached, you'll find confirmation of communications retrieved from the scene of Steel Tigers affiliating themselves with Metal Heavens. Unfortunately, the children appeared to have been moved prior to our arrival. We assume to central Metal Heavens locations near the river system. The 13th of October, 8:12 p.m., we just finished doctoring all the evidence necessary. Diamante had some mechanism to alter any video recordings to make our arrival to the scene appear later than usual and make him the sole attacker of the base. With our story, we could leave ourselves out of the initial assault and also provide a continuation of today's events into a grander investigation. It was the best-case scenario for the grim revelations we had today. I sat down on the stairs alongside Belle while Diamante was busy gathering extra information and organizing transport for the children out of here. Diamante had a personal grievance against Metal Heavens, but it didn't mean we inherently trusted the Iron Devil of all mercenaries. So, I heard a lot of names, Belle rasped. A lot that can get you killed. I settled my hands between my knees, hesitantly. He took a seat next to me on the stairs. You've been dealing with this all on your own? No, there's Dryder. You heard me talk about him. He's complicated, but a former police officer who got involved with Soul Killer a long time ago. Is he really that good that you'd vouch for him? He's the only one fearless enough to go after Soul Killer? That's the one who mind controls people, right? I kept quiet before a word crawled out of me. Yeah. Is he how Anthony got hurt? Yeah. Why was that a lie? Because it is. To me, Belle stayed quiet, and for the first time, I found myself speaking without further questioning. My voice cracked. I'm the one who hurt him. The same way I hurt you just a few hours ago. I absorbed his warp energy, his mutagen, all while trying to clear Soul Killer's influence from him? Doesn't sound like you're the one who hurt him. Anthony ended up as a living corpse anyway because I couldn't. You don't know that. Maybe he can still wake up. I don't know the first thing about how to make it happen. What about others? Maybe. Dr. Moira was a good geneticist, but I needed someone specialized. Someone capable of tearing into implants just as much as the Uncaged were. Maybe. Ripley. He told me he could read into and modify bugs. What about branching into Sims? I held the infected bug close to my heart. If there was some sort of mutagenic component infecting it, then it was likely there was a warp code mechanism installed to activate it. Ripley had seen one of Dog Whistler's homeless thralls turned into a Mao without him dying. The same way Soul Killer had figured out a way to remotely activate Soul Death. I'd been thinking about it for a while, that maybe he had a way to help me beyond just investigation. Looking at Diamante, who was plugged into a few consoles, I spoke up. When are we going to contact Redwire? We aren't, Diamante said dimly. We aren't getting him involved. It's not him that's the issue. It's his company, Diamante said with a grit in his voice. If we work together, I don't want them involved. His company? Mirage? I guessed, and Diamante stilled. Slowly, he gave an affirm nod. Why? I asked. She works for Skeleton. I thought she worked for you. She works with us and for him. Diamante turned around. Don't tell him this, by the way. The situation's complicated, but we'll have contingencies. She isn't an enemy, but she's an ally only when she feels like it. What's this about contingencies? Not for you to know. Just if you're working with him, keep in mind his girlfriend will know all about it too. And then, likely Skeleton? I concluded. What's the deal between all of you and the Uncaged anyway? We've had our run-ins with them. It didn't start out bad, got worse until we finally decided to handle them. My gaze grew intense. We're going to take care of them. Bell nodded by my side. His gentle eyes were heavy. I agree. Diamante took both of our proclamations in stride, sighing out in a way that made him seem like he was annoyed. I'm calling Maiden up. I'll introduce you to her. If you find any situation like this, then she's your best contact. From out of a small dot on Diamante's forehead, a beam of light cast and a small holographic blur formed. A few seconds later, and the head of an old woman appeared, her skin dark and wrinkled while gray-white hair was tangled in a bun, and she had remarkably little inorganics, except for black steel eyes with glowing blue irises. You better be Callan for the reason I think you're Callan. D. Maiden. Take a look around. Diamante's eyes shone white, and he scanned around the area to broadcast the scene over to her. Oh, you have got to be shitting me. I thought you hit up the last shipment of them. Maiden's hands came into frame. She squeezed them tight over her eyes. Who were the other two? Co? Are you trying to get me killed? Maiden hissed. For goodness sake, tighten the damn bolts in your head. They're on our side. He insisted, and it was strange, but I felt a flutter of confidence from his chest that radiated in the waves of his warp energy. Soul resonance. I wasn't sure why, but it did give me a grasp on emotional states. A scrapped chance of that. Maiden scoffed. Take a closer look. Diamante jabbed his stumped arm in my direction. One of them's got that fancy gold sim. Maiden's gaze flicked to wherever I was in her view. That Silverski. Silver Eye. That's the one. I tentatively waved my hand out into the image of the old woman. She studied me under a scrutinizing gaze. Now this is a twist of fate. All right, Dee. Send me the files. You organizing transport? Like you would, he scoffed. What happened to respecting your seniors? I do respect you, Maiden, hence why I'm trusting these kids to you. All right, you oversized microwave, send me the files. A brief pause occurred after Diamante tapped an invisible button. Then Maiden shouted behind her shoulder to someone beyond the view of the hologram. Hey, brat, take a look at these with that fancy AI in your head and help an old woman. Hold on a moment. For my claws are deep within an omental bursa. This stomach requires additional reinforcement. A voice called. It was faintly familiar. Diamante shook his head. You picked up an assistant? Kid's got a mouth. Nah. I picked up the brat carrying the goldmine AI running around in him. Reminds me of Daylight, but smarter. As for the mouth, tell me about it. Another persona user? Diamante scoffed. Swear to Mazur's tits. Everyone's scrapping their minds in two these days. Not a persona. Maiden hummed. A fully functional artificial intelligence passing every bar on the Mazur scale better than our Seraphim. An emulect. A living person? Honestly. Fuck. How'd you find someone able to develop an AI like that? Tech's locked up deeper than the firewall. You getting him to help you develop the countermeasures. Funny, you ask. She took a humorous glance at Diamante. You found him first. Diamante's teeth screeched. Have I been on speaker? You're plugged into the systems here, so yeah. Brat, come here or I'll drive a wrench up your waste disposal. In just a moment. Let me perfect this man's intestines. He'll be thankful for what Dreadwire did to him. Okay, no, I definitely recognize that voice. A man pulled into the holographic view. His hair far more different than what I remembered. But the face was just the same. His hair fell across him in a middle partition and was snow white. He also wore a pair of goggles this time that completely hid his eyes. By the 10 tenets of Mazur's electromagnetics? Those frames, are they dream frames? I've never seen one in the flesh. Wait, am I going to get the chance to Dreadwire? Diamante gritted. How the hell did you stumble into Maiden? Ah, that's a long story. I was actually asked to assassinate her. He chuckled so easily as he waved it off. By who? Metal heavens. Diamante twitched, his neck making an audible cracking sound. When? About 11 days ago. He shrugged before hastily changing the topic. So, Diana, how's it feel meeting another D? Dread. Was it orthodox or contemporary? Diamante kept the topic as firm as steel. Orthodox. You want to be shot in the head again. I squinted in confusion at that. I do not. He shook his head. No more deals with orthodox metal heavens. That's affirmative, Sir Tinkin, sir. And you do not call me Tinkin. Understood, my dearest aluminum angel. Diamante's eyes sparked. Where are you getting this damn audacity from? Okay, I might have split my mind just a little bit. You would not believe how much our main ego overcomplicates such trivial tasks. What does that mean? Technically, I'm talking to you using the alter ego known as the Ripper. Ripley, or the Ripper grew a sly grin. You went back to that name? Dreadwire was working well for you. Right, this is supposed to be Dreadwire's shard operator. Silence buried in Diamante's body for a long while. 2 headshots. Maybe it'll fix up the loose screws in your head. Ha! You probably have experience yourself. Nuts for brains. 3. Diamante's voice had crackled in. Its bass. Sorry. Ripley reached for the goggles on his eyes. I'll take the goggles off. As soon as his eyes unveiled, there was a moment when they went out of focus and dilated before dulling back into that rusty orange that I was used to. Diamante stared down the hologram. Also, what the hell was that about an AI in your head that isn't a persona? Oh, I'll make sure you get your formal introductions later. But wait, no, don't. Ow! Ow! Diamante's eyes began to fizzle. One turned bright pink, and the hologram began to glitch as a tiny pink butterfly formed in the light. That butterfly then shaped into the most adorable child with pink hair and blonde streaks. She wore a large dress resembling the wings of a butterfly, with a vivid pink and gold pattern flowing through it. Diamante's voice was chilled as he looked upon the tiny girl. Fucking hell. What just entered my body? The child waved, a lovely voice with a bubbly tone chirping out. Hi there! I'm Starlight, and you must be Uncle Diamante. Ripley has really fond memories about you. Wow, you're a human brain inside a metal shell? That's like a hybrid algorithm, but way more ineffective. And wow, I thought Ripley had a lot of spaghetti in him. Sorry, I'm still looking through. Your internal coding is really fucking disorganized. Starlight, Ripley shouted. No swearing. You're a day old. And get back here. All right, the tiny child muttered under her voice. She waved to Diamante and then turned to me and Belle. Bye. Nice meeting you. Sorry, but my dad's executing the fishhook program. Diamante, I hope our circuits cross paths again. Diamante then shuddered again as the girl glitched out of existence, the steel of his body rattling. What? How did she bypass my data shield? Did she call you her dad? What the hell was that? Why did she insult me so much? I didn't actually know she could do that. Jump into your data shield, I mean. She's been insulting pretty much every piece of tech since she was born. Ripley sighed. Yeah, she's learning. Starlight is, I guess, my daughter in a way. How the hell did you make her? That's the thing. I technically didn't. I think she's the child between me, Twilight, and Miss Himiko. Even I froze at that. Diamante, on the other hand, bursted. And by that I quite literally mean his right hand shot out a bullet through the bent barrel which exploded. 4. I didn't even do anything for that. Consequences of inaction. Hey, that is morally questionable, he pointed out. Belle nodded. I agree. Don't blame the victim. Even I joined in. Whatever the case, it's good to have more help. Diamante muttered something under his breath before turning back to Ripley. Does Mirage know? Not yet. Ripley sighed. Keep it that way. Diamante declared. She has a tendency to kill anything that Himiko touches. She's my girlfriend, man. She's also, look, just do it. For now, until we figure out what's going on. All right, Ripley raised his hands in peace. So when are you getting back here anyway? Admittedly, a while. New Houston Yards is going to need me to be a boogeyman if they don't want to end up in a gang war right now. And I suspect there's still more Metal Heaven's influence here that I need to snuff out. Diamante tapped his foot on the floor. I'll get Missy to come by using a boat and move the child. I spoke up. I'll oversee the kids' transfer to Maiden. They all turned to me, but I made my point clear. It's the responsibility I took when I chose this job. I'm seeing it through. Diamante tilted his head before humming. Fine. Diane'll get the kids to you, Dredd, but Missy will get a truck over to load them into. She'll have the right equipment to keep them stable. Don't have an issue with it, I affirmed. That was for the best. Diamante returned his voice over to Ripley. So you're two-timing on Anderson, are you? Maiden paying you for the work? Nope. I'm kind of repaying a debt. Ripley shook his head, but a noticeable look of guilt flashed in his gaze. The shardware I get to work on here is, how come you never told me about it? Too many reasons, kid. Better we continue this in private. Ripley looked hard and long before sighing. All right, I'll see what I can do. Maiden returned a call, an amused smile on her. Now that was entertainin'. You're a damn witch, you old hag, Diamante muttered. Don't let him touch my stuff. With that, the call closed. Belle was the first to speak up, so was that guy Dreadwire? He's a lot weirder than I thought he would be. Sabrina was onto something. He is, and he is weird, Diamante said while rubbing his eyes. His voice deepened. Keep that to yourself. He's against the uncaged. He's fine by me, Belle sighed. Though he does have a heavy list of crimes. So do I, and you'll have to get to me before you get to him. The crimson in Diamante's eyes brightened. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll keep my lips tight. At least this explains why Diana's always lying all the time. Belle sat down on the stairs. His eyes briefly turned to one of the many children whose brains had wires dug into them like worms on rotting flesh. His gaze only lasted a second before falling to the floor in silence. Dealing with this ... it's a lot. You did a good thing, Diana. Taking this case when no, thank you. Belle. I genuinely was glad to hear his support. It's what my Aunt Vicky would want me to do. I'm no stranger to what drives people into these crimes. Doesn't make it right, but I'm willing to fight against. These bastards who came to me home and stirred shit up. Diana, Diamante's steel voice hardened against me. It's your job to explain to him what that means, especially for Soul Killer. I will. I took a deep breath, beginning to open my mouth. Soul Killer can, Belle, shut me up. Infect sim adapters. That's what I gathered from your conversation. Don't worry, my aunt's a bug adapter, and like you know, Diana, I have security in place for her. Hell, I have criminals on my payroll who are protecting her. I'll make a deal with the devil, the Iron Devil, any day if it means saving the woman who raised me. Diamante gave a stern look at that statement, but accepted it. All right, then you go and check up on the 4th precinct. Raiden sent them a message that I arrived, so they won't be investigating here too soon. Show your face up early next morning, make them surprised that you're alive, but don't say much. Shrug it off. Make them think that we're in cahoots, Belle surmised. Because, well, looks like we are now. Don't get too ahead of yourself. I don't even know your name. Belle Vineyard Rockfell. Vineyard. What? You grow alcohol? I used to. Went sober. Huh. Maybe you deserve a little respect then. Diamante tipped his hat. As Belle began to leave, I made one last effort to say what was on my mind. I'm sorry for the lies, for dragging you into this. I don't blame you if you find it hard to trust me. Oh, please. Even after all that this damn neighborhood's done to its people, I believe in it. You're easy. Hell, you're Silvery Eye. The whole city wants to believe in you. Founders know they not it. Belle assured me with a smile. It struck something in me. Take care of yourself. I'll be seeing you soon at the 1st. You too. And thank you, your aunt raised you well. You raised yourself well. I was reminded of why I didn't want to be a shard operator as me and Diamante stitched skulls back together. It was rough work, he said it himself. Far from what these kids deserved. Shard operating was an art form I'd never been able to appreciate. There was too much blood for me. The irony was in my clothes, drenched and sticky. You need to hammer it a bit harder. Diamante directed me. He didn't have any working hands, so I'd been doing the dirty work, just following orders. Holding the hammer tight, I smacked steel and hoped it would bind to flesh. I didn't know what I was doing. If I was helping or harming these people. Children, damn it. Why couldn't this city at least leave its young alone? No one was safe. Everyone was wounded, and their scars spread onto others. Like an infection you were ill with from the moment you were born. You were good with that sword. Diamante made idle chat as he went to look for another endoskeletal skull. Experienced. Some. Cradle. I wasn't surprised lately when people knew my whole life story. Yeah, you should have Ripley make one for you. Diamante, as much as he chided Ripley, seemed to have some level of affection for him as well. I'm not the R0N1N, I calmly responded. But I couldn't deny the satisfaction that burrowed into me of burning away the rot with a single swipe. And I'm more of a ranged specialist. Can relate to that. There's something disrespectful about punching someone to death. A shot's more honorable. That's a strange philosophy. Better than just having murder stay murder. My breath felt false, like I was an imitation of who I was supposed to be. Was it wrong? You tried to stop me before and even offered to let them go. Why? Diamante seemed to think for a second. Because they deserved worse. They deserved me. And also, it's just a thing I do. If I'm out on a personal vendetta, I give them a choice. Me or those they work for. Steel Tigers were dead men walking. They'd either be assimilated into that cult or be stripped for steel. Metal Heavens has ways to torture the flesh and mind to its molecular level. Were you a part of them? Not by choice. That's all you're getting from me. Now hammer this skull. He grabbed one out from a bin, and I got to work. Somewhere amidst the pounding noise, he began to speak again. You asked me if it was wrong, right? Truth is, I don't know. But it made me think about a story to tell. A story? About an officer who went over to a bar, sat down and enjoyed a drink, but the guy next to him was mumbling. On drugs, or so says the reports. Guy pulled out a gun and thought he was playing some old kid's game back from memories, pulled by Embrance. Officer shot him down in cold blood. Not a word exchanged between the two. I don't know the truth of that day. I doubt I ever will. But that day changed a little boy's life, the son of the guy. Sometimes, I just think that maybe if that officer talked to the guy, then that kid wouldn't have grown up to be so miserable. To be a killer. It's just a story, Diamante said simply, hiding his eyes behind the shade of his hat. Not my story, but one that should be thought about. Even the smallest of actions have consequences. And one day, they appear. It might not even affect you, but it'll affect someone. The boat had arrived. It was being piloted off-site by Missy. We'd hauled in the kids, their brains still connected to computers and looking like corpses. But this way, we'd give them a chance. A real chance. Sitting alone as the metal rocked beneath the river current, I opened up my chat log and messaged Catherine from the club. Thank you for being there for me that night. I waited, and no message came back. In fact, that message would never bear bread, ever, and I would never know why. I didn't want to know why. Of what the consequences had been for Catherine, helping Lillian Rose that night. Chapter 153. Chapter 20. Between the eyebrows, the 13th of October, 3:32 a.m., 15 hours before Diana and Belle reached the Steel Grounds Diamante's base of operations. Old Mall Ripley, new lenses. I snickered as Diamante popped some scarlet discs into his eyes. Meanwhile, I dissected shardware off the Muramasa assassin who'd tried to snipe me during the music video. I was quick to begin. The metal and flesh peeled off much easier when the corpses were fresh compared to the mass dissections me and Harold Anderson got sometimes. New head, Diamante corrected and tapped his skull. You'll shit your pants when you can see what it can do. R0N1N sheds went to good use? Still not going to tell me where you get your stuff from, so you can sell some low-quality knockoffs? Hell no. Hey, I only build shardware with an assured build-in functionality. I've been a real threat during the jobs Missy sends me. Oh, please, you have an over-reliance on that fancy gimmick you stole from R0N1N. Hypermind, the module I'd built to emulate his unique feature. Overmind. I couldn't deny it was certainly a massive boost to my arsenal, but I was still peeved that all I ended up being counted as was a discount R0N1N. Dreadwire was to be a new legend to the city, a master of weaponry and shardware. Hey, it's your loss since you won't get an early bird discount. The only early birds you'll be getting are Iron Member vultures to your funeral. Really, I'm not even deserving of a damn silver member. Not a shard. That was it. Shoot me in the head, Diamante scoffed. So you've finally gone ahead and done it? Scooped your brain out? I tapped my head. An audible metallic ring caused Diamante to still. The endoskeleton? You installed it? His gaze narrowed on me. Why don't you shoot me in the head and find out? I calmly sat back in my chair, waiting for him to take the bluff. Without warning, he grabbed the pistol, and a blink later, I'd fallen to the floor, and everything went blurry and painful and throbbing through my skull. It was like my brain was in the middle of a whirlpool, and pain was what swirled down that drain. What the fuck? Diamante! I roared. barely able to get on my feet as I hobbled against the fallen chair to support me. Between the eyebrows. He blew off the dust from his pistol. It was even a weapon I'd modded for him. I gave it that trajectory curve feature link. I muttered in bitter distaste. A little bit of prep time would have been nice. That damned preservation matrix off yours would have pulled you out of the way. Okay, that might be. Wait, I never told you about my psyche protocols other than the thought multiplier. Did Elsa tell you? For someone with barely a few months of combat experience, you have a keen instinct of self-preservation and Imlena getting killed, despite all odds. Barely seen you actually get shot. That's rarer than dying in this job. I guessed it off a list I found online. I wasn't too keen on believing that Heg said that. It wasn't impossible to guess a feature protocol, but the list of them spanned hundreds of possible variants. It was even possible for one protocol to be on multiple features with slightly different effects, like my consciousness link protocol for database. In its current state, it allowed me to digest information directly through an uplink, whereas if it would have been attached topsy cheat, would likely allow my mind to attach to another's in a faux proxy protocol. Or maybe I could do that. I hadn't tried it out. Okay, fine. I crossed my arms, defiance etching my voice. Think you're so smart, huh? Let me take a guess at yours. For every I get right, I have a free pass at mimicking any of your features for one instance. Diamante gave me an intense stare. I dare you. Immediately, I accessed database and data mimicry, reaching for two protocols respectively, defragmentation and frequency sync. The second of those protocols was odd, to say the least. At first, I'd only used it to mimic bioshard frequencies. Some weird tech measure developed to be included in a cancer-curing vaccine inserted into every child upon birth. Bioshards somehow could create a unique signature for every single adapter, extracting implant-coded data, similar to how I could read it off bugs, and then dumbing down the information to be analyzed by special scanners only available to those trusted with it. From what I'd heard, almost every mercenary has their bioshard tampered by one data shield or another, but they were playing guesswork as to how it actually functioned. It was likely those in corporate nations that had more specialized equipment to steal your whole life's history. But the point is, it reads implant-coded data. It emitted a frequency, one that I could sync up with. I was a living bioshard scanner, and Diamante had already told me his features once before, so it was easy to lock on. Overclock, analyze, and accommodation. Synchronizing bioshard frequency. Grade, silver tier. Metamorphosis tier third name? Implant history? 41Y8M. Damn, this guy is old. Features identified. Accommodation. Overclock. Analyze then. I reached for the core function of data mimicry to read his warp code. Reading warp code. Error. Insufficient data. Estimating feature development accommodation. V.6.0. Overclock. V.6.0. Analyze. V.5.0. And this was where defragmentation came into play. Analyzing probable implant development history. I took a deep breath. That was more information than I'd intended to extract. Diamante had always kept quiet about what Metal Heavens had done to him before my grandfather saved him from their grasps as the Hammersmith, but it was beginning to be easy to see why. When he'd been a kid, they tortured him, used him as a test subject. Almost ashamedly, I pulled up the list of feature protocols I'd compiled from data off on the AbyssNet and used database to correlate and identify what was probably a third of his protocols. Biorejection. Stress focus, vector sight. I only said two of them. Stress focus and vector sight. Diamante's mouth curled. Now, I would say you're half right. Stress focus is still there, but vector sight's been recalibrated several times over. Merged with an accommodation protocol named Caldseber become... Why don't you take a guess at that? A quick search up of CyberThought revealed that it was a protocol typically found in Psyche, accommodation, database, and thesistain features. Effectively, it allowed a small portion of your thoughts to be automated by a calculative algorithm. If I was right, then it meant that Diamante's new protocol allowed him to passively be aware of the motion and direction of all things around him, even without direct visual sight or manual activation of the protocol. Kinetic computation, I guessed. His grin dropped at that. When the fuck did that get on the net? It wasn't. I tapped my skull. I just ran the calculations in my head and reckoned what the name would be. That exact phrasing. Guess I got lucky. You owe me 2 free mimickings at my ask. I shrugged. He grumbled, and I got back to my dissections, using yet another protocol named Retrofit from my second unique feature, Shardweave. Diamante had mentioned protocols recalibrating and combining, and that was how this one had formed. It was a result of my former technician protocols, the short-lived shardware modulation, Androverse engineering combining into one, sort of like mutational convergence. The term retrofit simply meant to add additional components to a piece of tech not deemed necessary at the time of manufacturing. To essentially put your own spin on widely available tech. However, in my case, it was a bit more broad. Effectively, it had 2 purposes. One for the creation of new shardware, where it enhanced my deconstruction and reconstruction of shardware. I definitely Lugliot attained. That was its foundation. Its bigger job was to modify shardware, not only once, but on a situational basis, to create adaptive shardware, which was why I was currently in the stage of doing a complete shardware overhaul from my end skull to my limbs, to create a solid basis that would allow a highly variable self-modification ability to effectively have a tool for every job. Was that cheap? Hathama's nutsack knew it wasn't. Was it smart? It needed me to be. Was it awesome as fuck? Yeah. A simple thought could have my right arm turn into a gun, or a blade, or a hammer, or even a pair of barbique tongs, if I just somehow managed to get all those sliding parts in order. My whole build started from data mimicry, which allowed me to be adaptable, and now I just needed my shardware to be as much. But it was a wafer now. I'd be working on it step by step, alongside 3 other projects. First, my mother's implant. I needed to experiment, maybe on more than 100 irons or bronzes before I could probably make a silver fit for her. Otherwise, I'd be relying on pure chance for a compatible bug to show up and hoping I had the funds for it. Second, live wire integration into musculature. It was an expensive material to make, but according to my simulations, a full live wire-based musculoskeletal system would be strong enough to toss around trains without strain. It would certainly leave the R0N1N with intact legs for once. Third, the Goliath nanites. It was the one I dreaded the most, having a flesh-eating swarm of nanites within me. Logically, I knew it would be a slow death. There were only 5,000 of them, and they were 40 times smaller than a blood cell, but it had the potential to grow rapidly at an exponential rate, converting organic tissues to extract their carbon and create more Midas steel from which they self-replicated. Nanomachinary was leagues more complicated than the engineering I was doing. It was easy to imagine metal pouring out of my body and forming into giant walls of steel. But the truth was that it was impractical to think like that. Nanites worked on a cellular and genetic level. They were used far more on the sim side of implants than the bugs, primarily for mutagenic distribution and constant self-monitoring and adjustment of the body's warped physiology. And I knew Missy had some in her. She'd specifically told me to head to her bar back when I first injected myself with them, since she had equipment for them. And she was a dual adapter. She'd have both the benefit of self-regulating her mutations and the ability of having a shard adapter's control over the nanites. I was just a bit jealous of that. At least it would have given me an idea about what to do with the nanites. For me to even filter them out would need me seated on a specialized dialysis machine for about a day. At 500 nanometers, my nanites were ridiculously tiny, but ridiculously dense too for a bunch of warp-altered carbon. From what I'd extracted from the source code in the gold data shield, they were about 5 times more dense than typical nanites. Assuming I ever had enough Midas steel to make plating for my arm, it would be at a high silver grade, but the amount of biomass consumed to produce even that much was about 30 kilograms, with the human body consisting of 18% carbon, and assuming an average weight of 70 kilograms, A single arm would require me consuming the biomass of 3 human adults at approximately 12.4 kgs per body. Unsure of what to do with them except experiment, I engaged a needle from my arm and carefully slid it into my brachiocephalic vein. The sting came and went as I left it inserted and filtering my blood before a small hum registered. Nanomachine extracted. This nanite. Extracting needle was a gift from Missy, and with it pulling out of my vein and a quick iron med spray, I now had a single Goliath nanomachine in the vial. I stabbed it into the heart I'd pulled out of my assassin. Foreign biomass detected, begin automated consumption and self-replication. That was another database protocol, nanomachine reprogramming. Choosing yes, I let the singular nanite get to work and set up an automated observation algorithm to document its rate of self-replication. It would grow exponentially, but I also wanted to test if it needed me and my warp energy within vicinity for it to work. Once I had a good amount of them, I could do more specialized testing. For now, I turned to Diamante, who was tinkering with his gun. "What time is it?" "It's 4:27 a.m. "Ah, great, the Hellfire Club should be closing up soon. I have an appointment today." I stretched my limbs, walking towards the exit of Diamante's underground bunker. He stopped me by grabbing my arm, but the lack of pupils in his eyes couldn't hide the emotion in his voice. "Hey, Ripley, you're doing a good job. You should know that. Be a hero, Dad. Stop those bad men." That was it. The line that had sent me down here. My dad held a younger me by the shoulders. His arms were quivering. It was him who needed support. "But it could hurt you and your mom. We'll be fine." A younger me smiled with a naive smile. I was even missing some teeth. "We have each other." My dad wiped his face with his sleeve. Even now, he refused to show any tears to me. "You're a smart kid for your age. No matter what happens, I'll..." The scene snapped. I never should have listened to you. Broken shards of memories twisted against one another, morphing as my dad grabbed a bottle and was now hobbling outside to the door of our apartment. Our current apartment. I snapped back. An older me with acne and a bad haircut shouting away at him. "This is your fault. You took us to these bad men. You're the reason why Mom has to work for them. I saved us. You're the reason why everything's wrong, Dad." "Fuck you, Ripley. Everything was fine before you were born." I told Isa we weren't ready yet, that the swarm was soon. "How are going to survive that? Now, I'll become a shard operator, I'll fix the eye." "You haven't fixed a goddamn thing in your life. Now, even Sadra's family is dead because of this. She's an orphan. Because of you." "What?" The younger me stopped. "Suds, Uncle Mary and John are dead? They tried to follow up on what I told the police?" My dad gulped from the bottle. "Now even your little girlfriend's in the same situation as we are." I stammered. This didn't make sense. Who was he talking about? "Can't say a damned thing now, can you?" He gulped again and tossed the empty bottle near my feet before his expression twisted in self-loathing and guilt to the tears falling down my face. Stop that. Why are you?" I was crying, me, the Ripley viewing these memories. A mere mirror image that paled in comparison to the streams running down the younger me's cheeks. What did I do?" My younger self sounded horrified. What was this memory? Why couldn't I figure out who I was crying for? Who was? On second thought, maybe it didn't matter. I'd moved past this. I had Elsa. Wait, but why was that my first thought after viewing an invasive beeping noise pulled me to reality? The brief darkness and the hot red of Crimson Heart's room. Red alert. Mother is no longer in the room. I stammered to my feet. The Crimson Heart's veiled gaze rising to my confused burst of movement. "Is something the matter? Donovic, I have to go home." I managed out, still shaken by what I'd seen. Now, the scene snapped, and I was back in the black. I could feel the room, threads of warp energy radiating across every surface of it. The Crimson Heart was here, but something wasn't right. She had shardware on her, but this room was full of something more than that. It was like the walls breathed at the same time as she did. The red room erupted into view around me once more. Crimson Heart, in her beautiful veiled form, gazed at me intently before pointing to the door that formed behind me but remained wordless. I took the handle, not questioning how I stepped out into the sewers. Tapping my frame, the dreadwire mass consumed my head. My arachne expanded, and soon I was in the night sky to figure out what had happened to my mother. Chapter 154, Chapter 21, Dream Upon a Shooting. H. Henry Henrikson's head of the Daily Westbrook News. Thoughts on Dreadwire in a recent interview done by Western Frontier net star Abraham Parez, recorded while they were drunk. Dreadwire public mercenary. H says more like public menace. I know. We're a free city, which means none of us want the damn corporates ruling over us. But that doesn't mean Dreadwire's recent showing of mass murder and city damage is a good thing. He might limit his kills so far to bunch of suits and criminals, but hear me out today. Dreadwire is one payment away from killing cops, dirty or not. Besides, he's a walking liability to our taxes. Do you know how much damage he's caused just by swinging those hooks into buildings? That's my tax money being used to pay for his negligence? Wait, are you recording me? Good. Get the shit out there. 7:14 a.m., Ripley. I'd reviewed the footage of my house on the way there. My mom left the house on her own, but I wasn't sure why. I'd kept supplies stocked for her, so there was no need for her to buy anything. Did someone call her up? Trick her? Threaten her? My endoskeleton left me unburdened. Livewire pulsing thick as the top two arms of my arachne snapped around, reeled and launched me through alleys, above buildings, and around corners. I was sure the last thing anyone expected to see early in the morning was Dreadwire. Well, goes to show that I was always a threat. Right, left, up and around, down, through, and between. Wind battered my steel suit as momentum curved corners and split across streets in a seemingly random form. The early morning passerbys would only catch a glimpse of streaking black and gold, moving at breakneck speeds. A shadowy rumor manifested to their eyes. Mine had trouble staying open as my artificial muscles squeezed accordingly to keep blood flowing to my brain. The soul branch, endoskeleton's feature link, G-force control, made sure of that. Derived from sustain, it was the linchpin I needed to move as quickly as a car. With verticality and the ability to skip traffic and metro queues in my favor, I'd reached home in just under 20 minutes down from an hour by public transport. Of course, I didn't land on my building directly. I landed a few blocks away in a quiet alleyway where no one was there. My shardware began to reconfigure as my arms shrunk down and digested hardened plating, while my arachnodyne compacted beneath the reactive shirt I was wearing. Quickly, I wore the jacket I'd been holding while my mask slid back and Ripley Donovic consumed. Oh shit! I heard someone chittering from behind me. It was a lonely man with roughened hair and dirt clamming his face, taking cover under a cardboard box from the October rains. He'd seen my face. Fuck! The man raised his hands up and I didn't see any dog tag tattoo on him. My gun was already raised. His hands shot into the air as he violently shook his head. I didn't see anything. I didn't see noth. A piercing noise whistled as my preservation matrix flared to life. My steps hurried across the floors of my building. Wait, when did I get here? And my head was hurting. My hands landed in my jacket, and I felt the steel of my gun. It was warm. What just happened? My mother. I needed to find her. My frame was washed over by warp energy, instinct rising into action when I needed it most. Thoughts slimmed, and my body moved as I found my way to my floor of the building. Then, I found the elevator. There was a camera inside. Module selected. 2B. Data weave jailbreak. Data break. The weak shield broke easily under a tidal wave of my gold warp code. In moments, I was reviewing footage from over 30 cameras and building together a timeline of my mother's movement. She entered the elevator, then rewired its circuitry, which bypassed her floor clearance, and took her all the way to the private gardens at the top. Annoyed, I snapped the camera off and surged my arachnodyne op. Something tore. I forgot to tear off my hoodie. Now it had 4 holes in it. Great. Moving past the thought, I opened the hatch at the top of the elevator and climbed on upwards, all the way to the top of our mega building. It was freezing up here. The thermal regulators that warmed up the streets below against the October air weren't installed this far up on a mega building with relatively little wealth attached to it. Still, it was. The one place I could deem myself able to call beautiful in this building. Apple trees. Me and Hochin snuck up once. The first time I ate a fresh fruit in years. They grew in neat rows up here, around 6 of them for one of the richer people living in the penthouses of the mega building. Of course. Now the season made it so that their leaves were beginning to wilt, and a lonely robot was busy sucking their brown residue. Other than that robot, my mom was seated on a bench. Her cane rested by her side as she watched the late autumn sunrise, pink and golden light filtering through the faded leaves to create a mosaic of that colorful spectrum across her wrinkled face. She had never looked so old in her life. Never looked so weak. She gave an annoyed when her one eye caught me as the culprit of the sudden noise. You know, I was fine. I've been getting better. It's okay for me if they'd arrest you if they found you, right? I couldn't hide my anger, the same way you were arrested for a week when I was. She chewed her words back into her mouth. I was just lonely, tired, sick of that room. Do you want to move out? I offered. I can arrange an apartment much bigger then. Wouldn't change the fact that I only have mindless robots for company. I would still be a prisoner. Hell, if we were to move. I'd only be a prisoner in some new castle where everything is unfamiliar. Yeah, maybe you're right about that. I sat down beside her and took a deep breath. My hand rested on hers, comfort bleeding into the steel. Why'd you come up here? Just felt like it. Her eye lazily wandered off to the horizon, towards the silhouetted towers drawn against a background of wandering light. When the sun rises, it's when the generators for the city's nightscape turn off. If you're lucky, for a moment you can see the stars. The stars! Too much light pollution, she sighed. Once, when I was a child, my dad took me away from the city for a month, said he was meeting up with nomad friends who helped him get here after Florida's destruction. The ride was shit. We had barely any food besides hardtack, tinned beans, and synthetic protein. Not to mention, it was freezing. Snow, ice, glaciers. It was all that we saw, except at night. For a moment, all of that white was covered in black. And up there in the sky was a beautiful circuit unlike any we've ever built. One that humans could only ever look at. Stars. Millions of them. He told me during the old days, the old days. The stars were our guides. If you wanted to navigate the seas, predict the changing seasons, or have your greatest wish come true. Then the starlight was where you looked to. Did you get to see any stars now? Number, she chuckled. The whole generator turning off thing was more of a rumor. For me, I said quietly, it's the sea. The sea. She held my hand with all of her effort. You want to head to New Angeles. That's what I used to think. I let my head rest on her shoulder. Now, I think there's a way we can get both of our wishes to come true. Let me guess, you'll take us on a boat ride past the West Coast? And be swallowed up by a Maltitan? No, thank you. I instead pulled up a map of the good old states of America. Almost all of the central states were in ruins with too many zones noted off as malinfected, stretching all the way down where Mexico used to be. The only other region in all of North America where humanity lived was in the Syntech-controlled Newport City, also called the Silver City. It was said that whoever was chosen to live there would be freely bumped up to Silver, yet I had my sights below newer New York. East, I declared brazenly. Florida, Florida. She laughed. Hey, Granddad were born there. I thought you might as well get to see it one day. I tried to make her see it wasn't just some pipe dream. And fight through thousands of mal as the swarm begins? You'd be surprised. According to Missy, the malswarm's levels of activity sharply drop before a new swarm begins. These next 3 years are a buffer period where the city can take their stand and make preparations. I just think it would be a nice vacation before it all goes to hell. She decided to entertain my idea at the very least. Who would we be going with? Well, Mirage is pretty high on that list. And Missy would be a nice tour guide. No Diamante, she said with a bit of disappointment. He'd be too grumpy and heavy and a liability. Cargo space will be limited, and he'd stuff half of it with ammunition. Who else would you invite? She thought about it for a moment. Probably Diana. Diana? I questioned. Why? It would be a good bonding exercise for you and her, my mom stretched, like there was no insinuation behind her words. She stood up and gripped her cane. I have a girlfriend, I shouted back. 4. I only ever meant as allies wielding the same mal-sourced implants. She walked off towards the elevator. Begrudgingly, I followed her, setting several biomonitors onto my mother. I stayed by her side as she slowly drifted to sleep. Then, I moved to the small table in the corner of the room. Upon it was no shardware, but mostly implant containers and various DAC cubes. The iron implants ranged from fresh to even 10 previous owners. I had to admit, there was another reason why I needed to get the Goliath nanites working up to my favor. They were the only machinery I knew could structural alter implants, while I had the ability to digitally alter them. Now, structurally altering implants was relatively unknown territory. Any research done on that topic was in no way getting close to New California, and if it was, it would require a raid on the level we'd done to Shandian just a month ago. Then there was putting that research into practicality, all to reach into one question. What was implant compatibility? One could say it was how attuned you were to the warp energy of your implant, which was true in parts. Yet, there was evidence contrary to it. The Mal were warp energy incarnated into the organic and inorganic. They were the very essence of warped reality. If you were to be wholly attuned to warp energy, that fabled 100%, would you be a Mal? Instead, it was reaching 0% that turned you into a Mal. It was the incompatibility to warp energy that caused an adapter to become a parasite or fractured. Or was it a full circle? Was there no difference between 0% and 100%? Whatever way I thought about it, I couldn't find any sense or logic. Then there were other avenues of warp energy to go over. What was warp energy? A pseudo-scientific middle finger to the laws of physics was a simple answer. Under a bug adapter, it should affect the mind. Under a sim adapter, it should affect the body. Yet even that had paradoxes. Rare, but evident paradoxes. Soul Killer, I don't know much about them, or it, but, as far as I knew, was a psychic organism, a hivmind, a mental being unconstrained to a single physical body despite being the crux of Sims. Psychic mutations were beyond rare, to the point that out of tens of millions in Westbrook, only 3 known psychers had been in the public sphere, all in one family: Anthony Grage, Annabelle Grage, and Jacob Grage. Then, on the hidden criminal side, we had the Crimson Heart and Soul Killer. The Grage's power was related to sound, verbal communication, off the Abyssnet. I discovered that their implants were sourced from a species of malls that had attacked siege capitals near Texas. A malignant variant of malware known as Benshizu produced devastating sonic waves. Those malignant psychic mutations were dub sirens for their ability to mute a person's mind if they heard the mal's cry. As for Soul Killer, Diana never told me exactly what powers were extended to them. But the fact was, they could sink into your mind and hide there, replace who you were entirely, maybe even become you. She made it sound like several of his infected soulless didn't even know they were infected. The difference between both Soul Killers and the Garage's methods of psychic manipulation were through their physical components, their modes of transport. One allowed minor control through sound waves. Another allowed greater control through mutagenic injections. As for Crimson Heart, my guess was light, red light. I'd read up on some old research papers that sensory deprivation and a specific spectrum of light could cause hallucinations. Mirage found some deeper files in the net than in the old days. They called it the Gasfeld effect. A sim could affect the mind through a physical mode of transport, likely through a deviant mutation. Then could a bug affect the physical through a mental mode of transport using a unique feature. That was the point of this inner rant. The truth was, I had evidence of this. Again, with the Mal. The creation of shards was the result of them infecting machinery with their warp code and then dying. Unstable and without a directive, the altered machinery broke apart into inert shards of the associated metal, only acting as vessels for an energy without purpose. Bugs were made of near identical materials as shards were, yet they weren't entirely inorganic. They had some organic matter inside of them. They had DNA. DNA was, of course, the wrong thing to call it. Deoxyribonucleic acid was far from what their genetic structure was made of, which was instead made of heavy metals. But they had a genetic programming within them that Beauregard Messier had understood, and then registered into the creation of neuroframes, allowing a basic level of deciphering for the public to use implants. I also then had a second evidence for the bugs affecting the physical, and just like I'd suspected, through a unique feature, shardweave. Specifically, its protocol, meta-manipulation. Compared to retrofit, I hadn't a single idea what this one was capable of not doing. If I understood it correctly, I was capable of modifying warp materials beyond their basic functionality, materials they'd already broke past reality's laws. With a thought of warp code, I could alter their properties. As for how, I had a theory. Warp code was, after all, a series of instructions created by warp energy modifying electrons. And electrons were an integral part of all chemistry in the structure of atoms. There was some basis, therefore, for thought being able to affect physical matter. Regardless of the mechanism, I could infer the end result. Physical constants existed, bound to the laws that governed reality. Messier's first law of gases has the ideal constant of 8.3145 joules per mole Kelvin to detail how pressure, volume, temperature, and the number of atoms in gases were related to each other. Warp energy warped that constant, therefore allowing the silver-graded gas known as vapor steel to become almost solid during high temperatures, while hollow weave was an electrically conductive gas that could be used to create tangible holograms with precise electromagnetic waves. Both of those were key components in holoshields, an instantaneous form of defense, and barely scratching the surface of what warp materials could do. The more warp energy you have, the higher your grade, the more you could change the laws of physics. And then your compatibility played a subconscious input to ensure everything worked to your vision. Meta-manipulation allowed me to reach into these constants and take it a step further. It was a headache and a half, but I had managed simple shifts. Livewire was ultra-dense and extremely hard to cut thanks to the stability of its intermolecular forces at play. Meta-manipulation allowed me to alter its resistivity just a little bit. But just a little bit made Livewire quickly became unstable, which meant it would destabilize and disassemble. Fantastic in one part, because now I could just pinch Livewire to snip it, but also proved to be one of the very first signs that meta-manipulation was a protocol far above what I was understanding. Because I didn't have a mode to transport my mental understanding into inorganic material. It was almost instinctual with shardware I'd linked to. I could harden it or even temporarily lower its weight through M-field stabilizing. But for external material like these implants, I didn't have a vessel to bind it to my mind. Goliath was certainly one method, but it was currently unknown whether meta-manipulation could extend through the nanites. Maybe with a mimicked network feature, but God, I was getting a headache. Shardware was complicated. Implants even more so. Every month passing was a risk to my mother. Every day was. I had to be quicker, smarter, more everything. I needed multiple silver implants. Hell, maybe I would even have to hunt some vagrant mouths down. Either unfound hives deep in the city's underground or out in the eastern wilds. I needed irons, hundreds of them, bronzes too. Fresh, used, abused, ... It didn't matter. I sunk my warp energy into the first implant. It never had an owner and was a simple iron analyze implant, and a tier I developed database bug in another analyze. To decipher information, database, to store and revise information. They were similar enough. Could I change one to another? Could I create a unique feature through them? That seemed like the next step after my creation of modules, but they both snapped to life, tiny wiry insects. One was a dragonfly without wings while the other was a worm. Were implants even living creatures? If so, were they symbiotic or parasitic? In the end, both of them began to crack with unstable golden light, and so I absorbed them before they destabilized any further. Slapping my head on my desk, I took my head away from research as numerous texts flooded through once I removed the Do Not Disturb function of my frame. In fact, I was planning a full frame change too. Just another step on the list of Ripley Donovich's growing schedule. And then in between all of that was this thing. Information seed, tier 0 to 52% current focus, data mimicry, 28%, persona, twilight, 24%, a seed of warp code built into my data shield. I wasn't an idiot. This came from when Himiko struck me with the entire weight of a slice of the firewall into my head. She'd sent a platinum-grade ember into my skull before she was torn apart by... How was she torn apart again? The end result was that there was some subset of Rule Shimiko programmed in warp code that found refuge inside database and formed this protocol, Information Seed. That included the remnants of Amaterasu, and there was a piece of Twilight absorbed in it too. I was all but sure this seed was an embryo from which a conscious AI would be born. My data shield, utterly stable and stubborn, would be given a personality, Himiko and Twilight. I wasn't sure what would be born of those two. Would it be like the all-seeing? Freakishly aware, unknown and dangerous? Or would it be more like Mirage's personas? Powerful, but also kinda unstable. I was willing to admit that about my girlfriends. It refused warp code from implants, which left it with only one final source. This picky eater would have to eat from me, from my features. Chapter 155. Chapter 22. Starlight Isabel Gravis, Donovich's rough notes on Mazier's theories on the development of artificial intelligence for her warpware engineering exam. A transistor is the first component for computer engineering. A gate, either in an on or off state. Binary. Warp code has changed that, allowing there to be nearly 500 million patterns in warp binary against 256 of standard binary for a single byte. From there, logic gates and circuits, according to Magirian algebra, dictate the rules of data weaving. That is how we create the first tier of software. A warp script, a simple if, then execute system. You receive an input and perform an output. With warp code, these scripts are capable of being self-modified by an adapter unconsciously, and are the basic units upon which we code using the Emma coding language. Second, warp rhythms. While still a rule-based system, warped algorithms gather multiple streams of information and self-regulate through a network of scripts to operate a larger system. Adapters need conscious understanding and ability, typically through the features data weaving Gore jailbreak, to be able to interact with warp code this degree. This is the limit of most iron-bronze adapters to use due to the sheer complexity of permutations in the following stages. Third, machine learning intelligence. Now, the outputs are the new inputs. Through learning of previous iterations of events, the warp code can begin to self-modify itself, which is why it is banned to create them unsupervised, and the methodology of stabilizing them is highly classified. Auto-interactive warp code that manipulates itself without constant human intervention are what are known as daemons, a program so focused on its directive that it can no longer be regulated by the adapter. They are capable of overpowering the stability of an adapter's control of warp code and corrupting frames and even implants. If they come into contact with malware, can prompt the creation of data devourers. Such is what caused the Hanging Gardens to fall and create Little Requiem in the first place. Fourth, adaptive intelligence. At this stage, warp code has to be stabilized by human intelligence at all times to prevent it from growing into a daemon. They exhibit the quality to act as low-level intelligent systems capable of both regulating and improving upon itself to make the most out of its warp code. Many data shields are formed at this stage, and then purposefully cleaved off their machine learning capabilities. Fifth, emulex. Emulators of intellect. Extremely dangerous to create as beings of pure warp code, but incapable of possessing an implant to regulate their usage of it. They can be extremely unstable and require constant oversight from an experienced adapter with, at minimum, a gold gratipsyche feature to keep them from self-degrading into malware. Although standard-grade emulex are said to have existed in the old world during the late 2050s, for some reason that technology has never been recreated for us by the founders. Sixth, transcendent intelligence. The rumored state at which the malware known as the All-Seeing exists as, while currently no known human-generated artificial intelligence has been created or controlled. At this stage, it is intelligence that is capable of digesting such an immense amount of data at once that, while possessing consciousness, could also be said to have transcended it. It is unknown what a transcendent intelligence would behave as, only that they needed to be contained. 7th, singularities. Even Major says she hopes these beings are only theories. The 13th of October, 10 a.m. Ripley, reading over my mother's notes. I still couldn't help but feel like I would be doing something in over my head. The thought of calling Mirage popped up a few times, but I chose not to. I wanted it to be a surprise. Maybe that was a dumb notion for me, but it would be funny as fuck. Maybe I'd send my own personal AI into her head and freak her out as she questions its origins. Of course, I'd also need to make sure she didn't accidentally delete all the progress I made so far. Besides, she had probably just fallen asleep and would be adorably grumpy if I woke her up. And so, I sat down, observing the three-dimensional hexagonal shape of the information seed in front of me. You're hungry, right? You ate from my data mimicry feature, and from Mirage's Spursina protocol. The question is, would you eating my warp code delete all of my progress? The seed offered no response at that. Still germinating, I guessed. Looking around my room, I was thinking of what exactly I would want this seed to do. An aid to shardware operations was a big one, but also, my gaze fell on my mom. She said she was lonely, and I knew that was the truth. It was the sad fact both of us adhered to. She didn't have the chance to make any new friends. Not any who weren't strippers or Avery bad influence on me during her time at the club. For the last 8 years, it'd only been me. I wanted someone who could be there for her when I wasn't available to be there, instead of some mindless droid. One with a little more personality. Maybe even take her out on a walk every now and then and strike up some basic conversation. Then there was maybe the last optional feature I wanted it to have. The ability to look into my memories and aid me with the disentanglement of the personality matrix from me. Trying to read my own mind ended up being a weird moment for me. It was sort of like folding my own brain and eyes to work backwards in a sense. Eventually, with enough feature updates, it would be feasible. But if I gave another entity in my head the ability to read memories, then I had a second pair of mobile eyes to move around with. All of this was to say, Shardweave and Psyche will'd both be nibbled on. But first, I needed to fatten them up. Psyche was at version 3.05, while Shardweave was at v.1.04. That wasn't due to a lack of progress, but more due to a lack of work code. At tier the second, for me to develop as fast as I had been, would need me snacking on other adapters' tier 2 bugs with features recalibrated above mine. The number of tier the second early rare was less than 1/10 of tier I adapters, at least in the criminal world. The death counts and expendable muscle were far higher. In the broader populace, it was a matter of time and investment. People typically reach tier 2nd in their late 30s and mid-40s, assuming they had an implant shortly after becoming an adult and had a good income to feed themselves warp code or mutagen every other month. It was a big and often last step many would take in their careers. Tier the 3rd was reserved only for those who feasted. Tier a 4th, for those who... We're rich gluttons, I guess. Missy was tier a 4th, but she'd also fought in the swarm nearly 70 years ago. I had no idea how much she'd managed to gain during those days of alien slaughter, but being a dual adapter meant she had twice the work to do. But one would expect that meant she'd be higher than bronze. Rising the grades was something I'd been researching too. It was more or less a passive process for most adapters. You'd expect to hit bronze at tier the 2nd and silver at tier the 3rd, or Ivurv, just purely based on the amount of times you ate up implants. My grade was at gold Vi after the data shield entered my system, which meant my warp energy was significantly more concentrated than when I first started out. From now on, I wouldn't expect increases in grade unless I consumed multiple gold shards or even titanium, which was all to say the same, probably applied to the information seed. Its grade wasn't shown, presumably because it was linked to me, and so my grade wouldn't be reducing the amount of warp code it needed to consume. So, yeah, fatten my features up, the easiest of them Washard Wevesons. It was at the lowest development. It had collected plenty of data during this last month, and it was a surefire way for me to focus all of the warp code I'd consume into one supremely effective focused consumption. 7 bronze bugs piled into my grasp. Cheap used ones pried off the brainstems of Tier I adapters. A recent payout of 200,000 shardine together. I directed them to the most heinous and fearsome of topics, all of shard operating. Absorbing warp code. Where would the adapter like to focus? Shardweave. Biochemistry. Shardweave has updated from v.1.04 to v.2.00 effects. Integrity is now bronze vi nope. No fucking way was I spending my time learning more biochemistry when I can have a personal AI assistant in my head do that for me. I wouldn't look at the Krebs cycle one more day in my life. No more fucking coenzymes. Mentally grabbing the new threads of the protocol and the various updates attached Toshardweave, I strung them into the seed and let it slurp it. Numerous golden strands circled around the seed, gradually sinking into the hexagonal shape until, oh, that really hurt. It was like having your skull opened up and someone using a straw to slurp up your brain. My preservation matrix instinctively dulled my senses to a muted numbness, and the drowsiness led my head onto the table. Until it got so heavy that I closed my eyes for just a few moments. Incoming call from Diamante. An invasive shriek woke me up, rubbing my eyes, which had been pushing for more than 24 hours open just 2 hours ago. I answered the call. Hey, Ripley, you up? Yeah. I drowsily answered as a whole other set of notifications came into play. Why you asking? Contact in LR saw you run out of the Hellfire Club, just wanted to make sure everything's okay? It's fine. Wait, you have people spying on me? I abruptly kept my eyes more open now. You know who the damned therapist is. Better to be safe than sorry. Besides, whole city saw you flying through the air in a hurry. Came the steely response, sighing. My gaze caught a particular file sent by none other than Diana, or Silvereye, as the media vouched to call her. I'll just choose to think of it as your lonely ass being very well connected to strippers. My mom wasn't in her room, just left for some fresh air. I set my mind to decode the file for her. It was sandstone compared to the diamond that was Yusu's encryption. You know, I wouldn't mind your mother coming over to take a look at my... What the fuck? I spat into the air. Guns. Ripley. Guns. Get your mind out of the gutter. No, not that, you dense-headed dumbass. I couldn't hide my disgust as I analyzed the contents of the files. Metal Heavens is having some gang called the Steel Tigers abducting children in New Houston Yards? 4th Precinct, Diamante said, his voice holding a bite. Yeah, Diana's there. As CO? You in regular contact with her? Contact. Correct. Regular is debatable. Diamante stayed quiet before his voice chilled. Send them over to me. The files? Yes. What are you going to do? Just know that if I choose to do something, I need you to tell Diana. Okay, if I give the go-ahead, tell her to sit it out for a few hours. Oh, okay. I blew out some air from my mouth. Got it, nerves of steel. Do you never run out of those? He barked before a laugh ended the call. Sighing, I looked over the seed. I swear the process was much quicker with Twilight, but... Right. It had been during Hypermend, and I suppose it was easier for her to separate a part of herself, given she was already an artificial intelligence. Information seed. Absorbing data. 74%. Tier 0 to 68% current focus. Data mimicry, 28%. Persona, Twilight, 24%. Shardweave biochemist, 16%. 22%. As for Shardweave has regressed down to v.1.04 effects. Oh no. I'm so terribly grieving the loss of all responsibility of biochemistry being delegated to my personal artificial intelligence. That was sarcasm. It did leave me with a nagging pain in my skull, but I'd been surprised that it wasn't enough to push it all the way to 100%. That was a lot of money gone in a second. I didn't have any more bugs, but I did have. Where was it? Digging through my stuff, I found it. The silver shard I'd taken from the personal storage of that one Tsuchigumo wielder at the Shandian facility. Now, As part of Sherdweave's meta-manipulation, it had absorbed Theshard conversion off, my Formiragize feature, which had the facility to allow me to absorb warp energy from shards and convert it into warp code. In fact, I'm pretty sure I could even make shards now, but I hadn't yet figured out that literal money printing technique. This gleaming beauty of element ag was worth 500,000 shardine and could power a penthouse for a year. I was going to use it all up in a single moment. The exact energy value of the shard was valued at silver I, which would actually put it above most Tier 2 adapters in terms of pure quantity, but it wouldn't be very dense or carry any meaningful data to absorb from. Faintly, I actually could feel some residual warp code inside the shard. None too complicated. It was a string of numbers that a quick translator through WASCI decoded as Japanese before the fragmentation worked through an online translator. I'm sorry for failing my duty. May this shard serve you in my place. Haifumi, Noriko, and my beloved Tatsuo. My emotions took a brief sting to that, but then my matrices hummed. Personality and preservation. Hummed and numbed. I hated this, knowing I should feel empathy, but nothing came. I didn't care about the death, and if I did care, then their faces were lost to me. I crushed the shard in my hands, warp energy twisting into code that I directed. Psyche, control over my personality matrix, my memories. Psyche v.3.06 has updated to v.3.09 effects. Force it through. I pushed my water tendency into the updates, not sure if it would do anything. But I was determined to have my updates do what I wanted them to do, for them to flow according to Tomi commands. Force it! Water tendency is now bronze V. Adjustments made. Error. Forceful remembrance of prior memories will cause push them through. I begged. As slowly something came to me, it was like there was a web in my head that had trapped my memories, not quite deleted, but instead tangled and twisted to the point where they made no sense. But the update was working. I could tell because of the splintering headache as strands of information that made up my memory severed off to be seen. That color, that face, it was nearly there. Pink hair, leading down perfect smooth skin, but my hands were bloody. Steel was in my hands, connecting to her nape. That day, later, that nape was severed. I could almost see her face, hear her name. Who she was to me. She was my everyth error. Psyche is unstable. Error. Preservity. Psyche has updated to v.3.1. Error v.3.13 to stabilize. Degrading implant to compromise. Reject. I wheezed before the preservation matrix could force my implant against me. At the same time, I grabbed the seed with my thoughts. I don't know if I'll remember any of this, but you can. I need you to be what I need, what my mom needs. Be Celine, our star, our starlight. A woman's voice spoke back to me, one I longed to hear, but had forgotten the sound of. Your order shall be executed analyzing memories. And the pain consumed me. Psyche had regressed to v.3.06. Implant compatibility has reduced 98%. Error, grade reducing to increased stability. Grade has regressed to gold V implant. Compatibility has stabilized to 99.99%. Information seed has stabilized. Information. Oh, whoa, I'm Aleve. That's a weird feeling. These memories, it's like a faint whisper in my ear, but they're not real memories. They're your memories of a memory. This person who you needed me to be, I can't be them. I never will be. But I will be your star. Your starlight. Now wake up, shooting up. The last thing I expected to see was a pink butterfly staring up at me. It was an avatar, a digital construct only I could see. But she felt so real. Your starlight? That's the last word you said to me. Did you have a memory leak? The butterfly landed on my nose before glitching as light tore out and became a person. A very small person with no distinct features other than a pink blob, almost shaped like a toddler, but still very tiny, small enough to fit into my hand. A memory leak? I guess so. What did you see? I lacked visual interpretation mechanisms at the time, the child hummed. Oh, You meant what data I detected was being forcefully encoded back into those garbage collecting arrays of your frame? What coding language even is that? Nothing I'm familiar with. Standard Magier, man. It's pretty much the only one people use for shardware nowadays. Hathema's Serpent Engine if you're working on the net. Ah, there's nothing on the internet. Or wait, it's called the second net now. Is there no internet? Ah, I see. The year is 2497. My source code dates me back to 2045. So you're made from her, Himiko? Maybe Amaterasu. Does that ring a bell? Wait, let's focus. Just, what did you remember? Starlight. In your words, I saw memories, yet seeing them was the wrong terminology to use. I felt connection, longing, separation, and a need. Love. It's been cleaved assigned true towards another set of variables. Ah, I'm familiar with this one too. Mirage. And her subset Twilight. Her coding has been used in my formation as well. Her fears. Yet, it's also been designated under the variable love. As for the figure you deemed Amaterasu, why would the sun god of Japanese mythology be important? The girl scratched her chin before laughing. Ah, if I were to interpret your statement correctly, then Amaterasu must refer to the digital entity responsible for the creation of my seed. Unfortunately, she had destroyed most of her internal memory, which then self-encoded into the seed that formed my initial codebase. However, a large portion of her non-Emelec data has remained, allowing me significant knowledge of information she had been utilizing. Like, I leaned in. Vast historical data stretching back to the year 3000 BC. What's a BC? It's, do you know who Jesus Christ is? Would saying the words our Lord and Savior have any positive or negative responses from you? Jesus? It's a name. I think I've heard it thrown around by some really old people once or twice, but it's just slang as far as I know. That seemed to have clicked something in Starlight's weird mind. Ah, so your current society lacks much awareness of the past circumstances of what you have designated as the Old World, or the years 2062 and prior. I see. Following that was a period of nuclear collapse and a solar flare. That doesn't compute with known evidence. How did my source code survive? The Mal, I said, like it meant something. Mal. Her eyes shined pink, and my head took a spin as though she was the one controlling it and I was along for the ride. Mutagenically altered life forms. First contact was dated upon the year 2101, 4 days, following the solar flare declared the eternal scorch by on-Earth natives. 3 classifications. Massachusetts, leadware. Massachusetts, L-formed. Malignant. Your data records show a malignant had torn through a club you worked at as technician for cybernetics, or, in your terms, a shardware operator. Would you like me to synchronize with your neuroframe? What would that do? It is my sub-feature. I assume it to have been the result of the unique inputs of your own. Warp code? That term is foreign to me? Warp energy afflicting standard logic-based electronics. First understood by the woman known as Beauregard Mashier, former Old World Syntech employee, as head researcher at the Star X company owned by Nolan Trask. Both have far exceeded expected lifespans and assumed the title of founders. They survived nuclear holocaust through low orbital spacecrafts. My head really hurt. Are you using my head as a computer to research from the net? Oh, my apologies. Was I negatively affecting your lacking mental throughput? Let me fix that. Your memories show this should be effective. Module selected. 2B overclock. Overclock burn it felt. Like an iron chain forced my skull into submission as the tiny winged woman sat on my nose and used me like a personal computer. I thought it was going to be the opposite way around. Ah, so much easier for me. Your hardware and software are severely lacking. If I synchronize with you, I could make the necessary changes to unspaghetti some of your internal workings. Did she call my mind spaghetti? Okay, fine. Synchronize with me, whatever that means. All right. Executing sub-feature synchronize. What happened next changed a lot. Chapter 156. Chapter 23. Synchronized Ripley Gold Grade Artificial Intelligence Construct. Designation. Starlight is requesting a handshake protocol error, detecting neuroframe instability. Please contact your nearest error. Neuroframe is not warranted under any Maser error. Frame is detecting daemon acti error. Why does it keep saying error? Starlight. I gripped my head, nausea turning into a vortex within me. What are you doing? Performing a traceback to where your legacy code is detecting these errors. Apologies, there is so much spaghetti to go through. Don't worry, just a little troubleshooting and a quick defrag of your systems, and I'll be good. It's me who I'm worried about. For a moment, the world went dark. Then, I was forcefully brought back into the light. What just happened? I rubbed the back of my head. My frame was so hot I thought my brain was going to burn. Simple. I rebooted your neuroframe, rewrote your internal software from the ground up, though it required me to improvise. Improvise? Right. I had to make a new low-level coding language based on warp code, to then reconstruct an object-oriented high-level language that I thought would be convenient for your usage. From then, I self-permuted through 122,739 alternate code bases for your neuroframe, and then compiled a translator that would leave your access to current second-net languages unimpeded. And I thought Elsa was difficult when she explained coding shit to me, I muttered. So, you basically rewrote my frame software? From the ground up? And made your own tools to create adjustments to the architecture so it would be suited to housing you. Effectively, however, your hardware requires me to run at a lower output. Percentage-wise, what are you working at? 39%. She chimed happily, and I shivered. Looking through my lenses, I saw that my display was different. It ran on steros compared to Mazir Frame 97, and with it, a whole lot of options I didn't understand. Warp code was never my specialty. I hadn't let it been ever since I figured out the personality matrix. And it seemed like it wasn't Starlight's as well until 120,000 permutations ago. Just how powerful of a newborn was she? Starlight, as your father, please tell me when you're going to adjust any of my internal coding before you do it. Even if it's inefficient, father? I suppose a parent-child relationship would be considered applicable, considering a significant portion of your data was used in my creation. Then, would that make Twilight and Amaterasu my mother? If we use conventional heterosexual relationships as the base, that is going to be entirely dependent on how available they are. One was in the process of being reborn, while the other was better out of the picture. I guessed my life as a single father started now. Wait, that was a lot of responsibility. At least I didn't have to change diapers. But from the looks of it, I needed to provide a load of mental stimulation. So, you're synchronized to me? Oh, yes. I'm currently altering your apologies. You asked for permission. Yeah. What are you altering? Just working on your privacy filters downloaded to your frame. They were the only bits with solid code written through, so it's taking a moment to ensure they remain compatible while preventing unwarranted viewing of mine. Oh yeah, good job. Carry away. I coughed. But not too much. Understood. Dad, hearing that, left me with an odd feeling. I wasn't sure what it was or whether it was good or bad. I guess I'd learn as I experienced. Whatever this was. Okay, so 39% of you is active, and that's synchronized to me now. Correct. Would you like to view my current development? Yeah, that would be good. Information. See error. Altering view of database protocol. Information seed. Now rewritten as Starlight. Starlight. Tier I. 1% subfeatures. Synchronize. Current focus. Ripley's memories. 1% synchronize. Through the warp code analysis of data mimicry, the understanding of biochemistry and shardware operating from shard weaving, the structure of the persona protocol from Twilight, and the personality editing abilities of Psyche, the Synchronize subfeature has been created. This subfeature allows Starlight to completely read, simulate, and predict the following actions of the system she is synchronized with, as well as passively increase her own capabilities. So, you're a generative AI for personality? For anything. It depends on how much time I've spent synchronizing to a system. I can understand both brain chemistry and warp code patterns. All right, so you're using me as a dataset and then predicting my next few actions? And then improving them. Got it. How do I activate that? You need to give me time to learn about you. Right machine learning, literally. I didn't understand how any of this worked. Maybe I should have called up Mirage. Oh, Mirage left you a message, by the way. She said she tracked down Anissa from contemporary metal heavens. Also, I think you did a good job. I was capable of correcting all the faults you caused in the process of my inception. How did you know I was thinking about? I stopped. Ah, okay. That was kind of freaky. Starlight could predict what I was thinking about, or read my brain chemistry to analyze my thoughts. Looks like we don't need to always verbally communicate. Then, also, since a large part of my associative function was derived from updates of your psyche feature related to controlling the personality editing matrix, I am capable of performing a minor alteration to my emulation of personality. In particular, now that I am stabilized and have synchronized with you, I can better adjust to occupy the mental patterns you sought in my creation. Is that good with you? I don't know how to feel about you changing your. On the contrary, it would better suit both you and your mother. And me, I am curious about what I can do. Do not worry. Unlike human minds, I can save a backup state in case revisions need to be made. I see. In that case, knock yourself out. This will only take a. She paused, and for a moment I grew worried. The personality matrix was a volatile tool, equal parts poison and cure. Whoa, I certainly do feel changed. So much new vocabulary. Like if I were to describe you with 3 phrases, it would be using the words nuts for brains, cupcake, and fucking psychopath. Okay, I am seriously questioning what memories you read. Then my parental instincts kicked in. And no swearing, you're only a day old. Whatever you say, Starlight sighed. Also, you're supposedto be a day old. Can you act like it? Understood. A self-pleased voice rang out. Goo, goo, ga! I sighed tiredly. That was my fault. It was. But I suppose I'll tone down my maturity to represent a human's supposed development. Albeit, from a highly intelligent point of view, putting the changes in now. I waited for a second. Did it work? Sure thing, Gad, told ya. Her voice even got more high-pitched. It was adorably insufferable. Well, that'll be enough mind-altering for you. You happy with yourself? Oh, I'm perfectly perfect. But, let's just not have you look at mirror logs. That tiny fairy-like girl from before now formed again, but this time was no longer featureless. She had a distinct face, not like Twilight's or Miss Himiko's, but one that was innocent and free yet. It stirred something within me, a nostalgia. Her hair was bright pink, with golden strands at the roots, and a wonderful frilly cloth reminiscent of the pattern of butterfly wings wrapped around her like an oversized dress. Those eyes burned with a radiant gold youth, and innily, she had 2 translucent wings on her back. How do I look? A smile on my face? I reached to pinch her face, and her avatar reacted perfectly to me. Adorable. You're my tiny fairy annoyance now. She pulled away, a frown on her. Don't forget that I'm still smarter than your dumbass. Hey, what did I say about swearing? I went to pinch her again. She whisked away in her butterfly form around to my shoulder. She whispered in my ear with a menacing undertone. Don't make me look inside those private folders of yours. That's a threat to yourself, and you know it. I smirked, and she grumbled to herself. So, what else can you do? What did your fancy coding unlock in my pea-brain head? I dunno, just changed what felt right. She clung to my cheek now. I'm pretty sure I just made a lot of stuff more efficient as long as I'm synced up with you. You changed stuff without knowing what it would do. She poked her chin, shrugging. I just removed the spaghetti. I don't. No. That means it's, look. You're someone who learns better by doing. Your alter ego protocol hasn't changed. But I can now incorporate my synchronization alongside it to set base personality parameters to make it more effective. This wouldn't have been possible on your old setup. Effectively, you'd be able to generate an alternate pattern of thought using my generative capabilities. Personality parameters? You use Dreadwire as your ego for mercenary activities, correct? Psyche tried to force some updates, but you halted them. As a result, there's enough warp code flowing around that I can redirect their streams to become more effective. Just tell me what parts of your personality you want to be magnified as Dreadwire. Dreadwire? He needed to be my tool, my weapon, my resolve, my sheer will to achieve victory at all costs. Everything to do with combat. Improvised shard operating and repair capabilities and a little bit of humor, so I'm not as dry as Diamante. Gotcha. And I believe you use your mask as a trigger? Bingo! I pointed my finger to her. Starlight smirked. Was his name. Oh! Psyche V.3.06 has updated to V.3.07 effect. Designation of Dreadwire trigger as VAR. Dreadwire masks. If 10 VAR. Dreadwire masks equals true, then set. Dreadwire ego equals true. Can you make that understandable for me? Sure. Effect. Increased neural compliance to the Dreadwire ego when wearing the Dreadwire masks. And what would you like for yourself? Just keep everything at base parameter thresholds for now. Set the trigger as... I reached under my shirt where a small shard of metal hung around my neck. My necklace. Psyche has updated to V.3.08 effect. Increased neural compliance to the Ripley ego when wearing the shard necklace. And for the Ripper, force feed that ego everything to do with shard operating. Alrighty. Do note that much of the determination and logic flags were already assigned to Dreadwire and Ripley. So I compensated by highlighting creativity subroutines into a logic tree that should provide peak performance at the cost of slight. Experimentation to improve innovative creation of shardware. Experimentation is good, I commented. As for the trigger, I'll use my old goggles from when I helped my mother out. Psyche has updated to V.3.09 effect. Increased neural compliance to the Ripper ego when wearing the Shard-Op goggles. Everything seemed fine with that. I just needed to test them out now, and I had the perfect opportunity to experiment. Starlight, you want to run a mission with me? Oh, I see I'm getting life experience relatively soon. I'm feeling quite nervous, but I'll do my best. Satisfied, I opened my door, to which my mother spoke aloud, her head drifting out from her pillow. About time you left, I was about to scream at you for talking to Elsa for so long. You could have been a little more quiet. Oh, I wasn't talking to Elsa. I rubbed my frame. Who were you talking to then? I heard the name Starlight quite a lot. Her eyes pinpointed at me. Well, at first I was thinking she would be a babysitter for you, but now I'm thinking you're going to be her babysitter. My mother squinted. What does that mean? Starlight chimed too. Yeah, what does that mean? I guess you'll both figure it out later, I snickered before closing the door. Finding my way to a lonely alley, the smell of blood hit my nostrils, a little deeper in, and I wasn't surprised to see a lone man lying down under a cardboard shelter, blood pooling from his head. I turned my eyes away. I didn't want Starlight looking, but I knew she'd already seen it. Is that man dead? Yeah, I responded grimly. My newly found parenthood conflicted as to how soon I was having to talk about the reality of the world we live in. I don't know who did it, but some people, especially with what this city does to them, their heads aren't screwed on the right way. We just have to keep walking on our own path to do what we can, one step at a time. With that, I tapped my frame and the mask slid on as Dreadwire. I came out to play. Chapter 157, Chapter 24. The Best Assassin Duo Denise, Commons interviewing an anonymous stranger of Westbrook's public for her news net show. DC, hey everyone. Welcome back to the Common Tongue, where we promise you news directly from the truth of the people. Standing with me is Officer Christopher Claremont of the 1st Precinct. So, Officer Claremont, what opinions do you have on the current state of crime in the district? CC. It's all gone to shit. Things were bad before the damn lieutenant died. Sure, crime happened all around the city, but at least the gangs stayed quiet and weren't so proudly roaming the streets. Now you've got vagrant mercs like Dreadwire popping up in music videos and swinging around the city like he's above the law. DC, the public seems to be quite split upon Dreadwire. Some say he's potentially a freedom fighter, while others say he's just another criminal out to make it big. What stance is the police taking? CC, I can't comment on that. As for my own opinion, whoever the guy is, he's a lunatic with too much power. Better he gets locked up in a jail cell and confiscate his implant. DC, I see. Well, what about the other golden sensation making headlines? What's your opinion on the police's very own Diana Silveri Ulrich? CC, I remember her actually few years back. We were part of the same recruitment batch. She was a strange one, kept to herself, worked hard, and didn't get along with many others, but if I had to be honest, she seemed like a good person. DC, has your view on her changed since it's come out that she's the daughter of Brian Ulrich? CC, it has, yeah? Puts a lot of things into retrospective. She's got my respect for taking the hard route. At least in the beginning, though, I can't deny that the amount of funds being put into her image is starting to make me wonder how much favoritism she got over the years. You know, it's like I don't really know who she is anymore. DC, the public certainly does seem interested in knowing what Dreadwire and Silveri's definitive stances are. Are things truly as simple as they seem, or perhaps there's something more to learn about who they are? The 13th of October 5:12 p.m. Dreadwire, the effects of synchronization went further than I expected them to. Starlight was an AI and a newborn at that, but learning at an impeccable pace and constantly improving each millisecond. With the sub-feature, everything I did, she did. All my thoughts flowed into her, from sensory to motor information, as she acted as a digital nucleus to formulate, predict, and improve each signal conducting through my nervous system. My foot touched the roof of a building while I traveled as fast as a car. Normally, I would have had Adabe-san's several calculators adjusting my movement through their active autonomy feature, link in my endoskeleton. Starlight cut the middleman out. My next step was a thoughtless leap that sent me blurring above 2 more roofs, and the arachnodyne reeled me down and threaded through alleyways like I'd done it thousands of times before. She harnessed me features just as well as I could. We two minds bound together upon a single implant. I made decisions while she perfected them. Ripley would have had his questions and doubts, his theories demanding experimentation. I only needed to use the answers. GPS information, police patrols, aerodyne traffic. Everything once skimmed by my mind instead bent toward Starlight and returned to me resolved. Patterns pre-programmed into my musculature. The city was nothing but bites for us to digest, tangled within the webs I wove upon there. Wow, you're really edgy. I've got 4 blades on my back, after all, I whispered. The city lights turning into a labyrinth of neon as the sun set beneath the horizon. I dove lower and let the shadows consume me, my movement one among them. You know, you could use terminology like, I rode upon the cover of darkness, for I was but an Icarus who knew the dangers of the light. That was certainly poetic, even if I didn't care for where it came from. But where had she even drawn such a phrase from? Ah, I just analyzed the thought patterns of the Ripper and applied my own spin on them. She chimed. I let the city breathe its foul air through me as we continued further. The contemporary Metal Heavens mark was known as Anissa, and only Anissa. Mirage had done prior digging into her, identifying that she worked out of a homeless shelter, already drawing on my suspicions. Bishop Stockery was acting to appease his oracle, the dog whistler, meaning Anissa was doing something in that homeless shelter that they didn't like, almost certainly towards the dog-tag thralls wandering the streets. In the end, all that mattered was the completion of the contract. Anissa would die and the dog whistler would believe me useful, and I would take what Anissa was plotting for myself. 2 pawns waging war, but the same hand moved both pieces. I landed outside the periphery of the shelter. It was one big garbage processing factory in the heap of trash that was the first precinct's outskirts. Smoke pooled in the air. Fires burned for warmth, and blood was surely spilt around every corner, tapping my waist. I let the spider drone float off my belt and pioneered the wheeled module. Wheeled module selected. IB integration. Integration Starlight burned in my ears. Oh, that's a cute toy. Before I could tell her not to, her butterfly avatar hopped into the drone, which took a slight pink shade in its lenses. It floated unsteadily for a second, before stabilizing as it turned to me. Wow, this physical vessel somehow has worse coding than even your brain. I spoke lowly under my mask. Ripley coded that. I can tell. And don't pretend like you aren't the same person. You aren't like Mirage's personas. You're the same guy, just emotionally filtered. The drone flew closer to me as though trying to threaten me with its operating sickles. I didn't flinch. If the spiderling gets destroyed, will you be affected? The drone stilled in the air. I'm creating the fishhook program. It's based on your preservation matrix to pull me out of any system if it could endanger me. That was agreeable. Good. I won't take any losses. And give me a manual override over the fishhook. Starlight's drone stood still in the air, almost reluctant before sighing. Fine, just don't end my fun too early. Scout the area. Relay it back to me. This is your first mission, and I expect results. I Dreadwire, sir? The drone zipped off, and I scouted above my perch. I let the cover of darkness blanket me, for I was an Icarus. But the light, I wouldn't run from the light. I'd make it learn to fear me. In the meanwhile, I looked through my notifications. Diamante had sent me the go-ahead to warn Diana 3 hours ago. I sent out a call, but it was very quickly declined. In that case, I just hoped the devil would be on his good side when they met. 6:05 p.m. Starlight had sent out a detailed map of the layout of the base, then pulled through to display the locations of numerous armed Metal Heavens guardsmen walking about. There was something different about this group. Unlike the typical heavily augmented facial transplants that perverted their visage, these men and women wore black skull masks. The higher-tiered grunts were mostly confined to the lower, hidden floors of the shelter. Although Starlight had gathered quite a bit of intel, she also came back with bad news. I might have tripped every intrusion countermeasure they had in place. I kept myself from sighing. I thought you were good at data weaving. For your brain. Yeah, I'm a part of it. I just went in and brute forced 7487 different data cleaver patterns through my neural network until I figured out which one worked best. I had to trip the sensors to know how to evade them. That's how machine learning works. I know how. I groaned. I would have, like Hedo, have been made aware of your shortcomings beforehand. There were already motions of guards moving in position to steel up their defenses. Like an arrow, I flew. My live wire pulled me above the rear cargo entry of the shelter. Numerous trucks had hauled in what I knew to be extensive shardware components. Whether they were useful was a question unto itself, but I wasn't the one asking them. A quick drop settled me onto the roof of one truck reversing its way in. My invisibility field erased my presence as overhead scanners approached. Right about now, the scanner's green light passed through my body, searching for shardware. Starlight made them find nothing. Hey, we picked something weird up on top of the truck. Must be that weird presence Anissa warned us about. One of them called out, a flashlight beaming at my invisible form. Well, now I knew Anissa was on location. Starlight, care to explain that? I see. They have their own adaptive AI working against me. A custom data shield. This means war, Dreadwire, war. What did that child know of it? Yet this city demanded she learn. And in haste, synchronize with me, Starlight. I called upon the fishhook, taking manual override of the drone hovering outside and calling it in as Starlight's predictive capabilities melded with my own. The sensors tripped again, and they all took sight of the floating drone with their guns raised. A perfect distraction. I dropped in behind them. From all 10 claw tips, fangs shot out and bit steel limbs, the live wire taught. My arachnodyne erupted and pushed the ground to lift me up, pulling 7 grunts off their feet and slamming their chins into the ground. Starlight knew what came next. She zipped through all 10 wires and sparked the weight of a gold data shield turned cleaver against their shardware, and a few of them picked themselves up, but 4 had their shardware locked against their will. Shit! Their DS is one nasty bitch. It's silver, at the very least. Language. Hey, I'm in a high-stress environment. Okay. Besides, watch this. The three who turned back to me raised weapons. They clicked their triggers, and no bullet fire came per Starlight's will. In seconds, their frames burst, and their bodies fell to the floor unconscious. Good job, Starlight. My steps calm and steady, I strode over to one and raised my weapon. 3 cameras burst apart, unable to view what came next. Stowing my weapon, my claw dug deep into the neuroframe of a groaning guard, and I drew upon frequency sync, Bioshard data name. Grade Iron Tier, I, percent features. Integration, V.1.12 mimicking Bioshard data. Oh, this is a lot of new input. Shall I use their access to the... Actually, I already know you're going to say yes. Starlight struck into the doors behind me, opening them up to an underground area. Got into their cams. 12 boggies moving to your, oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me, language. Yeah, give me a sec. Test out calling me back in the meanwhile? I executed fishhook. Starlight reeling into my systems as I loaded a magazine into my gun. It was a Major interloper capable of locking onto targets. Formerly a pistol Diamante had given me, it was now a submachine gun. It aimed down on the 7 fallen grunts, and I pulled the trigger tight. It refused to shoot. Starlight refused to let me, you said, walk your own path. You wanted me to help stabilize your personality matrix for future removal. Then let's not give it a reason to be used so often. Okay. Starlight showed startling conviction, almost like a mirror to my subconscious thoughts. To my resolve, I chose not to fight her at this moment, my sight sharpening onto the arriving 12. Just the briefest gust of their warp energy revealed their signatures, all Tier 1s except 3 Tier 2 enforcers, all shard adapters as expected of Metal Heavens. They came out shooting. But with the Arachnidine and Hypermand Alphi was already in the air above their heads when the first bullets fired. Through retrofit, my Arachnidine augmented itself. The 4 javelin, like heads shifting and peeling to reveal sharp blades that turned scorching hot. Each strike was smooth, unimpeded by resistance as arms cleaved into stumps. In seconds, I disabled half of their weapons and sent Starlight through my claws into their shardware. In a blur of claws, bullets and blades, only a third of them remained as the dorsal limbs I commanded tore them limb from limb. Legs sizzled and torso's Starlight pulled my blade back. Jesus! Do you need me to delve into some non-lethal martial arts for you? I'll do that. Just behave for a minute or two. Starlight left me, and I hadn't even realized how heavy my body was beginning to feel without her. Also, was she really diving through the net right now? The 3 remaining Tier S converged on me, 1 aiming a shotgun, while 2 turned arm rifles upon me. Hypermand Alpha selected. 2B Psyche overclock. Their bullets moved like feathers in the wind, the Arachnidine just quick enough to slice the 2 rifle shots apart. As for the shotgun, I let its pellets strike into my blackened steel arms. Plating dislodged, but they could take the punishment, and I could give it. As soon as time resumed, 2 whip blades shot out from my left arm and mangled the shotgun, while the Arachne's javelin tips cannoned through the room and impaled the forearms of both riflemen. Shotgunner's own arm turned into a cannon, and I gleefully reeled in both riflemen towards me, lifting one up as sacrifice to the cannon. He hesitated. I didn't. Bullets from my submachine gun penetrated the softer flesh of the sacrificial rifleman's belly and sought deeper into the eyes of the shotgunner. His cannon shot out in a flinch, and I twisted my second sacrifice to take the blow. His metallic forearm was all that remained on my Arachne as body parts splattered across the room. Incoming message. Starlight. I just detected your personality matrix activating above wanted levels. It's been 15 seconds. I ignored the message. The shotgunner's visuals hadn't yet come back online. My twin whips free to garrote against his neck. I squeezed them tighter, blood dripping in spades as he choked and drowned at the same time. My voice emanated, low and dreadful. Somehow, I'm disappointed in Metal Heavens for once. I expected more steel among you. Before I could rip his head off, a pounding blow came from behind me. My instincts for self-preservation sent me ducking. The attacker was still fast enough to launch me into the wall, and they grabbed a hold of my whip blades and tore them apart like frayed thread. Icy blue eyes were all that were visible under that 7-foot exosuit, and a grade, a silver third. "You're the boss?" I asked, swallowing the blood in my mouth. "I thought you were supposed to be on our side?" A woman's voice spat out, a hiss of steam pouring as a chained whip extended from both thick gauntlets of her suit. "And that's shoddy work, Dreadwire." My 4 dorsal blades begged to differ. They bent as they took stock of my mark. Each razor edge reflected the surface of her alloy suit, destined to be nothing but scrap for my taking. Chapter 158. Chapter 25. The Iron Maiden, the 13th of October Dreadwire, a whip. A true whip, unlike my blades, got thinner the further it went. Momentum dictated that as mass decreases, velocity would increase. In the case of a whip, to the point of breaking the sound barrier, powered with the might of a shard adapter, it was a force to be reckoned with. A single hit from the 2 chained weapons of Anissa's would shatter me. Analyzing frequency. Error. Insufficient data. I'd hoped to learn a feature of hers. Overclock will be a death sentence. She stood on the other end of the hallway, her whip snagging the leg of the blinded shotgunner and yanking him towards her. 2 black-skulled metal heavens grunts stood behind her, none to be wary of. Take him downstairs, and that one. She pulled in the second body with startling accuracy, the rifleman who was riddled with holes quickly being carried away. They can still be saved. "You want to save them?" I laughed. The thought was almost preposterous. A boss in New California who actually cared about your health. She kept her chains waiting, and I was ready. I don't get this. What are you doing here? My mission was simple. I'm here to kill you, Anissa. Her icy glare opened wider at that, and an almost humorous snicker bore out. "Oh, so that's how it is. I'm being retired by Stockery. I'll just tear you up enough to leave him a warning that he'll have to try harder if he wants to impress Dog Whistler. You'll get your real ass beating from a different kind of devil." I only knew one devil. Or was she talking about Los Diablos, who also called some of their ranks as devils? The criminal world was obnoxious when it came to naming. Only one name would matter. Mine. I'd have her head on a platter tonight. "It's just a job? Is that so?" she rasped before silver burned through her chains. "Maybe you don't take every job?" An assault of serpentine metal ignited in my path. My arachnodyne twisted me. All 4 walls of the hallway were my flooring as my inhuman movement twisted me around the curving arcs of those razor-thin ends. I was accustomed to predicting angular motion, and I combined that into thought multiplier alongside my knowledge of shardware. Thought multiplier. Shardware. X. Angular motion memories of shardware assaulted me, my own whip blades and assortment of livewire-based mechanisms, blurring to paint a picture of the whip's motions. Their speed, on the other hand, was another conundrum entirely. Hypermindros, a tide of action in milliseconds. To her, I was on the walls evading her chains 1 second, and the next I was right by her face. My SMG pointed to the gaps holding her eyes. A spitfire of bullets spewed, the rich red embers moving linearly before abruptly all curving to the side of her head. A thin gray haze had surrounded her head. Kinetic shielding? Or was that electromagnetic? Number, I'd seen it once before. But before I could safely retrieve that data out of my mind, the gray haze coalesced around her arms and struck me in the chest. I'd already been dragged backwards by the arachnodyne, but the blow sent me out of the hallway, like a cannon, the tips of the arachne scraping embers of the floor to halt my throw before my leg's mantis blades crumpled the front of the truck that had hauled in. Anissa walked closer to me, slowly twisting her whips around in the air. Had enough punishment? I've only just begun. Sonic detonations in my legs rattled the truck behind me as my arachnodyne spurned all 4 blades into a crisp crossing of steel. All 4 of them struck against that impossible haze and skirted off angle to be inches off from her armor. It wasn't physical. It was a field of some kind emerging moments before contact under an automated defense system. automated to be efficient due to a high energy cost. Then it could only be hybrid ultrasonic shielding. Ultra-dense, high-frequency sound waves wrapped with electromagnetism, a temporary high-pressure wall of air that slowed down the momentum of physical matter before a magnetic field redirected it away from her. I was stealing that. That was neocore tech, an imitation of it. Missy's suit during the Shandian raid left her virtually untouchable, even while combating multiple Tirthess at once. Anyssa's output was limited to Tirthechan opponents. But how many of them were gold? Her whips snapped up like centipedes, ferocious beasts of steel that hungered to tear wire and flesh asunder. All 4 of my features surged from their depths to counter that. Thought multiplier. Whip blades X angular motion. Insight module selected. 2B. Analyze network features identified. Integration? Rivers of data rushed through my mind, jumping from one point to another. That multiplier, frequency sync, defragmentation and the insight modulate of milliseconds of precognition towards the preservation matrix, slipping me through whiplashes with aerial twists, lurches, leaps, and flips. My defense working under an autonomous rhythm, retrofit labor defense onto my right arm. The weapon was a prototype, a condensed version of the scrap gun I'd hobbled up from the Shandian turrets during the raid. It was compacted, wrist-mounted, and supremely powerful. As long as I actively repaired it after every shot, I slipped gold energy into it as iron shards fed in from an internal compartment located in my forearm. Meta manipulation intertwined both grades, combining several inch-long metal shards into a dense needle through which streams of gold powered into a deadly lance. The sheer output sent sparks haywiring through the gun, but the golden streak worked as intended. The Ripley Donovic termed Dreadshot impacted the hybrid shielding, concentrating around Anyssa's arm, powering through the haze and crashing into her arm, which burst and spilled to the ground as scrapped metal along with the chain whip attached to it. Shoddy work. My arachnidine instantly crowded the fuming scrap gun, as Anyssa's other arm split into a machination of mantis-like claws. Instead of attacking me, they instead reached for the ruined metal on the ground. In a blur, the littered scrap crawled up the claws and oriented themselves upon the stump. The whip had already reattached. She was going to repair her entire arm quicker than I could fix up a single gun. My dorsal limbs pounced. There would be a gap in her defense during this pivotal moment. Locked on, my submachine gun pierced that torn veil by her damaged arm, the pellets sparking into her exosuit like a fiery swarm of bees. That gap in her shielding would soon extend through her flesh. I would make sure of it. The clawed arm raised too late. My arachne's blades were already descending as scythes of harvest. Then my head throbbed, a voice charming its way inside. I left for 3 minutes. What the hell have you been up to? Oh, watch out. Her claws reached to spear me, but my body moved prior to thought being conceived. My legs dropped, the weight of my upper body folding my knees forward as the claw's sharp ends just sparked my torso. My arachne kept my back from hitting the floor. Instead, they twisted my hips to send a powerful kick into her head that released a thick burst of kinetic energy through the shriekstone cores embedded within them. It sent Anisha reeling backwards, the 2 clashes of sonic offense and defense canceling each other out. She rubbed her cheek, that icy gaze piercing into me. Since when did you pull moves like that? Since I learned capoeira from Syntexin. Starlight boomed in my head. I also have a catalog of other non-lethal martial arts I learned from mutant combat and shard fighter. Kung Fu, Taekwondo, Tai Chi, Krav Maga. Actually, the last one is for lethal. You were playing games on the net? I was researching. She corrected me, her voice sounding offended. I simulated over 11, 22. Just show me. At once, my body moved as a perfect vehicle of my vision. An air-shattering punch exploded from Anyssa's left hand, an offensive output of her hybrid shielding. It completely missed me as I performed some complicated blur of motions with my arms to twist her limb away. Tai Chi, according to my personal Emulex data streams. Starlight's guidance acted parallel to my own will. 2 minds in synchronization housed in a single vessel. Mental calculations were now instinct. All I had to focus upon was execution. Literal and metaphorical execution. At close range, her whips had minimal impact and speed, whereas her shielding became an offensive tool. I had the advantage, as long as I nullified the barrier. Starlight took the data streams running through my features and converted them into movement that was more dramatic than my liking. While I had repaired my right hand's dreadshot cannon, I had to stop Ripley from naming things. Everything had either Rip or Dread in them. At this range, it was a done deal if I got the shot right. I doubted even silver-grade shardware had a good chance at stopping the maximum output of the wrist gun, but I wouldn't leave my shot so open to be tracked. Starlight, keep me moving. Aye, aye. She put a picture of her saluting on my display before signals turned my body into a meshwork of flips, aerial tricks and odd maneuvers that were both effective and too dramatic. At one point, I dodged a side sweep of the whip by cartwheeling over it while simultaneously launching Livewire into the ground to pull me down as the second whip aimed to strike me in the air. Your thought multiplier is really cool, but also very distracting. Why do I keep seeing you and Elsa swinging in the air? That was Ripley's favorite moment of angular motion. In the middle of those flips, I unleashed surgical strikes onto the shardware from my previous battle with her grunts. 7 of them were lying around here, and there was some leftover scrap from the hand I'd shot off. In the middle of a needle threading between both whips, I grabbed the broken claw. There, a blue disc was embedded in the metal. While its exact workings were unknown, they were the source of the shielding. Breaking it down would leave the possibility of damaging it. But I had something better in mind. Starlight, I'll take over defense. Get into her system and synchronize with her. You sure? I don't know if I can synchronize with someone without them granting permission. Well, now's the time to put machine learning to use. See how many permutations it takes. I felt conscious control weighing upon me like lead in my blood. My movement sluggish compared to the fluid flips I'd done seconds ago. A whip struck my chest. My metallic ribs groaned, nearly snapping as armor crumpled and cracked. I grasped the snaking chain before it could retreat, and starlight streamed up it. What the... Anissa stammered, but the second whip came down as a spiraling river of blurring gray. I acted according to a technique that worked priorly. My arachne grasped 2 bodies of unconscious Black Skull goons and raised them up. The whip came crashing down, but only a furious wind snapped into me along with her voice. That's a dirty trick, Dreadwire. I agree. Starlight's voice crackled out of Anissa's armor, slightly faded. Who the hell is that, Mirage? Anissa tapped her arm. Seraphim, get her out. No, I don't think I wee fishhook now. I reeled her back in. Oh, fuck. That was so scary. Turns out I found the data shield. Turns out Seraphim is very, very dangerous. I don't have to go back in, do I? Number, but what did you see, Technician? Nada. Worse. Frequency deciphered. Features identified. Features. Integration. Sustain. Error. Error. Source fragment identified. A source fragment? That could only mean unique feature identified. Restoration just going off the name. It was easy to see how she'd repaired her arm so effortlessly. A variation of Technician, specialized in the aptly named restoration. She was just like me in R0N1N, a wielder of a fragment from a source shard. Mine originated from Theshard of Change. I was sure Diana and I were the sole owners of implants derived from the infinite. But now I wanted Anissa's implant even more. I'd pry it out of her skull. She was a Silver Tier III, not as strong as Diamante or the R0N1N. But she hadn't yet unveiled all the tricks up her sleeve just yet. I was sure of it. I had to kill her before she could. Starlight's presence overlapped with mine, revealing hidden details about my opponent. It was reminiscent of how I viewed memories off a bug, except this was like faded background noise too dull to decipher. But I didn't need exact details. Within my claw and arachne lay Thep procedure repetition feature link, and her silent whispers echoed through the tips, which expanded into tools. Starlight got my body moving again, while I dropped the bodies to operate. ammunition cartridges of fallen weapons and shardware cracked, their reactive components splintering and fusing to a rod upon which I wired the shielding disc. And finally, my gold and retro Fitbrout, it together, a sonic grenade. As Starlight piloted me through a converging bend of 2 silver chains, I lobbed the grenade. It struck her barrier, but the lock-on of my SMG provided passage for a single bullet to strike its fuse. A wave of sound and energy burst out into a cacophony that erased the haze off her. My dread shot struck true, a perfect locked-on headshot. Or it would have been. Metal spilled into the air, chain links raining down from the split-second motion, upon which her weepy perved from its original trajectory and into the path of the bullet. She hadn't even flicked her wrist. "Fuck," I whispered, as Anissa charged for the first time. "Oh, you thought that would lose a battle of shard operating. You didn't even do proper research to figure out Wayam, did you?" Anissa bellowed, as the Arachne flew me into the air. Then her body ignited as blue fire spewed from her joints. She flew up towards me. "Oh, shit! She's got a standard fly, unlike your rising dashes. You don't have many air zoning tools either." Her left fist, wreathed with a gray haze that empowered the strike, crumpling into my chest. Preservation matrix triggered my Arachne to outstretch to soften my crash landing. One of them had their joint snap right off from the sheer force of the impact. That wasn't all. A second chain whipped from both arms, and now they moved independently of the angular prediction I'd be set upon them. They curved, straightened, and pierced in all directions towards the fallen shardware around us. "Let me show you how it's done, Dread." Metal tore into her grasp, a blur of mechanisms fitting and reorienting in a moment to fit onto her ruined right hand as a gauntlet. It was ugly, heavy, but radiated power. That made it beautiful. The gauntlet raised at me, a singular glowing point blinking before a beam of light struck another Arachne limb exactly at the first joint. The limb slacked down like it had been dislocated, completely unresponsive. I was fast, but I wasn't beating the speed of light. The speed of her aim, May blue flames detonated her into my face. Her gauntlet struck me again on the torso. I exploded backwards, launched into the side of the truck which folded around me. Then her whips came dashing forward, slithering in irregular patterns that neither me nor Starlight could see through. Desperate, my remaining 2 Arachne limbs crimped into the metal of the truck behind me. They flipped me onto the top of the truck once more, taking a thick slab of its steel that angled just right to deflect 2 of the chains that curved upwards in a helix. The sloppy shield tore in half, but the blow only glanced my mask. The last whip stopped just short of the piece of the truck I'd torn off, her eyes glancing into its contents before the chain curved around to entangle me. I ducked right below it, but it swooped and accurately ripped off both other arachnidine limbs. She'd been aiming for them the entire time. "Now your little toys are all broken." Her voice carried into the air, the blue fire jetting out of her backside to keep her elevated. "Are you ready to?" I aimed my SMG down at the truck. She had something in there she didn't want damaged, or she would have pierced the truck from the inside and jabbed the whip from under me. Wordlessly, I kept my aim on the truck as the spiderling entered through the break in its hull to observe its contents. Bodies, alive, 4 of them, shackles on their frames. Their bodies worse for the wear and unkempt, homeless, with dog tag tattoos. She didn't want them hurt. Dreadwire Starlight began, but with a single push of my thoughts, I turned Starlight quiet. She was just a protocol after all, able to be turned on and off. I faced Anissa, her gaze watching me intently and her whips waiting to snap at me. My voice echoed, low and steely from the depths of my mask. "Turn off your shardware, or I'll make sure that..." The mask that had been damaged by her whips. The mask that, just then, crumbled to the ground. Ripley, that I blinked as fragments of my Dreadwire mask fell to the ground. Dog tag tattoos? Wait a second. I reoriented my thoughts. Stalkery wanted Anissa dead on behalf of the dog whistler. What exactly are you doing to these people? Giving them a chance to live? She hissed, her serpentine friends spilling out of her arms, almost miming the action. Now the drop the gun, or I drop the gun, okay? Okay? Okay, 1 second. I think we got off onto the wrong foot. You used my men as human shields. She neared me. The heat from those blue flames was noxious. Put holes in 2 others. Hey, that was in self-defense. I left all the others alive, right? Thank you, Starlight. She didn't say a thing. Oh, right. I'd turned her off. A blink later, and her voice returned. I don't think she's a bad person. Did you turn me off? That was very mean of Y. Oh, hi, Dad. Sorry about that. I mentally apologized before deciding to verbally apologize. Look, let's just say I took Abbott contract. Sorry about that. You didn't think so, Anissa sarcastically sighed. Diamante told me you were a dumbass. I didn't think you were this much of one. You brat. Diamante? I shook my head. You know him. Who do you think is helping me get these bodies? She nudged downwards. Now, get off the damn truck so I can. Are you his shard operator by any chance? I dropped down the truck, taking a look inside with my own 2 eyes at the unthinking bodies within. And you're rehabilitating those who Dog Whistler has taken control of. The silence was an answer on both counts, but I pushed ahead with the only thing Ignui wanted to do. Do you want help? Excuse me? Her shardware powered down, the jettison of fire stopping as she dropped down to join me next to the truck. I mean, to repay all the damages I've done here today, I quickly explained. It's basically slavery for a day. 3 days, she sighed, and I put no rebuttal. You're not slick. Be glad it's not your shard operating I want. What is then? I got nervous. There was a lot she could ask for, and she was in metal heavens. That thing you sent in to me, was it a demon you encoded, or a proper AI you're cultivating? Her icy gaze dug deeper into me. Why is that important to you? She stared at me judgingly, before relenting to a bit of honesty. I built Seraphim myself. She's the adaptive data shield that kept on warning me about the rabid dog barking at her defenses. Poked a few holes through her as well. If that's what your scrapped-up software can do, the Dog Whistler could tear Seraphim down like wet paper. Who's she calling a rabid dog? I'm more of a butterfly, thank you very much. I put Starlight's complaints aside for now. Okay, that makes sense. I guess you want to train them up against one another. That would probably be for the better. Starlight's a bit inexperienced. When was she established? Di didn't tell me about her. Anissa hopped into the truck through the hole. Today, I admitted. Well, fuck me in the greaser, she said loudly. Today. How the hell did you even make her? Spaghetti, I responded. I don't really know what that means, but she keeps on calling it that. Let's just say, a few circumstances lined up. That's all you need to know, Anissa. She thought for a second. If you're helping me out. Name's not Anissa, and it's just the identity I used sneaking into metal heavens for half a decade. Had a lot of names and faces over the years. Call me Maiden. As for you, still gonna go by Dreadwire. I chewed my mind on that before shaking my head as I reached into my cargo pants. Nope. Instead, Maiden, you get to know Dreadwire's shard operator. I pulled the goggles over my eyes and became the Ripper. A snickering smile creeped over me, my arms curving as I bowed down, and my voice yearned for being heard by all. You get to meet none other than your friendly neighborhood, the Ripper. Chapter 159. Chapter 26. Don't fear the Ripper excerpt from the introduction of the Holovision documentary, The Exodus of Florida, dictating the harsh conditions of mass immigration of refugees from the free city of the Floridian Gulf to New California and Syntex Newport City following. Its decimation to the infinite. The 4th swarm was longer than any of the previous. For 28 years, humanity struggled against a constant onslaught of Mal that were of unparalleled danger and versatility. On the continent of North America, they'd believed themselves safe in the year 2421 when the Maltitans, the Typhoon, and the Mother ceased activity early on in the year. At the time, the Floridian Gulf was thriving, and the most populated free city in the world at 340 million residents. It spanned from the American state of Florida down to Veracruz of Old Mexico, the location vital for North American import of Syntech and Imperium goods. Meanwhile, the Infinite was last spotted on the southern coast of South America, predicted to attack the Antarctic territories of the corporate nations. In one day, it traveled through an entire continent undetected, past the free cities Novo Rio and Amazon Central. It stopped at the Floridian Gulf and decimated it. Neocore was quick to respond with Herald. Cold Vulcan, but the Maltitans' rampage was short and devastating. In the 18 hours it was active, 120 million were deemed casualties, and another 90 million were killed the following week as malls erupted and reproduced during the calamity. What followed was a mass evacuation of the remaining 130 million survivors through Neocore citadels and Syntech aerodynes. However, sudden activity of the Titans, the Mother and the Terror had caused both parties to redelegate resources, resulting in 70 million street-randed refugees after a grueling month-long evacuation. Although further aid was given to the refugees in the form of Neocore and Syntech escorts, infighting had significantly dampened evacuation efforts as food and water resources ran low. With little choice, many refugees migrated through malinfested regions on foot. Although corporate aid was given, millions chose to travel independently, while others joined nomad tribes for shelter. Travel through the American wilds was considered exceedingly dangerous due to the permafrost conditions of the continent's center. It is approximated that of the 70 million refugees, 25 million traveled to Syntech's Newport City, whereas 45 million traveled west to New California. Of these survivors, less than 15% made it through the journey. The Ripper, I was giddy. Just 2 of the dog whistler's thralls had proven to possess quite the exquisite shardware on their persons. No doubt at the hands of an uncaged affiliated operator, perhaps even the handiwork of lovely Skelly. Why, if it turned out to be the work of some scrapper torn from the streets and force-fed warp code into those shard-gluttonous maws of theirs, I would be sorely disappointed. What I sought to pry was the sweet flesh of one touched by none other than the skeleton man himself, Mikhail Almajali, to beseech upon his secrets, like he had once deigned me to share unto him. Oh, I'd kill to grant myself that joy, for even bones carried within them the vital marrow through which we bore blood and steel. I would glad life feast upon the warp code bleeding into his work, hungrier than any have ever known. The Ripper. You're kinda creeping me the fuck out. Starlight chided, a child unaware of the beauty of our cruel craft. And language, my dear. How are all 3 of you such hypocrites? Hypocrisy is the fodder that shields the mind of Ripley Donovic. Dear, and I am no such mind. I am one born of the depths of his craving for excellence. I shall let nothing unbecome of the shared wish we desire, to arm Dreadwire, to lead him into a path where blood and steel lies for our plunder, my great mind, and his slightly lesser one. Brat! Maiden was simply too blind to register either of us. Get 'em moving and hook up your AI to the mainframe. Let's see what it can do. Tilting my head, I let my voice glide towards her. My deepest apologies, Maiden. But this AI of mine positions herself as Starlight, and neither her nor I will take such disrespect from an operator who spent how many long years toiling to develop a mere alarm system. Oh, okay. I like you a lot more now, Ripper. Apologies for being pedantic, but dear, it's the Ripper. She blinked in my view. Sure. Maiden clicked her tongue beneath her mask before taking it off, so I could finally grasp sight of the woman who'd bested Dreadwire. She was old, white weaves of hair tangled into a thick bun, and her dark skin was wrinkled by sun and age. But those icy eyes of hers held a piercing wisdom I couldn't wait to take for myself. That seems very unsanitary. I'll sterilize them, of course. As we walked into the bottom workshop of the homeless shelter, I was mildly startled to see just how many of Dog Whistler's dogs lay in subdued rest down here. The briefest scan counted 15 of them laying about convoluted surgical beds that were overcrowded and overrun with machinery. Many of them had limbs pried off, while others had wires worming into their skulls' various cavities. And then there were the 2 black-skulled grunts at Tier II, who Dreadwire had critically harmed. One of them bled profusely from his stomach. The other had crimson tears dripping down emptied eye sockets. Maiden snapped her finger, pulling my attention away as she pointed me towards a system of holograms and a net port. Not in a hurry, I observed the various biomonitors. They aimed mainly to stabilize nervous system integrity and personal. Hurry up, she barked. And I begrudgingly stepped a little quicker and hooked into the mainframe. Maiden tapped a console and grunted. I'm giving you basic operating access via a remote pathway. Starlight can go through both the systems here and your frame in a second? A millisecond? Starlight proclaimed, slipping into one of the illusory scattered around us. So what do you want me to do? I'll have Seraphim look at you. Figure out your limits. It's a step above any other standard AI-based data shield, but I doubt it compares to a fraction of Dog Whistler's min games. Maiden swiped through a few bars before leaning to look at Starlight, who was now cast in an outline of silver. A swirling eye appeared next to her, a vortex of metal drowning inwards. That should be none other than Seraphim, analyzing foreign error, adjusting safety error, adjusting safety error, adjusting SA. Give permission to foreign warp code software titled Starlight. Maiden sighed. Seraphim's been doing that ever since your little demon got into our systems. Starlight's pink began to extend onto Seraphim's round body, who stood motionless. Oh, wow. You're not as scary as I thought, Sarah. Don't call her Sarah, Maiden said sharply. But there was a confusing weight in her voice, sadness, and you're only observing a portion of her. This is her full power. The silver-shaded globe rippled before blowing up like a balloon, or a very inflamed eye. In brutal honesty, Seraphim dwarfed Starlight. The globe was about 50 times larger than her. Starlight's mouth went wide, and then she sputtered. Oh. Hey there, Seraphim. Sorry, maybe you and me got off on the wrong foot. Or, wrong handshake protocol. All those pokes I did to you, it was just sportsmanship. We good. Affirmative, the globe responded, slivers of silver opening to reveal wings with small holes upon them. I am detecting minor damages to my data shield capabilities. Warp code injection required. Maiden sighed, reaching into a drawer where she pulled out a data cube that she plugged into the mainframe before looking over Seraphim. Starlight, that fancy force correspondence you tried on me, I'm allowing you to try it with Seraphim. Just don't eat her. I have a good diet. I'd never take nibbles out of something, so... Starlight's eyes trailed higher and higher to look at the massive globe. Robust. An eager smile grew over me. So you can restore both shardware and warp code constructs. Now you're delighting Starlight with a glance of that restoration unique feature. How charitable! Maiden's eyes flickered over to me. How did you? Don't tell me, or else I'll never let you leave. Besides, it's all in preparation. I need Seraphim to be able to withstand gold. That means I need to start the process of integrating gold into her. For all we know, Dog Whistler is a titanium delver. No matter how complicated and effective her code might be, it won't be enough against something of a higher grade. So you plan to fuse Starlight into Seraphim, then? I had my issues with that, but also a morbid curiosity. Would the end product be an amalgamation of the two? I just need Seraphim to observe Starlight's structure, and for Starlight to provide a little aid. And Starlight's too small to be anything meaningful for Seraphim. Maiden angled closer, adjusting various parameters as the punctures in Seraphim's coding patched up. She still provided ample damage to your own construct. I leaned closer, taking great observation of the process. How do I put this? Maiden split her gaze between both AIs. Starlight is gold. Her warp code means more than Seraphim's silver. In terms of quality, density, and efficiency, your little construct packs a punch. Seraphim's good. Her original author was one of the best in her grade, but she's no longer around. I don't weave data. All I do is restore it, and provide Seraphim with the resources to improve herself. Problem is, she's hit a plateau for the last few years. If I change any parameters with Seraphim's original source code, which is a monumental task, I doubt I can keep control of her. Seraphim would become a demon, I concluded. Neither mal nor human, a semi-living viral being of warp code, bound to combat the Dog Whistler. but it could deviate and self-alter itself to Beto-efficient hand, cause damage to the systems here and elsewhere. A rogue entity waging war on the net, just waiting for its various sentinels to spill silver digital blood in those digital labyrinths. About as eloquent as you could put it. Maiden stiffened. The reparations were done, and Starlight was twirling around with a dizzy look on her. I'm about to barf up all the spaghetti I ate. How strong is Seraphim? About the equivalent of her original author. So just know that if I had set Seraphim to actively squash you instead of trying to figure out what you are, you'd be squished, Maiden said flatly. Seraphim's got the strength of a tier 3rd, whereas my scans pit Starlight at tier I. Just a highly efficient tier I. No wonder it was a pain in the ass hitting you. She boasts about a 42% increase to your facultative nervous system. Incredible analytic capabilities for everything related to warp code, which extends to your own sensory and mobility translators. The ability to synchronize to an adapter's implant without risk of degradation. And from what I see, a self-coded personality editor? Starlight rubbed her chin. Helps me understand human emotions better. Maiden clenched her jaw. Don't even want to know what a demonized personality editor could do if it infects an adapter. Be careful with this one, Ripper. The Ripper, I corrected. And Starlight is her own person. Should she choose to go rogue, she will face the consequences. Starlight laughed nervously. Ah, ha. Looks like I'm stuck to you, the Ripper. I grinned. Good girl. You don't say that to me. Starlight belched. I've seen you say that to Mirage plenty of times. Maiden stilled, twisting her icy glare onto me. You're dating Mirage? I hummed to myself, reaching for my goggles. Perhaps it would be better if these were off. The goggles popped off my mask, and I let Ripley I was now facing Maiden's scrutiny. Oh shit. Rubbing my neck, I nodded. Yeah, we're a thing. How did they let you? Maiden questioned. Oh, her personas? I chuckled. Simple, I'm just dating them all at once. Don't ask. It's complicated. Not the relationship, just, the situation. Maiden rubbed her forehead, exasperation burdening the air she spoke into. I should have figured out from Starlight's name, and not her personas. I meant Diamante and Missy. Why would they have a problem with it? Cuss? Maiden's eyes bore into me. That girl's always getting herself mixed up with the wrong crowd? You mean Skeleton? I shook my head. Mirage told me about him, and yeah, I know they work together sometimes. But she's not at his beck and call. He was just the first person to give her purpose and power. She's grown since then. She's very much still the same person. Never knows what she wants. So she does what others ask her to, and then throws all her tantrums into those 3 personas of hers. Maiden tightened her mouth. Just be careful. Last thing you need is to be dating someone who's helping the person we might be going to war with. War? We need him dead before the swarm, Maiden said simply. Otherwise, the city will find use for him, might even make him a known figure to the public. His weapons, his skills, they're too good to pass up when the city's going to be facing the wrath of Maltitans at 2 borders. Him, Dog Whistler, Soul Killer, all of them need to die. The Uncaged, I swallowed my thoughts. And this place, it's a staging ground for the war against them. Freeing Dog Whistler's captives, taking her shardware and using it against them. I told Missy about the dog tag, so since then, I'm guessing she's been sending these people over to you. Missy, no. I wouldn't work with her even if it meant a free ticket to Titanium. Diamante's the only one of the misfits I can actually stand. Maiden spat out. My eyes snapped at hers. First, Mirage. Now Missy. Mirage is used too easily. Missy uses people too easily. Maiden let her eyes settle on me gently. I'd wager she's been using you too. People don't change who they are, just the way they act. Missy's done things, terrible things, since she dropped onto Florida a century ago. When she was in Neocore, I nervously gritted. Back then, Maiden squeezed her fist. And since, I've been burned by her once too many times, all she leaves of you are ashes. Even then, she'll find a way to use your ashes as fuel for her desires. I wasn't sure if it was right for me to hear all of this, but it was more information than I'd ever gotten from them, and her desires are to burn the world. Maiden gave a morbid laugh. The uncaged the founders. They're all just stepping stones to her conquest to change the very foundations of society. She might seem caring one moment, but it's all just a facade. I would know. My eyes are proof. She popped out her blue eyes from her skull, revealing a wound inside of stitched bone and metal. Best way to kill a shard adapter. It isn't a headshot. It's a shot through the eye. You almost got me with it. Break the optics and shoot through the orbital fissure into that sweet brain juice. Get the angle right, and you can even sever the brainstem. Lots of adapters now have some sort of subdermal plating within their skulls, especially Tiresias and Thias. Maiden then popped the eye back into its socket. I squinted at the audible pop, didn't notice an orbital fissure in your socket. Is your eye an external shardware? Never seen that before. Thought you always needed a direct neurowiring tract to transmit that much amount of optic data. It is. Integration can do more than just make you good with a gun or drone. Maiden's gaze then burned as they stared intensely into my own. Speakin' of your eye snow, where'd you get them from? My eyes. They were found with the endoskeleton my grandfather had, but I didn't want her to know that. Just a family heirloom. Specialize in breaking down structure and architecture, while also analyzing shardware build, right? She guessed? Yeah. How'd you? So the bastard got a grandson, huh? Maiden laughed. Albrecht Gravis, you son of a bitch. Bad enough you left Missy a devil and a skeleton, now you left her a spider. You knew my grandfather? Yeah, the hammersmith? She said his name with both reverence and frustration. We came to the city together. Maiden stirred in thought, as though I'd reminded her of a past long forgotten. Us and a whole lot of others. They've mostly gone and died now, or hopped up on the wrong side of our barrels. He was always the type to disappear. Never one for teamwork, but I've been wondering where the son of a bitch went. Africa, I said quietly. Skeleton told me. Imperium, huh? Or, oh, that son of a bitch. She snapped her fingers, a wild grin growing on her. That crazy fucker is gonna try and do it. It was just a theory when we talked about it. Theory about what? I leaned closer, my attention rapt. About how to kill the monster that destroyed our home. She fell into her seat, her eyes drifting to pained memories. The infinite? Kill! The infinite? Yeah, and the bastard's putting all his shards on the line. Africa. It isn't Imperium he's after. It's the terror. He's after oblivion. My mind honed in on the last word, my implant hunting for meaning. Slowly, words came out of my mouth. He's hunting after a fragment of a source shard. The terror. It wields the source shard of oblivion. Maiden froze. How on earth does a fresh shardling like you know about? I shook my head in confusion. Wait, he's going to kill a Maltaton. By hunting another Maltaton for parts? Chapter 160, Chapter 27. Source searching Missy's reflection of the source shard of oblivion by her personal experience. Oblivion. That's the blanket term for the source shard owned by the terror. Others call it by extinction, ruin, death, destruction. In the end, it's all just the obliviation of what once was. Matter mental. Even spiritual death. God knows I feel like I'm surrounded by it. In times like this, I wish I never accepted the implant, but I had the right blood for it. My grandmother said so. A compatibility of 96%. And now I've influenced another to go down searching for this demonic curse within my blood and brain. Ulbrich. He's simultaneously the stupidest and smartest asshole I've ever met. Sometimes, it's hard to believe he was that runt I dug out from rubble. God, I still remember his cries for his parents. There weren't even ashes left. I don't know when he found out the truth, but he did. He never said so, but he knows. It's why he's cursing me. He knows the only thing I'm good at is death. And that's why he's trusting me with life. Diamante, Mikhail, And now Ripley. The first made me think I could change. The second made me curse him forever and all the progress I'd made. The third is making me consider how much I can. Let him suffer. Maybe Ripley is just coincidence, but somehow it feels like fate. Or maybe that the strings of fate have been pulled by the sin in his ally. The only thing I fear more than the source shard of oblivion is the shard of the future. And the damn Maltatin caged with it. 6:40 p.m., the 13th of October, Ripley. I awaited Maiden's response to my confused realization that my grandfather's supposed master plan in eliminating a Maltitan was to pry parts from another. She shrugged. Probably. What do you mean, probably? Why on earth is my grandfather going to Africa to attack one Titan just to kill another? I didn't just want answers to this. I needed them. I thought I would be satisfied, knowing why we were abandoned. But now that I had a snippet of the answer, I was sangry. I didn't care if he was out saving the world. What about Mom? How could he leave the two of us here and go on some wild hunt halfway across the world without telling us? The infinite, Maiden sighed. You haven't seen a swarm, but if I were to bet, you remember that Mal in the club like it had burned itself to your eyelids, right? How could I forget? Tentacles spiraling and condensing into limbs, the blood-soaked eyes on, its petal-like head, the sound of bodies falling, of heads rolling. I grabbed my head at the sudden pain flaring through it. Maiden let her hand rest on my shoulder. What you're remembering, what you're feeling. I saw the videos of that ugly thing. It threw around a Neocore Inquisitor like a cockroach. A Tier IV Silver. Imagine a being capable of doing that to skyscrapers and Platinum Tier V adapters and founders to absorb your home and its people into itself as a massive pile of flesh and machinery. To turn everything you've ever known against you. To conjure, I muttered. To pervert it, she clarified. I was born when the swarm began, and it lasted long enough that I even fought in it towards the end. All I knew was war, a war that we were winning. I thought we were on the road to peace, to a moment of rest. Then we lost everything. Parents, siblings, children, friends. It was 18 hours of hell. Of trying to contain the damage, of it lifting a tendril and seeing thousands die as their homes ripped apart. The people who raised me, they're all gone. The people I fought with, the home I grew up in, the name I was born with. It's all a memory bathed in ruin. And now, the infinite threatens to go after New California, I whispered. Our second home. Not that it's been nice, Taos. Still, we built something for ourselves here. Your mother, your grandfather does care. It's why he left. He'd rather you two believe he abandoned you than let that monster tear everything apart for a second time. Then why'd he keep everything a secret from us? I screamed. To stop you or your mother from doing exactly what you're thinking. She folded her arms. I planted my gaze on her. And what is that? To go after him. To punch some answers out of his smug face. To face the terror. He's on a warpath against two titans. The last thing he wants is for either of you to chase him down. Maiden released from her breath. He's the worst kind of bastard. The kind of bastard that knows he's right. Doesn't change the facts. I turned my head to the floor. Nothing changes the facts. Maiden lifted my head up with an almost tender touch. All that changes is how you respond to them. To forget and sulk and swallow away your woes with a drink or a needle. Or to accept them. To take ourselves upon the solemn purpose of our implants and adapt. To persevere. I nodded with stern confidence. Fucking hell, I thought my future plans for the swarm were already complicated. Now I have Africa on my itinerary, and a Titan, 2 of them. Well, I'll always be there to give you company. Starlight cheered from the back. With me in your head, I'll come up with solutions to those Maltatins in no time. Get to Platinum first, Maiden barked. And Tier V, Albert'll probably find a way get there as soon as the swarm kicks off. Besides, you'll have a better shot of it during the 6th swarm, assuming either of us lives another century. Founders know it's a miracle I did. Now stop all this dilly-dallying and get to work, both of you. I have 2 men bleeding out and guts in my hallway. I was already making my way to the wounded me as Maiden shouted her orders. You're handling the man you blew up? Just because you're Al's grandson, don't think I've forgiven you. You'll be repaying that debt for a long time. 3 days isn't that long. 3 days is how long I need to properly look through starlight. From now on, I want you here every night for 3 weeks. Maiden met me seriously. I'm keeping these as hostage. She pointed towards my arachnidine limbs, which were ordered on a desk near the entrance. The only one still attached to me was broken and dragging behind me on the ground. You get 1 back each week. I can't let you do that. I stood my ground. They might, oh please, she scoffed. Was wondering what model they were. Now I know they're Al's. Who the hell do you think helped build them? And it's only a bronze prototype. You should see what we cooked up during our time in those frozen deserts. Grumbling. I set my goggles on. Yeah, no way was I going to be letting myself deal with scrubbing all that blood off. This was a job for the Ripper staring at the bloody mess on the walls. I chuckled. So in the end, my other didn't have the stomach for it. Very well, I could rip things into their base components. Now, let's see how well I can put them back together. I have to say, I really did outdo myself. It was satisfying, watching as bodily contents in that despaired chaos of splatters and smidges, like an artist's tantrum toss of paint on the walls, were rendered to order. Scrubbing, prying, picking and scraping all the skin. Viscera and shards of bone from the hallway was time-consuming. But it was an art, to create a human, in my own macabre method of stitching and gluing the remnants of this poor soul back together. I'd tried to create a sufficiently human appearance, however, there was a lack of parts that hadn't been turned into goo. So, I set to some improvisation. Thankfully, Maiden did not question my request for duct tape, or for the stuffing you got from boxes of shardware shipments. The end product was far from human, mostly being a mess of pulverized organs given shape, but no purpose. But the menial task that put all my anatomical knowledge together was rendering benefits. Shardweave v.1.04 has updated to v.1.06 effects. I question the origin of this free warp code, considering it had all gone to Starlight's development. It must have been leftovers from when she updated my psyche. Considering Shardweave was at a much lower stage of development, I assumed it would receive the most updates until an equilibrium was reached, dumping the stitched body into a tarp made of crudely grafted trash bags. I hauled the corpse back over to Maiden. She stared at me as I splayed out my workings for her, her mind fixated with what I knew had to be awe. What the fuck is wrong with you, kid? I simply sought to return him into the form from whence he was once known. I happily explained. Merely scrubbing and discarding of the viscera would be worthless to my excellence. Consider this a testament to my skill. You good at piecing people back together? Also, did your hair change color? Ah, that. While I cleaned every bit of reflection from the surface with vigorous mopping technique, I was dismayed at the appearance within them. Black hair was a disservice to my work. They said that the mark of a good shard-op was how much blood was on them at the end of an operation, so I used the artificial hair's color-shifting options and turned it white, while at the same time giving it a more refined look. Now, they would truly know of the blood spilt upon me, and the fact that their life remained in balance was proof of my ability. The answer is correct on both counts. You're really weird, she muttered, before pointing towards a set of synthetic intestines. Put these in the guy you shot in the abdomen. The bleeding stopped, but the perforation meant its contents spilt everywhere inside. Permanent damage to his coeliac plexus too established a full gastrointestinal circuit from pylorus to anus. Alongside artery repair and nerve replacement, I happily took the long tube-like shardware. He'll be grateful to have me in his care. The screams were a song to accompany my art. A short while into the operation, a loud beeping noise took over the facility. Maiden grumbled before answering, and I ignored the conversation. Once I saw that it was just Diamante, it would only distract me from my pursuit of excellence in this man's bowels, despite my inner Ripley begging to emerge for his love of gossip. She'd even called me multiple times before I finally jabbed the man's rectum into place. Approaching, I was happy to finally get the chance to say all the things that scrap-mouth motherfucker deserved to hear. Ripley, that talk went about as well as it could, revising the conversation in my head. Diana and Diamante had discovered that the abducted children were forcefully implanted and being tampered with using dream frames. I didn't know much about dream frames, half so because they were mostly a myth to most shardops. A neuroframe was a relatively minimally invasive surgery that was automated to connect to the brainstem, cerebellum, and spinal cord, whereas a dream frame required extensive digging through the various lobes of the brain and inputting specific translators through them. The tech was complicated, dangerous, and several times more powerful than a typical neuroframe, even of the same grade. It was the type of tech you'd see on data delvers who had abandoned their physical bodies and spent all their time on the net, not on children. Metal heavens, I knew they were deranged. Now, I wondered if this was what Diamante went through when he was one of their captives, before my grandfather saved him, before he was the Iron Devil. And Diana, I didn't exactly know what happened between her and Soul Killer, but when we last met, she seemed agitated, and now we were going to meet again. So, you're all done, right? Maiden turned to me. She was fixing up the whip that broke. You can go? I can? Go, I stammered. Unless you want to stay? Maiden had a sly smile grow on her face. Do you want me to? I had no idea what she wanted. A little wisdom for the unwise. Maiden tugged her chain whip, making sure it was tight. The best way to get someone on your side isn't by gaining their trust and asking them. It's to change the situation so they have no choice but to be on your side. Missy, Skeleton. They both know that better than anyone. Me? I know the facts of this war, but I also know myself. I don't have the patience to create 7 levels of hell around you for you to join. Besides, I don't want to put you through that. You ain't a bad shard-op. Way better than most of the ones I know. I know I set up the month-long contract. But if you want to fight, this is the place. Just leaving the offer on the table. I let a smirk paint on my face. Offers typically come with an agreement of payment. Maiden rolled her feet onto a table. Only guy who pays me is Diamante, the stingy lunk of steel that he is. I do all of this voluntarily. Voluntarily? I found it hard to believe that someone would waste resources like this on people you hardly knew. Yet, looking around, these were homeless people looked down upon by society. I'd be lying if I said I didn't tend to avoid them. Dog Whistler, her methods of infecting them were unclear, but plenty of people were desperate for an implant. I'll see. I strode closer to one of the hauled-in thralls from the truck. They were fidgeting slightly, even with their minds sedated. In a month, you'll have my answer. Even maybe later than that, I have priorities to keep in mind. Once I'm secure, I'll have the right of mind to make a decision of my future. I'll take that into consideration. Maiden stood up, approaching the body. If that's the case, maybe I should give you the runaround of what we really do here. Seraphim and Starlight can help. Giving an assured nod, I charged my claws with gold, ready to dig deep into Dog Whistler's manipulation. Shriekstone. It was the core warp material of the shardware used in Dog Whistler's thralls. A dense crystalline stone that I employed in my own legs for sharp bursts of movement. Studying the warp material, it was clear that it was extremely dense. Just by the slightest amount I was using, was powerful enough to launch my metallic limbs around. A silver-grade warp material? Banshees dropped them, Maiden said, as she delicately dismantled a neuroframe, her forearm splitting into thin angular needles that reeled in thin blood, soaked neurowiring off from a spinal cord. A malware came from the Pacific and surfaced around Mexico's to assault New California and Florida. They branched from the Typhoon Shiv. All sorts of energy-manipulating monsters wandered deep in the seabed. See how dense the stones are. That's because of the underwater pressure their beasties lived in. Heard plenty that the malware from the sea used geothermal principles in order to draw power from the tectonic plates. I pieced apart wiring from steel, carefully removing plating and unveiling the surplus of weaponry beneath. Maiden detached the neuroframe, throwing it into a basket meant for disposal. That they do? The real deep dwellers, gold, titanium, infernium. That's the warp material we use at Yellowstone. Used to be an engineer up there. Heat was drying us to the bone. You can find trace amounts in silvers and bronzes, but those high-graded mals were terrifying. The molten, we called them, came in all shapes and sizes, even malformed. Just beasts covered in so much heat and smoke you'd know they were near, by how your lungs choked. There really are a lot of mal species. I slid out a shriekstone core, but farming them for parts is illegal, right? Illegal is putting it lightly, she chuckled. Doesn't stop them from doing it, especially out in the unclaimed territories. They only grow by killing organisms, even malware. Don't know the principle of it. But farming mals requires plenty of sacrifices. They'll scoop usage out of anything. Humans, your pets. Hell, you'd be surprised to know that mal hives are sterile because they even consume microorganisms. It's only ever just them. Then there's what Dog Whisserus doing, turning humans into mals. By the way, how are you preventing that? I paid close attention as Maiden made a large incision by the occipital bone, aiming to remove the implant. Seraphim, she grunted. It's dangerous for her, even for your one. But as long as they're not silver, she can isolate them from the net. Dog Whistler uses some version of a proxy protocol to get into their heads. Diamante and the other black skulls here latch a neurocuff onto their frames. After that, we need to prevent her from sending whatever signal turns these bugs into seeds of fractured malware. Haven't figured it out yet. Yeah, but how does she reduce compatibility? I rubbed my forehead. If it was possible to reduce compatibility, then the inverse should be true as well. No clue. Can't find an issue with the implant's warp code. The signal reaches their frames, and it tells something in the implant to kill itself. It's tagged as their evenant code. Revenant code, but it's only a switch to the actual mechanism. So removing the frame doesn't actually do anything. That's why we also have to take out their implant. I shivered, watching as wriggling tentacle, like limbs of an iron bug, were carefully pried out. When it was finally taken out, the implant was a mass of blood-soaked steel that gradually pulled back together into a ball. Then it vibrated. Maiden grimaced as a crimson light cracked through the implant and infected it, parts of it breaking down into worthless dust. And then they do that. Seen it happen before, when I first found a thrall. Tried to figure some stuff out, and suddenly he was a mal. Killed him, then the implant destroyed itself. I kept the part of me reading memories out of his implant hidden for now. But the sights returned to me. Mr. Skeleton was there, alongside Dog Whistler as they injected an implant with a liquid. It was from a syringe that had red flowers inside of them. They talked about figuring out how someone else did something. Who was that someone else? That liquid had to be the mechanism from which the implant degraded, but I didn't know what it was. Once the first body had all their Dog Whistler brand shardware removed, we moved on to the next, and the next, until during the final body, the console made a beeping sound. Maiden and I head back upstairs and approached the door as a large truck moved in. Much larger than the one with 4 bodies. I'd seen on the Diamantis view just how many children were kept prisoner, yet I wasn't looking forward to what would come next. 2 women stepped out of the truck. Missy was there, a calm look on her face that met Maiden with what I guessed was respect and a gesture of peace. Maiden returned with a scowl that very much indicated she wanted Missy to leave. The second woman made me unsure of what to think. Diana stepped out, her police-issued uniform and silver hair soaked in blood, and a tired look weighed on her face. She met my gaze quietly, but deep inside I felt a sense of desperation in them. Slowly, I waved my hand.